Sean Capri, I'm glad you're here because you're listening to the most horsepowerful podcast on the internet. Damn it, I'm hearing myself on my damn interview. Okay, run again. Hey everyone, it's me, Sean Capri. I'm glad you're here because you're listening to the most horsepowerful podcast on the internet. It's the Xbox Drive. I'm on a Skype call with my friend Ryan Turpin. He's the weatherman on the moose. And on our journey today, we're celebrating 300 episodes with 300 minutes. And I don't care if I screw up that intro, so we'll jump on into the Xbox Drive. Blah, 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 blah.
No power greater than X.
Hello, Sean Capri.
Ryan Turford. I might have been listening to myself pop in a second there. So I heard myself scream. Now I know what it feels like. 300 episodes. We're here. We made it. Glad you showed up, my friend.
I'm glad I showed up too.
Glad you're here.
It'd be
glad
real
you made
weird
it.
if I didn't show up, John. You'd just be like, right?
That's what I was thinking, dude.
Like,
yeah, pull the curtain back.
Show.
Ryan just showed up, y'all, like 4 minutes ago.
I didn't just show up. I showed
4 minutes ago.
I showed up at exactly 6:55, which was
5 minutes ago.
8 minutes ago. See?
Oh my goodness gracious!
Look,
5 minutes before we go live for a 300-minute episode. All good. Okay, good to see you, my friend. We're coming in hot, everybody. Holy crap.
It's fine. We had it all planned out, I'm sure. And you know what? It's not that much different than normal Xbox Drive anyway. So what does it matter, Sean? We're basically, of course, for folks that don't know what we're doing tonight, of course, we're celebrating 300 episodes of the Xbox Drive in quite possibly the most spectacular way possible, aka a 5-hour show. So you get your popcorn and snacks, sit back and relax, and enjoy this very, very long and very almost like I would say Sweet Hangs influenced Xbox Drive today. We're just gonna relax, kind of take it easy, just have a fun.
There's no relaxing about it. It's 300 episodes, man. This is Sparta. Yes, dude. When people were starting to bring up the 300 reference, I can't believe I didn't think about it, but oh my goodness gracious, it's just, this is madness. And no, this is Sparta. We're gonna kick you down the hole. You're gonna fall. I don't care if you're a messenger or not. You're gonna give you a kick to the chest. And that's what we're going to do, Ryan.
I mean, actually, this just comes full circle in the Carpool Gaming cinematic universe, because literally on RPG Cave on Monday, Garrett, I mentioned to Garrett that we're doing episode 300, and Garrett also brought up 300, and then I made sure to inform him that there was, Sean, I don't know if you knew this, a 300 video game based off the movie 300.
Yes.
That was exclusive to PSP. Didn't come for any other consoles. Just PSP, because of course it did.
Makes sense.
Just like there was an Alien vs. Predator Requiem game based off the hit movie Alien vs. Predator Requiem that came out the same year, also exclusive to PSP and no other consoles.
My goodness, great. Like the facts that you come, this is why people have been here all of this time, Ryan. Like, how do you even, that right off the top of your head? It's not like you're like, hang on a second. I'm going to go tick, 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 go Google that. That's just like, that's up there. That's in that head of yours for some reason.
It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I could remember, complex equations or, useful facts that would actually help me out with life. But no, I just have random video game knowledge just stuck in my brain, Sean.
Oh man,
just kind of my thing. But yeah, so and of course you're probably going to see more of me kind of flexing on that.
Whoa!
But Sean, like I am actually so like blessed that we're actually here. Like I can't believe we finally made it to 300 episodes of this show. Like you've been doing this thing for 6 years now, if you can believe it. Like how crazy
can't believe
is that
it.
to think about it?
I can't believe it. I guess I haven't thought of anything better to do with my time than do this, man. But 300 episodes would be a weird time. Wouldn't it be weird for us to go like, thanks everybody for being here for 300. I must be leaving now, and just pull it.
Well, we retired on top. We're going to go out the way we came into this world, Sean. It'll be fun.
Pull a Bilbo Baggins, put on the ring, and disappear, man. That's it.
Good. God.
Not even a little bit. Look, I was checking earlier because, Ryan, I'm sure you'll get into this in a lot of the cleaning the garage and whatnot, but we've been asking people to support the show enter in contests and whatnot. Everybody's pushing with the iTunes and Apple Podcast reviews on Spotify and everything. And we are just like, we're launching up those charts, my friend. Like the little old Xbox podcast we were one of the first, by the way. I'm all over the place, my friend. So right now I need to tell you two things. One, stoked about everybody putting in their reviews because it really helps the show. And what an occasion to go ahead and do that. And you're going to be entered in for a contest, and that's all good. Yeah. But the second thing, Ryan, is, man, nobody was doing an Xbox podcast 300 episodes ago, 6 years ago. There was podcast Unlocked, and I guess maybe you could count like Gamertag Radio. I think that's kind of, I'm sure there's maybe one or two other ones out there, but my goodness, we've been everybody kind of picked up after the fact. We've been here for some big stuff, which we'll go through, but I'm just it's all hitting me all in this moment, Ryan Turford.
It's almost as crazy as starting a Nintendo podcast during the Wii U era, Sean. It's almost that level
too.
Of crazy. Which
it is that.
Fucking too.
Yeah, we started an Xbox podcast during the Xbox One era and a Nintendo podcast during the Wii U era. So there you go, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Your strategy.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, Sean, they all just, they came out to all copy us. That's what happened here. But, man, we got to clear the garage a little bit. So first off, before I get into the usual rigmarole I give y'all for the cleaning the garage segment, I want to bring up the contest because there was some confusion about this contest in the fact that we actually decided to change a couple things with it. So first off, we are, for those that are unaware, we are currently in the process of giving away lots and lots of prizes, it turns out, Sean. More than just two, because we originally had two prizes.
Yes.
Turns out we got more than two things to give away. So the two things we announced already, we are giving away 300 pre-selected ID at Xbox video games that we will be putting on a spreadsheet to give to one lucky winner. Additionally, we are giving away our grand prize, which is, of course, an Xbox 300 or Xbox Drive 300 Xbox Elite Series 2 controller that has this really cool design to it, and that of course we'll be giving away as well. Plus, Sean, what else do we have to give away?
We got Game Pass, baby. We got Game Pass. Yes. We weren't sure if it was going to happen, but our friends over at Xbox Canada, they're helping us out with Game Pass codes. They're not here yet, though. It's kind of an amazing thing. So we are waiting for the codes to come in, which is, it helps us out, I would say. And it helps you out, dear listener. Some of you have been amazing. You jumped on this thing right away. You got your reviews in. You bought your dang T-shirts, which gets you entered into the thing. But for those laggards out there, if you've been like, I'll get around to it, and you haven't gotten to it, you got a little extra time, my friends. Yeah. We're going to give you a little extra time.
Yeah, because originally we were going to do the drawing tonight, like at the end of the show, but because we've got additional prizes coming, we will be doing this. I think at the end of the month we'll probably do this because the shirt is going to be available till the end of the month, and that seems like a good cutoff date for the contest as well. So
I think that's good.
Yeah. So in order to enter, of course, make sure to, tweet it, either myself or Sean or both of us, or let us know in the Discord with a screenshot saying that you have left an Apple Podcast review or that you left a rating on Spotify. That gets you one entry to enter all the different prizes. And then, of course, if you want additional entries, if you buy an Xbox Drive 300 t-shirt, you get 3 entries into the contest as well. You just have to show us proof that you purchased the t-shirt, whether it's when the t-shirt comes in, you take a picture of you wearing the shirt, or just, a picture of some of the email, or, sometimes our store, Sean, when people buy a shirt, it will just send out a tweet saying that you bought the shirt from us. So that's usually good enough too. So make sure to tag us with that information. We will add y'all to the prize list. Of course, Sean now on the stream currently showing off this beautiful controller that we designed. What if y'all is going to win this?
Please be warned. Every once in a while, we're heading in for a 300-minute episode. I am likely to be distracted by my own thoughts, and I might just pull up a window every once in a while, right, and check it out, dude. Who knows what's going to happen tonight? 300 minutes for 300 episodes of the Xbox Drive, man. What I love about this most, Ryan, if I can, is I'm seeing the community really rally around us, like just congratulate us for 300 episodes. Like it's a weird thing that, we've definitely recognized the milestones in the past, episode 200 and, the kind of the bigger ones. But I've always kind of felt like it's kind of navel gazy. It's kind of like self-congratulatory. But 300 episodes, you know what? We're doing the dang thing.
Yeah.
Okay, we got a shirt. And we're giving away a huge prize. We're going to actually go ahead, be not so Canadian here, not so humble. Like, go us. Okay,
Yeah.
300 episodes. It's a long time. Every single week, I think, for the most part. it's a big deal, man.
Some breaks in there for sure. But,
Mhm.
you know, it's the bumps along the way, as one might say.
Oh, nice. Speed bumps.
But for the most part, we've actually been pretty consistent. Like, almost every single week, there's been a show for us. Like, since I joined the show, Sean, I think we've only missed 1, maybe 2 weeks.
Yep.
Ever.
Pretty good.
Since I
Pretty
joined.
good, man. Mhm.
Like, I think most of the misses were actually when it was Dave and Luke, but not me.
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Actually, I think Luke and you were pretty consistent too. I think it was mostly just Dave.
I think my laptop ran out of batteries on one episode with Luke, but
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Actually, that's one of the times that happened with us, Sean, where it wasn't the battery, but I think we lost service and we ended up just canceling the episode.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I mean, it's like, that can be a frustrating thing. You know, you're just trying to make a show and like the internet won't work. Come on, man. How come we can't just go for a drive and record a podcast like anybody else would want to in this world, you know?
Absolutely. I mean, Sean, people were calling for you to go on a 5-hour car ride.
I thought
a 5-hour episode. You could have driven out like almost to Calgary in that amount of time.
Oddly enough, I actually have to drive to Calgary on Friday. I'm going for a big long bike ride. So thank you to everybody for donating to my tour Alberta for cancer. I'll probably talk about that more. Actually, I could talk about it today too. We got lots of time, Sean. We got time. Yeah, I don't know why. It's like it's the old muscle memory. Like we got to get to the what we're playing and to the news and whatnot.
We have 489 minutes left to go, Sean.
We should have like a countdown. We should have a 300-minute countdown down to 0. Yeah, but we'll get comfortable, my friend. I'm standing now. Who knows? I have no dinner plans. I had Pop-Tarts just before this, Ryan. That's what
true, because it's even worse for you because it's like 4 p.m. that we're starting. Whereas for me, it was like 7 o'clock anyway. So 6 o'clock, I ate a little bit early today and had.
Yep.
Because I went to this place, Sean. I don't know if you'd heard of it. It's called McDonald's.
You did. Nice, man.
Well, I mean, it's Xbox Drive 300, Sean. Of course, I have McDonald's today.
I mean, I still have a little bit of coffee at the end, at the bottom of this cup there. So that's from this morning, though.
Yeah. I also had to make sure, of course, that I've got, some drinks. I got myself some water and some Sprite. So I'm going to stay hydrated throughout the show. Setting. Seth, although, throws the idea out there, you can order pizza halfway. Of course, everyone knows that's apparently a rule that everyone knows.
Yes.
But, I mean, Sweet Hangs almost ends up being a 5-hour show almost every time you guys do it. Like, you're approaching that, Sean, with each new episodes at Sweet Hangs. Yeah. So, like, I'm surprised you and Donnie haven't ordered pizza on a show before.
We just kind of go through. So who knows, man? I feel like the one thing about this is like with Sweet Hangs, we just sort of do the thing. And with this one, we're making a deal about it. We're like, this is going to be 300. This is, by the way, 300-minute episode. This is an example. I need to communicate this for everybody who is listening on the Carpool Gaming team. Sometimes y'all can say no to my stupid ideas. I just want to say that much. But I just threw this out there. Like, what if it was 300 minutes and everybody's like, all right.
Yeah, okay.
So here we are, 300 minutes. Man, Yarden or Jarden, if you like, in the chat says, how far is Ryan from Sean? Almost couldn't be further and still be in the same country. Actually, we're very far apart. Yeah. About a 4.5-hour flight. So I don't know, a few thousand kilometers.
You know what, Sean? I'm going to Google it. So
nice.
Fill in some time while I look it up.
All right. Well, Jonathan Brown, also in the chat, asked another very important question. Says, "What flavor Pop-Tart?" This is important. It was a chocolate chip. Here's the wrapper's right here, and you can tell it's for the kids because Chelsea, I think, has written the label on it because it kind of just sits outside of the box. So, am I stealing my kids' snacks every once in a while? Yes, I am. But you know what? I'm riding 215 kilometers for cancer this weekend. So get off my back, all right? Come on, man. Holy cow!
God, well,
you got it over there.
Yes. So, first of all, Sean, if you were to drive here, 33 hours.
Yeah, man.
Take you to get to my place
straight.
Or if you took public transportation, Sean, it would take 4 days. And
public transportation, like what kind of public transportation?
So you would take this. So, for example, if I was coming to you, I would take the streetcar to the subway, and then take a whole bunch of weird buses that I've never seen before to drive northward because Greyhound doesn't exist anymore, Sean. So you can't take Greyhound across the country and do all the other things. Now, in theory, I could take the train and be there in 2 days and 16 hours. So
like via rail, like kind of cross country.
Via rail.
Yeah. Okay, via rail is kind of nice, very classy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'd love to do that, actually. I'd love to do a via rail. Okay, what if we did the Xbox train? What if we just did that? We can do a podcast from
train rides, Sean, very underrated, very fun. I always
Agreed.
enjoy it. Like whenever I go back to visit my folks in London, Ontario, Canada, I could take other means to get there, but I always enjoy taking the train.
The train. I'm all about it, dude. Look, we have Extra Life coming up here in a couple of months in Rome, New York. I often take the train from New York City up to Rome. Amtrak. Who knew? Amtrak, pretty good, man. I like it a lot. Yeah,
no, exactly. Like actually, when I was looking up the trains from here, it's basically like one train goes from Toronto to Rome, New York, and I don't have to really get off or
there you go.
do anything. Like it stops in New York City and then picks more people up, but it just keeps going from there to Rome, which is super cool. So I can see the sights when I go to Extra Life this year. I'm sure we'll be talking about Extra Life more later in the year.
Maybe tonight. We got 5 hours, man. We got lots of stuff to talk about. True. I love the title of the episode, like the best Xbox games for all the consoles, man. I don't even know if we told people what we have in store for them tonight. We're talking about like traveling across the country.
Yeah. Again, we're kind of being very relaxed tonight because again, we got to fill some space. It's a 5 hour.
It feels weird. It feels like we should be moving. We should be moving along.
We have a plan, Sean, because I have a giant, 2.5 page document of all the things we're going to talk about tonight.
Yes.
But it's just one of those things where we'll get to them when we get to them. This is like the Lord of the Rings version of a podcast, the Xbox Drive, Sean. Where, it's fine. It's
the Hobbit version. It's a short book that really is extended throughout to a trilogy. Doesn't need to be, but we're doing it anyways.
Yeah, exactly. We'll get there eventually. In fact, Sean, 15 minutes into the show, I feel like it's finally time to clean the garage a little bit.
Yeah, pin it for later. We'll pin it for later.
Actually, why don't we clean the garage at the end of the show, Sean?
Yeah.
How fun would that be? No, but seriously though, obviously contest, that's really all the things we have to kind of plug anyway.
Oh,
of course,
yes.
Make sure to like, subscribe, share, all that YouTube stuff. And of course, rate us and let us know that you rated us on Apple Podcasts or Spotify so we can, maybe have you win some cool stuff. And of course, support us on Patreon, patreon.com/carpoolgaming. Because we got
just like
ooh,
blah 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 just did, by the way, rejoining back at the exclusive tier. Thank you, blah blah blah. One of my favorite call signs, if you will, Ryan. Blah blah blah. Love that. Of course, man. Welcome back.
Inspired by the grocery store Loblaws. That of course exists.
I don't think that's what it is.
Ontario.
I don't think so.
No.
It's Arrested Development. Isn't that like a lawyer? Oh, Ryan, you gotta watch that, and also you gotta play Vampire Survivors, Ryan.
I mean, I could be watching that, Sean, or I could be watching Dark Angel Season 2.
Dude, that's a different box. Snap, we've upgraded.
It's Season 2, Sean. Because I've also got Season 1 right here, and
there it is, and available now on DVD. Yes.
Available now on DVD. I wanted to, of course, save this for you, Sean, for 300, because I've had this, for about a week now, but I kept it away from the camera because I didn't want anyone else to see that I had this. So then on Xbox Drive 300, we can reveal to the world Dark Angel, James Cameron's.
How many seasons are there? How many do we got to go? Oh, two of two. Oh,
yes. This is the last one. So.
Oh man, Garrett Bless says, "Good Lord."
Yep. So prepare, Sean. Prepare yourself now. You thought this bit was over, but no. Now it's just beginning because now we got Season 2 instead of just Season 1. So please be excited.
Please be excited.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to, before we get off the Patreon topic, Sean, one last thing I wanted to mention, of course, I know you and Seth talked about it on Nintendo Drive, but also if y'all want to get in and, try out the Patreon and see what the fuss is all about with all of the cool exclusive content that we have over there, you can actually join on a free trial for 7 days over on that exclusive tier. And you can just binge all the shows. You won't be able to finish all the Pants shows in time because we calculated that it would take you longer than a week in order to listen to all of them.
That's true.
But in theory, there's a lot there. So make sure to check that out as well if you are interested in hopping in the car with us. Well, without further ado, Sean, because it is, of course, an Xbox Drive episode, let's grab our 8 tracks, pop them in, It's time for the playlist because, of course, we're not going to just not do the playlist.
Cannot do the playlist.
200th episode. We got to do the playlist.
Let's play what's on the playlist. Let's do that for an hour or so. Let's just play whatever's on the playlist.
It's true. We could just do science, Sean.
We could do science.
To do it. But
yeah.
All right, Sean, go first. What did you play?
I'm almost done, Ryan. I have to be almost done. Resident Evil 4. I'm in chapter 13. I'm on the island. I've got to find a bunch of keys. And Ryan, I had one of those moments because you understand what's going to happen in this game. You kind of understand like how it works. And I just before we came on here, I was playing it just to see if I could get a little progress going on. And I kind of solved the puzzle, opened the door, and I'm like, I know that what I just did kind of reset what's going on in this area. There's totally going to be a bad guy on the other side of this door. And there totally was a bad guy on the other side of that door. And it still got me. And I wish this is one of those moments I wish I was actually streaming it or like somebody was there to witness it, because I'm finding the later on I get into this game, when it scares me, instead of like being actually frightened or whatever a normal reaction would be to being scared by a video game or a piece of entertainment, I'm saying to myself out loud, nice. Like, good, you got me. Good one.
Yeah.
Like, I'm actually like, oh my gosh, it's so good, Ryan. I have maxed out my weapons with my knife, my really good pistol, and my shotgun. I've got the exclusive upgrades, and I'm loving it. I don't want it to be over. One thing I will say though, Ryan, among many other things, maybe, I got 40 out of 41 treasures in the castle. Oh, and no. Dude, that bugs me a lot. Yeah. I missed one because you needed like the two people to like climb over. It was one of those kind of situations. So
and you don't have Ashley the whole time that you have her, so you have to like make sure to get it while you have her.
Apparently. And I thought, the whole point is to go rescue her in that. Mm-hmm. So I thought that's where I was going to end up, but I just missed one. So like the achievements are tough to get, is I guess what I'm getting at with this. That's why I was after it.
Well, in order to get all the achievements, John, you have to play the game like 6 or 7 times.
Yeah. It's not easy. And you know what? I won't take that away from the game. I don't believe that like a platinum trophy or a 1K or whatever you want to call it, I don't think it should be like handed over to you. I think you should earn it. Now, how many times did you say you have to play this game?
7.
That's too many times. So maybe that's like, there is an extreme. But yeah, dude, like it's so good. I only have 2 days left with it before I have to take it back to the library. But I also need to ask you this, and maybe anybody else in the Edmonton area: how long past a due date can I keep something before I get in any trouble?
Before they call the cops on you? I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, because I just want to keep it. I want to have it. It's so good.
So then, what kind of crazy fee are you facing if you never bring it back? Like, because back in the day, Sean, with Blockbuster,
the end of late fees.
If you never returned the game, they would charge you 3 times what the game was worth in order to
Yeah, well, I don't know. I guess maybe we will find out. But I do know that there are other games getting ready for me, Ryan, that I can go take out as well. So I think that's really the incentive to take things back, is if you want to rent something else, and if it were books, I can live without that, obviously. Yeah, but for video games,
no.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. So I'm almost done. I think there are 16 chapters. I'm on 13.
Yeah, you're pretty close to the end. So I'm first of all, I'm happy to hear that you're enjoying it, Sean.
Thank you.
And I'm glad that you're finally playing this game, man. And I'm glad the library kind of gave you a chance to play this game that you might not have actually picked up at full price, because it's gonna probably take a year or so before this one goes on sale because of the way it's selling. So yeah, like I'm glad that you got a chance to play it, and I'm excited to pick your brain about the game when you finish it.
Brains,
that'll be pretty soon, like by next week's show, or by the 2 days are up at the library. You should be able to have it finished, probably.
Well, I'm kind of busy tonight. Can't play tonight. I'm a little bit busy.
Really?
But yeah,
well, I'm sure. I'm wondering what you're busy with tonight, Sean. It could be anything.
Could be anything. Man, so fun though. I'm really. Is there another, so with Resident Evil 2, you could play it again as Claire. Like, there's nothing like that with this. It's like, it's just the 6 or 7 times it's the same playthrough over and over.
No, like Resident Evil 2 was is like the only game that they did that. Or I guess Resident Evil 1, they also did that with as well. But they only the first 2 games they did that with. Because with Resident Evil 3, you only play as Jill, and then every game so far after that, you only play as the one character.
Yeah.
Because like in Resident Evil 5, in theory, you have co-op with Sheva, but you never really play as Sheva unless you play co-op.
I never played that one. Not even a little bit. 5 or 6, actually. I skip right to 7, like everybody else in the world.
6 is real. 6 is not good. It's a globe-trotting adventure, and it's ridiculous and very goofy.
A globe-trotting adventure.
Well, because you play as 3 different sets of 2 characters in different areas of the world, and it was it was kind of like the Dead Space 3 of Resident Evil. So
I never played that either. So
yeah,
skipped out on all that stuff.
By God, but Resident
that's
Evil
pretty
4,
much it, though. I think for me,
almost finished. Nice.
Yeah, almost done. Almost done.
So that's for me. I'm like, man, there's so many games out right now, Sean. My backlog's got a ton of games in it from this year that I need to get to. So what have I been playing? I've just been playing World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
Because of course I have. No, so there's a new patch for World of Warcraft that came out this week that added a new support class or a new support spec to the Evoker. It's the very first time they've ever had a spec in the entire game that is support. So it's not damage or healing or tank, which is usually the 3 different roles in World of Warcraft. That has been the roles since World of Warcraft started in 2004. They have a support role now. So there's 4 now. And support, what they do is they damage enemies, but then as they're damaging enemies, they're then buffing up and improving the offensive and defensive capabilities of the other teammates. So it works in like this really interesting and cool way. And I've just really enjoyed it. They only really have it tied to kind of like the one class so far, which is the Evoker, which is the brand new class that they added in World of Warcraft Dragonflight, the newest expansion. But I do like the idea of playing a support, and I want to see more MMOs do this kind of thing, because I think like this idea is super cool. Like we see this in MOBA games like League of Legends, for example. Like there are support heroes in that kind of do the same thing, but we haven't really seen this type of archetype happen in MMOs before or other role-playing games. So it's cool to see here. And I've been really enjoying my time just buffing up my other party members and making them shine more than me. Cause that's kind of my role in the party, is never to be kind of like the star of the show, but to actually like, help the other people in my party kind of shine and do all the good work there.
I see what you're doing, Ryan. You are welcoming our new overlords as they come on in. Welcome the Blizzard overlords. It's okay, Ryan. You can do it. You can embrace it. We don't have to talk about that, but I appreciate you bringing up World of Warcraft, my friend.
Well, I mean, it's also just one of those things where I wouldn't have gone in depth with it if I knew we were trying to rush the show. But because this is more of an easygoing show, and the Xbox Drive currently is kind of our unofficial PC show.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's a PC game, so it's a platform that Microsoft technically runs. So it's out there. But maybe one day, maybe we see World of Warcraft on consoles.
Can you imagine?
I mean, we also got the announcement today, Sean. And again, I'm not going to dive in the news today, but that Overwatch is coming to Steam. So maybe we see World of Warcraft on Steam at some point. I think that would be pretty.
What's with that? Why was that a thing? Why does it need to go on Steam? Like, I guess Call of Duty's on Steam. Yes, is that a thing?
Well, Call of Duty just came to Steam not too long ago.
Okay, so this is starting to happen.
Yeah, this is starting to happen because, like, in fact, older Call of Duties used to be on Steam, and then they pulled them to put them on the Battle.net launcher.
Yeah.
And then now they're making their way back to Steam.
Steam's kind of the place.
Just having one library with everything in it, Sean, is kind of the main reason why people like Steam. So I think
that makes sense.
That's the appeal there, where it's just like, I'd rather launch it from there versus Battle.net and organize in my collection. Just like kind of like how you were mentioning, you had bought some games on GOG and then bought the same games on Steam because you didn't know you had them when you already had them on GOG.
Dude.
Whereas if you bought them on Steam, they would already be in your library and you'd have them.
Well, I now I have them in both places, my friend. I have a bunch of Lara Croft Tomb Raider games from back in the day. I think I've got, what else do I have? I think like an Earthworm Jim game or something like that. Like I'm done with GOG is what I'm trying to say. Unless it's a absolute DOS game, no more GOG. I've got to turn my head away. I have Fear in 2 places. I have Quake 2 in 2 places, man. It's too much, my friend.
Well, even on even with DOS stuff, a lot of the DOS stuff is actually going to Steam as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
Like the only things that are really kind of like exclusive to Steam at this point, or exclusive to GOG at this point, are like some of the old DOS Blizzard games, like Diablo 1 or Warcraft 2.
Oh, really?
Stuff like that, or the original Metal Gear Solid.
Metal Gear.
But like there's a lot of stuff that is DOS based. Like I just picked up Siberia with a C, not Siberia with an S, and then also Phantasmagoria. Those are DOS games, and I got them on Steam, even though they're on that GOG. So
look at that. Well, I have is the Adventures of Willie Beamish on Steam, Ryan? Because that's an old Sierra point and click adventure game that I played back in the day.
I'd have to look that up.
I now have. You mean you don't know that off the top of your head, Ryan?
I don't know if it's on Steam on the top of my head. I've heard of it because there's an Angry Video Game Nerd episode about the Adventures of Willie Beamish.
As there should be. That game is real messed up, man, and it doesn't make any sense. And I can't get past the part. The spoilers for Willie Beamish from like 1989. The babysitter turns into a bat, Ryan, and you're supposed to take care of this bat who's flapping around the house, and I can't figure it out what you're supposed to do with this bat. It's one of those point and click adventure games. There's no way to know what an actual solution
You're
is.
supposed to attach a rubber band to a hose and it's supposed to do something.
There is a vacuum that is part of the solution, as I recall. So who knows? Or maybe I was fooled by that. I kept trying to like suck up the bat with a vacuum cleaner, but apparently that made way too much sense. You know, you probably have to like lure it with some like cookie crumbs on the ground into some sort of trap and electrocute it. Maybe you got to lead it to the bathroom and trap it in the bathtub full of water and then throw the toaster in it with it. You know what I mean? Kind of like that Will Smith movie. Did you ever see that one, Ryan?
Which one?
Never mind.
I don't even know which Will Smith movie you're referring to. I was thinking about Maniac Mansion though, the old point and click Maniac Mansion game from back in the day, because I think there's a similar puzzle to that. Or also there's a puzzle where you have to put a rat in the microwave. And
good God,
yeah, it's a weird game, man.
That's very violent.
Also,
man.
Garrett brings up a good point about why people like stuff on Steam that I didn't mention, which of course was that Garrett wants to play Diablo 4 on Steam so that he can play it on his Steam Deck easily, because it's weird. It's tough to sideload like the BattleNet launcher on Steam Deck.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
No, I mean, you know what? It's good that they're listening, I guess, because they obviously. They likely have a reason to keep it all on battle.net. They don't want to share revenue with Steam, with Valve. So yeah. Does that make sense to you? Like, was it you who was questioning why Steam? I think it was on PSVG. They're like, why is it called Steam? It's like, it's Valve. Like it's Steam coming out of a Valve.
Steam coming out of a Valve, like literally that.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, the 2004 logic with Valve did not need to make sense. Okay.
It's true.
That was bad. Oh, God, it seems so old at this point, John. It's almost been around for 20 years, which is weird to think.
That's crazy. Oh man, that is nuts to think about. Speaking of online digital stores, Ryan, ScheiGuy. One of the things that we could do today is just browse the incredible summer Xbox sale that's going on right now. There's so many games on sale. I've been
saving that in case we needed to pad for time today.
Yes.
So don't worry.
Jump right into it.
It's not just you, but.
There's no padding of time. Look, we got tons of stuff to get to. We keep the show tight every single week, and it's all gonna come out here. Okay, all the things we're tempted to do on a weekly basis is just happening tonight.
You're actually basically getting 5 episodes of the Xbox Drive today.
Pretty much.
Kind of what's happening.
So true. That's so true, man.
Just with no news, essentially. But I haven't even finished the games I've been playing yet.
Oh, snap. We're still in the playlist.
Yes,
okay.
We haven't transitioned yet, because I mentioned on last week's show. I was playing Beyond Two Souls on the old PlayStation. It's also on PC, but I just finished it this week and really enjoyed that game. Like I talked about it on last week's show, where it was a divisive game for a lot of people, where you play as Jodie, and she has like this like a ghost of her dead twin brother that just follows her around everywhere she goes, and she uses him to get her through life, or she gets trained with the CIA, and she's out there in like war-torn countries to assassinate people, and she's out there killing soldiers with this ghost, which is pretty cool. But I really like that game. It's a game that I liked when it came out, but I hadn't played it since the PS3 era, and I just decided randomly just to go back to it this week, and it was really good. Like the story's really good. Like a lot of people were complaining at the time that because of the way that they told the story in the game in the original version was just they jumped around randomly in with Jodie's life, where they're like, all right, now here's her as an adult, then here's her as a baby, and then here's her as a teenager, and then here's her as a baby again, and it's just like it made no sense why they were doing that, and it felt like disjointed. Whereas now, if you play it with the current version of the game, you can just play it in the order of the timeline, which makes the story just make way more sense. And
was it really that bad? Like, it's not like we haven't seen things jump around before, It
was much more jarring than more things that do this type of thing. Because, like, for example, like the thing that I point to that does this really well is Pulp Fiction, the movie Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, exactly.
The fact that it jumps around in time, like, it makes sense when you watch it, why they're doing it that way, and it's not jarring when you watch it. But with Beyond Two Souls, they would reference things that have happened, but you haven't seen them yet, and then they wouldn't show you these things until like 5 hours later in the game, and I'm just like, it was weird. It was weird to play it the first time.
So what you're saying, Ryan, is that you needed a scene in this game with Christopher Walken talking directly to you, the player, about a watch that he had shoved up his ass for 30 years. Yes, you needed that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But seriously though, Beyond Two Souls, really, really good game. Bad. Like, if you like Quantic Dream games and you miss this one on PlayStation 3, this is one on PC I think is actually really, really is a really solid game. Like, up there with Heavy Rain and Detroit, because I like both those games too. So
Ryan, I'm realizing maybe some people have not watched Pulp Fiction. That's a Pulp Fiction reference.
That is
the watch bit. So
100%.
Just need to explain myself a little bit. I'm not just desperately asking for Christopher Walken to do that out of nowhere. There's at least some precedent for this. Yes.
There is actually, one of the, it's just, it's fine. It's fine.
Still, whoa. Like, yeah, I guess.
Yeah. It's a whole
It's an evening show, man. It's a night show.
Xbox Drive After Dark is what we're doing here. And of course, last but not least, Sean, I've been playing Final Fantasy 14 and Magic the Gathering Arena, and you don't need me to talk about those anymore. I mean, it's all the same old stuff. Although I will say, I think I need to put a call out to the community, Sean, because this is something I've been thinking about doing for a while now, but I think
do it
now is maybe the time we finally try and do this, where I've been wanting to put together a weekly Commander group to play Magic the Gathering, the format of Magic the Gathering called Commander, over webcams every single week. And I would love if any other players in the community who have cards and would like to play, I would love for people to reach out to me, or I will create a post in the Discord in the game planning channel, where maybe we put something like this together, because I think I've been eyeing this for a while. The new Lord of the Rings Magic the Gathering set just came out, and a lot of people are really excited about it. So I think now is the perfect time to maybe try and put a group like that together that just meets and hangs out every week and plays.
I like it.
Yeah,
I like it. I don't hate it.
I don't hate it. And while we're on the subject of the playlist, last thing, Sean, I have this game here, Massive Detective Archives Rain Code, which I got the collector's edition for, that I have an unboxing video shot for, that's going up on the channel soon. That is on my list of games to play at this point. It's the new game from the Danganronpa creators, and it's exclusive to Switch. But I'm very excited to play it at some point. I know if Jace was listening, he would be proud of me. He'd be nodding his head.
He's probably recording his own imaginary podcast right now. Ryan, I think Dead Cells might be next for me. I'm not sure. Well, it probably should be, because I would like to play it and join the backtrackers on that. I did buy it on Switch as part of a ridiculous spending spree that I did over there. But I feel like there was another game that I was like, what the heck is next? I had my eye on something else, but maybe if I don't remember it, I guess it's good as gone anyway. So don't think I'm going to do a tournament bracket.
It's not that important anyways, Sean. Like, it's probably not one that you really needed to get to, because, World of Warcraft, Sean, is waiting for you whenever you want to play it. Whenever you want to jump in, we'll get you set up and everything.
When the divorce is final, Ryan, I'll jump into World of Warcraft. Excellent. When single Sean returns to the... I'm not getting divorced, everybody.
For the love of God, Sean. This is what happens when we're off the rails. We're already 40 minutes in the show, and Sean's already talking about divorce.
Yep. Yeah, well, I'm sitting in my basement talking to you for 5 hours.
What's that supposed to be?
Everything's fine. No, everything's fine in my family life. Everything's great.
That's great, Sean. I'm glad things are great.
I need to get my library card. I need to log into the library, Ryan.
While you look for your library card, Sean, because someone mentioned this earlier. Currently, it's 24 degrees here in
Thank
Toronto,
you.
Sean. It's pretty. It's like, even though it's only 24 degrees, which isn't really that warm, it's like super humid outside, and it just feels like gross and sticky here, and it makes me sad.
I don't know why you live there.
I don't know why I live here either, Sean. I mean,
Time
one
to
might
move
say
over here.
it's a terrible idea to live out
We
here.
don't even have lakes over here, Ryan. It can't get humid.
There are lakes in Alberta. There's got to be a lake in Alberta.
My kids, there's at least one. My kids have learned about tornadoes and how destructive they are, Ryan, and I had to settle their nerves a little bit. They're like, "Is a tornado gonna come?" And like it does. Like we had like one tornado here back in like 1989. It was called Black Friday, Ryan. Before it meant sales, it meant death.
Oh my God.
In the summer of Edmonton. I think it was 1990, 1989, something like that. We were winning Stanley Cups and getting tornadoes here in Edmonton. It was a wild time for Edmontonians, my friend.
Nice. I mean, it's also not even referenced in the Black Friday movie, Sean, which came out in 2021, starring Bruce Campbell, of course. It's a horror movie all about Black Friday, because of course it was. Of course, a movie like that exists.
Yep.
But
Bob Blah says, rank the top 10 carpool community members, you cowards.
Are there even? Oh, geez, God. I don't know if I want to play favorites like that, Sean. We could, but I don't know if I want to play favorites.
We'll pin it.
We'll pin it.
We'll pin it for later.
Yeah. All right, Sean. Let's land the brakes on this conversation. It's time for some breaking news. Guess what? There's no news this week, folks. We're not talking.
We ain't doing news. Yeah, that's right. We ain't doing that news this week
because we are shifting into cruise control. Because for the rest of the show, we will be discussing numerous topics as we go through the show, and of course, we have a plethora of questions from y'all, the listeners. So first off, I want to say thank you to everyone who submitted questions this week. We got a lot of really good ones and a lot of long form questions, because it's one of those things where we have more time. So I wanted to make sure to flag to people, hey, by the way, if you have a longer question, now this is the week to ask that. So make sure to throw that in there as well. So thank you so much to everyone for doing that. So first topic I wanted us to cross off, since we are celebrating 300 episodes of the Xbox Drive, I want to celebrate and look back at Xbox Drive, just in general, like how everything started, like why we even started the show in the first place, all that good stuff. So Sean, start us off. You are the one person here of the two of us who's been here since the beginning. So I want you to spin me a yarn. Tell me a tale. How did the Xbox Drive first started, and also like how did you get hooked up with Dave? Because I feel like that's
snap.
How the show started.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely go back to the origins there. Holy cow. Some people might know that I used to do, well, it's sort of on hiatus. Maybe we'll even get to that by the end of the show. Pin it. We the Gamercast is actually, I think, my first podcast that I did, and it was having sweet hangs with strangers from the internet, Ryan. That was the whole purpose. It was me and a bunch of random people that I didn't know from the internet, and gosh, probably within the first 10 to 20 episodes, within the first year, I met the people who would change my life forever, honestly. Bobby Pauls was, I think, episode like 6 or 7 or something like that. And obviously, tons of stuff. We could go on about Bobby for probably an hour of tonight. Probably 100 minutes at least could be dedicated. And maybe that's something else we could do at Carpool Gaming. So we'll pin that too. Could we do like a special tribute for Bobby? I think that would be really special. Like,
I think so. We should
that'd be cool.
Plan that at some point in the future.
Because Bobby, in an incredible way, hopefully make sure to touch on this throughout as we weave the story here, Ryan. Like, Bobby influenced this show in a lot of ways, actually, even though he was the Nintendo guru. The Xbox Drive owes quite a lot, of course, to Bobby Pauls. So Bobby was there. He ensured that I did not stop doing We the Gamercast because I was ready to call it quits. Nobody listened. It was a hard show to do, and it took up a lot of time, all that kind of stuff. So I was ready to quit. Bobby gave me the encouragement to keep going, and eventually, I should look this up, but Dave Moore came on the show, and him and but Dave is just a kind of guy who, if you've had the pleasure of just hanging out with him, you just laugh. Like, he's just a goofball. He's just such a fun personality to be around, and he has, especially back then when I met him at first, like he jumped out to me as having this deep love for podcasting. And as for me getting into it, like, that was new. I hadn't seen anything like that. And he had been podcasting for years, and he had this whole network, and he was just looking for new ideas. He was full of ideas to do stuff. So yeah, I mean, long story medium, I guess. Dave and I were on a Skype call. We're like, man, it'd be really great to be able to like do something more together. And like, yeah, that'd be amazing. But I don't have any time at all. And then realized we were having that call while I was driving to work, like actually on Skype, or I don't even think we had Discord back then. So
back then
might have been Skype.
You wouldn't have had Discord.
Yeah.
But I think Discord was around, but it was very small. And it was definitely not what we have now.
No. Yeah. So like we were just kind of having a call because that was just kind of how it was with Dave. You found yourself talking to the guy all the time. And so, yeah, we're like, well, what if we did an Xbox show? And this could be how and when we do it. Because we were talking about how neither of us really had any extra time, but driving to work, that was time that I had totally open. So Dave kind of put together the technical side of things, I would say. Like he kind of took care of producing it and recording it and everything else. And I called him from my phone. I had one of those iPhone headsets with a microphone on. And at a certain point, I realized it sounded better if I kind of looped one of the headphones kind of under my nose, kind of sitting on my chin a little bit. So
of course,
that's how it works. Instead of just dangling around, my neck or my chest, I had to make sure that the audio quality was as good as it got. But those are the origin days of starting up a show that we didn't think we had time for, and the creativity that came out of doing it from a car and doing it within the commute. Like there were very real restrictions and constraints that we had. That I would drive into work. I'm like, I gotta go. I have a meeting. End of show. See y'all next week. Like that was kind of it. And I also got my McDonald's coffee, which started that whole thing. And I think I want to say it was Skinny Matt. Somebody started like taking pictures of their morning coffee going on the Thursday morning or whatever it was, saying like ready to listen to the Xbox Drive. They got a picture of coffee. And then that became a thing that the community really rallied around, was everybody go like, cheers, good morning, that kind of thing. But yeah, I know I'm rambling here a little bit, but the early days of the Xbox Drive are really special because in face of so much barriers to entry, we kind of we didn't care. And I think people see that from me and maybe don't understand where that comes from. But I kind of often refuse to acknowledge obstacles and hurdles and reasons not to do things. Because it's like, we started the show when there was no time to do it. And there was like, we figured it out, man. Even if it meant I was going to make Dave sit there and wait for me to order a coffee at the drive-thru at McDonald's, like that became a thing.
But then people loved that bit. Like you probably thought at first, well, oh, I feel bad for Dave. But then you didn't realize that everyone listening would be like, that's great. Please do that all the time kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, and actually that's just it. Cause like so much of it was, I don't know what, by whatever rules or whatever standards, like that's bad podcasting. The fact that the audio quality wasn't incredible. The fact that maybe there was a little bit of an awkward bit in it because I'm not actually talking to Dave. I'm trying to like scream at the speaker and God knows what that sounds like. And he's just kind of, hopefully I only have to say it once, so we kind of broke a bunch of the standards, and that set the path for everything I would say that we live by here at Carpool Gaming in a lot of ways, because we just don't care. If there's a reason not to do it, it's like, okay, well, there's just something to work around, really. And I miss the car. I really do. I do wish that that was something that didn't get impacted by COVID, but yeah, I think that's generally the biggest reason. And sadly, somehow my cell phone reception got worse over time, right?
I think that was actually more of a deterrent more than COVID even was changing the show was because of the reception, where it actually, like, whenever I would call Sean, it would almost get worse and worse every week to the point where it's so like, weird. Well, Sean was going to sit at the McDonald's parking lot for the last 10 minutes of the show,
steal their Wi-Fi
to make sure we can, to make sure that we can get through the end of the show, because otherwise you would lose signal on the way back to your house for some reason. Like the signal would be fine on the way to the McDonald's, but on the way back to your house on the same roads, for some reason it would break.
Yeah.
Every time.
So bizarre, man. And life was crazy around then too for me. Like 6 years ago, 2017, my son was born 2017. So like a lot, like my family kind of started changing. My family life really started changing around that time. So it's just still being able to make it work though throughout this whole time has been super special. So shout out to Dave. I do want to, like, that's the one thing hopefully I want to capture that appropriately here. Like without Dave, like there is no Xbox Drive, and who knows what else doesn't happen. You mentioned Quantic Dream, the butterfly effect of what happens, dude.
Just consult the chart. Like where in the chart, like where would it split off? Where would the
I might be in a ditch right now, Ryan. If it wasn't for Dave, I might be 6 feet under. So who knows? He might have saved my life. I don't know. But shout out to Dave. Like because I really admire that a lot about him. Like he's just whatever it takes, like whatever, if the idea excites you, you do the thing. And that's where him and I really, really connected on this show. And you probably have a better sense than me. Like I think we did the show for about a year together until we weren't.
Yeah, because you guys, believe it or not, both Luke and Dave basically had 50 episode runs. Yeah, essentially. So it was,
which kind of was like
a year.
It's like they watched the tape from The Ring, and just time was running out after that. Exactly. So you obviously haven't watched that tape. You
clearly not. No one showed me it, and I haven't gotten a strange phone call after watching the tape saying 7 days.
Oh damn! But the coolest thing about that, and we'll get to Luke as well for sure. But like the coolest thing now is, Dave has the Snack Network, which is just this incredible thing, and a lot of people are loving that. A lot of people who enjoy our content still loving that over there. So you kind of get both now. That's the thing that really excites me, because it can be a painful thing to split like that. But Dave and I still have the hi Dave, hi Sean. Like we still message each other with that, which is very, very sweet, and I really enjoy that. But now people can enjoy the Xbox Drive, the Snack Network, Xbox Expansion Pass, which is just really taking off. So all these things can still exist, and I just think that that's one of the best things about all of this whole journey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's crazy to think about, especially just, again, the technology you guys had to put together to even make this show work. Because like I said, at the time, no one was doing this kind of thing. No one was recording podcasts in cars. Like it was unheard of, let alone a low budget show like you guys. Like
still not happening.
Huge budget. It's like recording something in a car. It's just crazy to think about, like the production of making that, all the moving parts of that actually work back in 2017. Yeah. It still breaks my brain thinking about it.
It must upset some people whenever they're like, maybe we can't do this. I'm like, dude, we can do anything. Okay, we recorded. Yeah. We even unboxed an Xbox in the back of a car, in the back of a truck. True. Anything is possible. Okay, like the idea of this gets into the core of who I am, Ryan. Just like no excuses. Like just get it. If you have the idea, if you like it, just make it happen. You'll be so happy you did. Just try it. Just like who cares? Just give it a shot, man.
Yeah, because at least at that point, if you try it and it doesn't work, you move on to something else. You try something else. If it doesn't work, you move on. But yeah, it's so cool to hear just about, get it more of a perspective as to how the show started, especially because I know we have a lot of new listeners to the show.
Yes.
Even over the last year. So
yeah, man.
It's always good to put that in perspective, because not everyone's able to go back and listen to some of the old episodes. Because again, there's 300 episodes now, Sean.
Well, apparently, go ahead. We're going to say.
I was just going to say on podcast feeds as well. It actually, even though we're on episode 300 now, if you go look at the Xbox Drive podcast feed, it's got like 450 episodes of stuff on there, and we're even missing some of the original episodes too, which are we're working on.
On what are those extra episodes, Ryan? That's up to you. That's you.
That's on the top of
okay. Okay. We'll pin it for later.
It's on my list of questionnaire I was going to ask you, because there's one other question I have to ask you about, John. This is a story that I didn't even know the answer, because I don't think you and I have ever talked about this. But where did the Bowsah come from? Like how did the Bowsah get started? Like how did it become a thing?
Well, I mean, this is a deep, dark secret of mine, Ryan, that I don't know what the hell to do to start a podcast. So I just start screaming at people, just like, the Bowsah came from, it's actually me. This is terrible. I don't think people are going to like this very much. So once upon a time, Eddie Murphy had 2 stand-up specials, Raw and Delirious. And on one of them, maybe both, I can't remember, he does an excellent impression of Bill Cosby. Okay, so this might ruin the show for everybody else.
A little bit. Keep going.
So while he's telling the story and he's kind of doing this impression of Bill Cosby, he kind of does like a, like he kind of like, I guess Bill Cosby did that as part of like a That's what he would say, like, oh, bah. So that it's actually me kind of doing a little bit of that. Like I would just kind of scream the intro, not knowing what else to say, and I'd just go bah, and it just kind of came out one day, man. I guess that's what I was thinking of.
I mean, that's kind of, honestly, I thought it'd be something weird like that, and it was even weirder than I expected. But in fact, to Lachlan's point, this is where the show gets canceled. But no, like, it's very much different than that now, where you really
Look, I'm not doing Bill Cosby. I'm doing Eddie Murphy doing Bill Cosby. There's a difference.
Exactly. Not only that, but it's also just like, too, it's like, well, what's the noise a car makes? Like when a car squeals out of
that's what it's kind of actually turned into after Bah. It also definitely, Seth has it right here. Kid Rock's Bah with the Bah, which I've let it morph into that on some intros. I would say like, welcome to the Xbox Drive, bah, what the bah, the bah, the bang, the bang, diggy, diggy. Like I would do that too, my friend. Yeah. Yes. He's blah, blah, blah. Wow. Didn't know this was the final episode too.
Well, it was a good run. 300 episodes was great. I think that's, no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we had a good run, folks. Thanks for coming by. My goodness gracious.
It's fine. Tune into the Nintendo Drive for all your Xbox news.
And just like so many other things, Ryan, just like the Weatherman on the Moose and all these other things, like the community kind of helped make it a thing. Yeah. Like I did it maybe once or twice, and then people like would spell it out, and to see it kind of as a word, it's like, okay, so how many W's are in Bah? And it wasn't even spelled like, I was just making a noise, dude.
We don't even have a canonical, like, actual written out version of that word at this point, Sean. Like we don't have like the definitive way to spell Bah at this point.
Right. And shout out to, again, whoever, there's so many wonderful people who've been part of our community over the years, but somebody pointed out like Xbox. Like I think that's so good. That'd be a great shirt that we could do one day too. So yeah. And we got to find those original episodes. You alluded to, so many episodes being on there. We are missing that first year on the podcast feed. I do want to get that. I got to figure that out because it isn't that hard to find the first instance of Bah. But currently it's not on the feed. We will sort that out because I wanted to feature that today. But yeah, I don't have the first Bah. It's not the first episode. It's like 20 in when I just kind of go nuts.
It took a while to get there because I remember like 2 years ago going back and listening to some of the old episodes to prepare for episode 200. Yes. So I could have some fun facts to pull up, but and I don't remember. Yeah, you're right. Like I knew it took like a while for you guys to get to the Bah phase.
Yeah. So weird, but it's also just that happens because of Dave too, because we were just doing stupid stuff all the time. Like we did not look. And I don't know if we really take ourselves all that seriously now, but we especially didn't take ourselves seriously in the beginning days.
You think? Because I had to do this for a second, Sean, because I remember I of course was instantly reminded when you started telling me about you guys ending an episode abruptly and then putting car crashing noises at the end of the episode, and I was just like, of course you guys didn't. It was so weird back then. Just like, there would be weird and random stuff like that in the episodes. Like it was totally,
I love it though. I love it. And like Dave would have like half the time Dave would be like, well, we'll talk about a game, but like that game's stupid, like it sort of became a thing on that front as well. But like then people started listening, and this is an interesting thing. I don't like, maybe you can jump in here as well, Ryan. Like when we were being just silly, stupid podcasters, we had like our friends were listening, like people who we had known for a long time. And that was great, but we felt safe in being stupid. But then Xbox started listening. Xbox Canada started responding
I remember the moment, Sean, when it was on Twitter, because you mentioned the shot of people showing their coffee and listening to the show, and Xbox Canada tweeted saying they were with that thing where they had the coffee, the McDonald's coffee, and the iPod, I guess, or phone listening to the show. Which was
man, that was a moment, like just seeing it. And the other thing too about like seeing people with their mugs, like oftentimes it would be them in their homes or whatever. Like, so you kind of got to see the Xbox Drive show up in other people's lives. And there's something to that, man. That can, I don't know, it can change things. But the reason that I bring it up is we were doing this stupid show and we were just having a whole lot of fun doing it our way. And then you realize that Xbox Canada is listening, and there can be a temptation to change in a way, or to like go, maybe we should be a more proper podcast or whatever. And maybe there's certain elements and certain times that people can listen back and go like, maybe we started leaning more one way or another, as far as like, were we trying to be more proper? But I'm pretty proud that I still scream at the beginning. Like we didn't get rid of that. And there's been temptation about that. Is that stupid? It feels kind of dumb. Not gonna lie. Like it feels kind of silly. Sarge was in here saying that they, and I'm sure many others heard that going like, what is this guy doing? But we really stuck with it, man. We've got a silly sense of humor and silly sense of what a podcast should be. I think that goes to show how we've covered or not covered the ABK stuff. You know, we've really we get to choose what we do around here, and that goes back to the Dave days as well.
Yeah, like there's no plainer example of that than when, just a couple of weeks ago, where we could have made like the super, click-worthy thumbnail and title of the show being all about ABK, but instead we were just like, Barbie comes to Xbox, and here's Barbie on the thumbnail and stuff like that, because that's very much something that we would do. Also, Yarden's question coming up here, is Sean and Ryan's first episode still there? Got to go back and listen. It is. I will actually shout it out later in the show. But yes, it is.
Oh, nice.
It's actually still there. In fact, it's episode 105. It's called The One with Ryan Turford, in reference, of course, to Friends.
Yes, thank you. Yes, you get it, Ryan. Yes. Well, and even that, like, maybe there's a conversation to be had with the team. Like maybe we go back to taking ourselves less seriously. We hit 300. Who cares? Like these titles that are trying to get people to watch, who cares if people watch? Like, I don't know, man. I'm so torn. I'm so bipolar on that front, because obviously we want to grow shows. Like who doesn't? But there's also something like, there's something fun about just who cares. Title the episode whatever you want. Like, I don't know. It's super fun.
I mean, that's kind of the way I look at it. I mean, I'm also just the more serious person of the two of us, which kind of bounces out, because I'm kind of like the Victor Lucas, and you're basically the Scott C. Jones of the two of us.
Nice. I'll take it.
That's kind of who you and I are. I mean, I could have called you the Tommy Tallarico, but that's weird. No.
Does that mean we're going to record an episode in a hot tub together, Ryan? Did you ever see that one?
That means we're going to record an episode all about the Intellivision and Miko, Sean. And then talk about High Heat Baseball 2003.
Yeah. God. All right. For anybody who remembers not only like the most recent, but the very old days, the deep cut of Reviews on the Run and EP Daily.
Yeah. Oh my God. I love too that Vic, by the way, is still going back and actually uploading those old episodes.
Yeah, man. Victor Lucas also huge inspiration for all of this.
He was at one point even a guest on the Gamercast too.
The Gamercast, that's right. Yes, man.
Just like I think I've told this story before, but the very first press event I ever went to was for the Nintendo Switch preview event. Before the Nintendo Switch was coming out, they went to all the major cities in North America. Nintendo did, and they set up booths for press to go to play all 30 Switch launch games and launch window games. And it was I was going up the elevator, and Victor Lucas was in front of me, and we chatted it up inside the place. And it was super cool hanging out with Victor Lucas at my very first press event. It was so weird, but also,
you could have retired right there, Ryan. Could have been done.
I just retired on top. And then the next press event I met at Boone and hung out with Cardinal Fischel. So
wow,
that's just how things go.
Look, Canadian legends left, right, and center.
Look, I mean, this is a story I haven't really told too many times, but Drew McMillan and I went to the Injustice 2 preview event, and there's actually a picture of us there playing Injustice 2 with Cardinal Fischel, just watching us play, and just like so into us, having a match of Injustice 2 that he had to make sure to kind of play a game with us after we were done playing, and it was super fun. It was super cool. That's where I met a lot of the people in the Toronto community too, was at that event.
That Toronto community is bopping, man. And we are looking at that Fan Expo. I think, are you going to Fan Expo, Ryan? Is that a confirmed thing?
I have to work the weekend, but I work across the street from the Fan Expo Convention Center. So I will literally walk across the street to go to my work at 3 p.m. every day.
Okay.
But I will be there every day.
You give me that public transit route to get there? Route or route? What's the Canadian way of saying it? Am I being stupid? Route?
Yeah, it's downtown Toronto, so yes, all the public transit goes there.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Streetcar,
I'll leave now.
Subway, yeah. Well, it's fine. It'll only take 4 days.
Sounds good. I got time, man.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. So I don't even know where we went.
Dude, okay, wait, one more story about Dave. We had an episode called the Xbox Walk, and Dave, I was at home. Dave went for a walk.
Oh, I forgot about that.
And actually went into a McDonald's on the episode. So like we've done it all, you guys. Yeah. Like we just like I don't know.
He told that story on the Xbox drive.
That's right. Yes.
He did with Ethan Skinny Matt during Carpool
Yes,
Gaming Day.
Carpool Gaming Days.
Because he mentioned too, like the way his like microphone was picking up stuff. It picked up literally everything. You were not
so
amused
good.
by all the stuff and all the audio was picking up when he was walking around and doing stuff. Oh my god.
Yeah, like that's the kind of like every now and then, just a random time. I feel like, I don't know, there was an ability for us to be very spontaneous back then. And I don't know, I guess I kind of try to bring that every once in a while, and it probably breaks your brain to a certain degree. But like there's, like I don't know, Dave and I just, you never know. The fact that it even worked, like technically, that it actually recorded and it showed up on podcast feeds is a bloody miracle, honestly. Yeah. But we had a ton of fun. We still have fun. Like this is such Bowsah's in the chat here saying this is already my favorite episode. This is so fun. Like that's what it's all about.
Oh, you know, we're kind of channeling the Nintendo Drive energy a little bit here, Sean.
Dude, by the way, did you listen to the Nintendo Drive last night?
I haven't had a chance to listen to it yet, but I saw Miles of Amanda on
Miles of Amanda.
Very excited because I check out her streams all the time. She doesn't know this because I always lurk in the chat. But I always check her out because she's doing some good stuff over there. And
active in our Discord, dude. Oh my god, she did amazing. It was so great, and also part of the post show as well. It was one of those things like I wanted to have her on the show. I reached out to Seth and Lachlan. I'm like, we got to get this girl on the show, man. And we ended up lining it up to the exact show that I wasn't going to be on. So that was a bummer for me. So we're going to have her back on at least once, my friend.
Yeah. Just as an excuse to bring you back on to be there with you there.
Yeah. No, she's amazing. That was such a fun show to watch as a listener and as a fan. Like it's an interesting thing that we really don't get that much of an opportunity to do. You and I, Ryan, to like step away from the shows that we're on and listen to it being done by somebody else for a week or two. Yeah. You know, there's breaks that happen, but yeah, I don't know. It's this reaffirming thing that we're on the right track, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. In fact, like with this show in particular, it's not, I'm trying to think of a time since I joined the show where the listeners would have listened to the show when I wasn't here. Like once or twice.
I'm hard pressed to remember.
It's like I've been here pretty much every week since then. So
yeah, it's usually me going off and doing something.
That's true. Exactly. But so Sean, I got to ask about this before we get to me, because I got lots of things because I have a part where I'll talk about a lot. But Sean, after Dave, tell me about how you met up with Luke. Like, how did that all get started?
This is where Bobby Pauls comes in. Right. Okay. So after Dave, I still wanted to do the show, but I wasn't sure like who's going to be on the show. And actually, I don't even know if this is something that we've talked about. This might be an exclusive, but it was going to be Bad Bit. And I don't even think he was calling himself Bad Bit at the time. But I had my eyes set on Mr. Joseph, and it was Bobby who nudged me, and he was like, "Hey man, I think it was like on my birthday or something, or like we were playing and Luke was playing with us. We were playing some games and Luke was just on this run. He was just talking all about the Xbox ecosystem. And I think like Phil Spencer, all these people, like he was just, his love and passion for Xbox was on full display. And Luke just, if for anybody who doesn't listen already, and they should listen to the Xbox expansion pass, like he just has this really, I think he has like a very unique voice. I don't think anybody really sounds like Luke. He's very articulate. He's very smart. He's with a splash of passion in there as well. He's very academic, I would say, and like very diligent and disciplined. And that all comes through in his podcasting. And it came through that day, that evening when we were all playing games, and Bobby nudges me and goes like, "That's your guy. Like, if you don't see it, you're an idiot." Basically, and that's kind of how Bobby talked to me, I guess. And that's really what it was. And when Bobby said it, Bobby had this way of doing things that when he said a thing, it was clear as day. Like if you ever had any question or ambiguity about anything and Bobby shed some light on it, it wasn't unclear any longer. It was clear. So yeah, I reached out to Luke, and he was quick to join on, which was great. And I remember both with Luke and with you, switching after Dave, I remember people commenting very quickly, the chemistry is there right away. And I thought, well, of course it was. Like I didn't expect any difference, but I guess that can be a thing, is you can jump on a podcast with somebody and it not be like a natural fit. But it was with Luke, and it was with you, of course. But Luke and I, I would say we had a different show than this. Like I think it was refreshing for quite a lot of people who were used to the silliness that me and Dave had. The show shifted towards more of the serious, more formalized podcast, I think, with Luke. And yeah, man, that's kind of how that started. But yeah, I think we had a year, like I said, about a year together with that one.
Yeah, because I was going to say, like, I remember us telling this back on an old Yumi Capri podcast. You told me a similar story, because it's something similar happened. We'll get to me in a bit, but how I joined the show too. So it's just funny to hear, like, you just had Luke just ran a random game with you, and he was just randomly talking about Xbox stuff, and you're like, oh, he seems like
there he is.
Fit. Like,
there he is.
That's so random. Like if he just happened to join some other game of Xbox, or if he hadn't just joined in that, like what would be where would be the timeline split on the
totally
dream kind of timeline thing? Because it'd be so weird to think about Xbox Drive without Luke at one point. Right? Like,
Bob Blah in the chat says Insipid Ghost era is when I jumped into the carpool, and that's when the intro kind of changed as well. I remember the very first episode Luke was on there, and I'm just kind of going through the motions and kind of just improv'd it. Like I'm on a Skype call with my friend Luke Lore, the Insipid Ghost. Like that was the intro. And hey everyone, it's me, Sean Capri. I'm in my car, and you're listening to the most horsepowerful podcast on the internet. It's the Xbox Drive. I'm on a Skype call with my friend Luke Lore, the Insipid Ghost. And on our journey today, like it all came from there, man. So when it transitioned to you, I needed that beat. I still needed to go like Ryan Turford, something like the Insipid, like the man
have a cool nickname like Luke does. So
I should have said it with it. Luke Lore, MLS Reserves on Twitter. For anybody who remembers that. His old Twitter. His old or Mixer.com.
That was what it was before.
Yeah, his Twitter.
He was still twitch.tv/Insipid Ghost, but he was
Mixer.
Reserve.
Mixer.com/Insipid Ghost.
You're right. You're right. I forgot. Mixer.com.
Mixer.com/Insipid Ghost.
It melded into my brain.
Lurk at your leisure. Yeah.
Good God. But
probably playing Crackdown 3.
Yeah. Dude, that's such a crazy story about how you guys actually came together like that, and just how random that just happened to be. So,
I never actually put it together like that. You're like, maybe I'm telling the story in that way that why wouldn't it hit me? But yeah, like, what if he wasn't there?
What if he didn't show up that night?
What if he didn't play? Holy crap! And for people who like, I kind of jumped over this part. Luke was on We the Gamercast before that, just like you were on We the Gamercast, just like Dave was, just like Bobby, like so many others. So Luke and I got to know each other quite well during that episode. I don't know if you remember that one, but I was not going through some very good times. And Luke had this way of, I don't know, it was a weird thing. I remember that day very clearly where I'm like, I need to talk to somebody about something. I was not in a good place. And with We the Gamercast, there's no agenda, there's no notes or anything. You just have a conversation with literally like with a stranger from the internet. And I almost would have felt bad, but I needed it so badly. But like, I really just dumped a lot of my emotional stuff on him that day, and he was totally there for me, man. Like that meant a lot in the moment. It means a lot to me right now, and he's been there for really tough times as well. I'll never forget when Bobby passed. Like, he was the one who just like called me up because that's what I needed, and he somehow just knew that that's what should happen. So he's such a stand-up guy, man. So shout out to freaking Luke Lore, dude. Holy cow.
Yeah, absolutely. And yes, for folks that are new to the community or don't listen already, go listen to Xbox Expansion Pass. He's kind of like, that show's blowing up too. I don't know if you saw that, Sean. In fact, I was reminded of it because you were sharing the screenshot of like how we were moving up the Spotify charts, and we're just over Xbox Expansion Pass, like right, we're side by side. So yeah, it's just cool. Like, again, if for anyone who kind of misses that Luke flavor, like, it's there. Like, you can go listen to his show, and now he does it with Captain Logan, and like, I love that he kind of does his own thing now too. And he's definitely like, of all the co-hosts on the Xbox Drive, he's definitely like the most serious one. So it definitely makes sense why the show would take more of a serious direction. Whereas like you and I, like, we do the serious thing, but we're also kind of silly at the same time.
We're a mix. Like, we kind of the pendulum swung, I think, from one way to the other, and now we've kind of landed somewhere in the middle. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, not quite so like academic, and Luke is best suited for that. Like the show that you end up, and Captain Logan's right here in the chat as well. Like that's a podcast that is it continues to and will continue to grow in its ability to like break news and to get stories in a way that nobody else is doing. Like we certainly are doing it. We'll never endeavor, I don't think, to do anything quite
That's
like
just
that.
not us. That's not our thing.
Yeah, he's just, and it's exciting to him, and people really love the stories that come out of it. So that's another one. You know, we pride ourselves on doing something different. I'd say Luke has that same spirit. Luke and Captain Logan as well. Like they do it different, man. They and proudly as well. So that's
especially those interviews he does. He does really, really good interviews. And there's not many podcasts out there that are just interview focused or have or do as nearly as many interviews as Luke does. So he definitely is doing the hustle out there. Like he should put up one today actually.
Do the hustle.
There was this like cloud streaming retro game service that just came to Xbox today. And he had the founder on the show.
So cool, man. Should we hear from Luke? We got a little
we got a little bit of video from Luke. You wanna roll that, John?
Let's watch the video. Okay, hang on a second here.
Hey, Xbox Drive, Luke Lore here, the Insipid Ghost. I just want to say congratulations on 300 episodes. It's an incredible achievement. I am privileged that I played a very small part in helping you guys get there, but goodness knows you have cultivated and created an incredible gaming community and one that I hope you all are proud of. Cheers to 300 more. Thank you guys for being the best in the biz. Take care.
Oh, look at how nice.
Too humble.
That young man is. Yeah.
Too humble. Very handsome. Very good. Yes. Did not play a small role. Played a significant and very important role in getting us here. So, yeah, man. I love that all the shows can still exist. Love that was a point in time. You know, we covered some really great news while and great moments in Xbox history while Luke was part of the show. So thank you, Luke Lore, the Insipid Ghost. Thank you for sending that video in, my friend. Yes, Mixer.com. So good.
I think Mixer started and left the scene in the span of when this show existed, John.
I'm just sorry to people who are watching. Apparently you couldn't see the video. That's cool.
We saw the video here, but
yeah, they could hear it. So. Yeah. All right. That's awesome. All right.
I mean, I don't know. We'll figure something out. But Sean,
we have another video that who knows if that's going to work. So
that's
cares,
true.
Man.
Well, yeah, I sent you that video, by the way, Sean.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, cool. So, other than that, Sean, of course, the origins of the show. Now it's my turn, Sean.
To
tell my origin story. But, I haven't told the story in a while. So I figured, I should roll this into like how I even got my start in podcasting and how we ended up meeting up. Because in a lot of ways, that kind of, is tied together in a lot of ways. So I actually started podcasting in 2014 over on the Game Moose podcast, which is a very Canadian podcast that I did with my coworker, Drew McMillan, because Drew and I both work at the same TV station. And we just happened to be talking every single day at work about games and just having fun conversations about games. And we're like, well, one day we were just like, well, why don't we just record these and put them out on the internet for people to go listen to? So we ended up doing the podcast in person at Drew's apartment. He had this whole like audio board set up and everything. Like I would basically just go over to his house. We'd sit down in front of the mics and talk about games every week. And in a lot of ways, our show, it kind of reminds me of PSVG in a lot of ways, where it was very much like 3 to 4 hours when we were first starting with pretty much no plan. Like we would have news that we would talk about, but there wasn't really structure there. It was just talking about whatever video games we kind of felt like talking about and just having like a super fun time doing that. And the way that Sean and I actually got connected was because we actually brought in a third third host named Brock McLaughlin, who of course people might be familiar with on the old Twitters over at Brock McLaughlin. He actually works over at Spin Master now, but he was looking to get into podcasting and we were looking for a third person. And Brock at the time was doing, random YouTube videos about video games. And when I saw his stuff, I was like, oh, Brock seems like he would be a fun person to have on the show. And like he brought the goofy energy to the show.
Oh yeah.
Like he was like more unhinged in a lot of ways than Sean is sometimes when it comes to the goofiness in a lot of ways. Where entire shows would just get derailed, without notice kind of thing. But interestingly enough, when you were talking about We the Gamercast and like the first couple people you had on that show were kind of some of the people that influenced you the most, like he was like your first guest, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was right there. Him and Bobby, I think, were like back to back. Yeah. And both were just like looking to meet people, which was fascinating to me. But yeah, Brock was right in there. You're right. He plays a big role in this for sure.
Yeah, like he was the type of person that would always, try and meet tons of people, like to build this connection, but also just like to help people out too. Like I remember Brock being super helpful. Like it's the main reason why we got invited to press events, or how we got introduced to so many people in the Toronto community. It was all because of Brock and his just, immense generosity to anyone else that like if he saw someone who needed help, like he's definitely the type of stand-up person that always likes to help people, whenever he sees it or whenever he sees someone needs help. So
I remember I would get mad at him because I'm like, dude, there's no way for me to pay this back to you. Like I cannot, there's no way to return the favor. But one of the things I think you and I both try to do is like, if that's the case, we try to like pay it forward for sure. Like in order to help somebody else out in that way. Maybe not even in the same way, but I don't know. That always was on my mind. Whenever Brock would do something for someone else, it's like, dude, like there's no way that could ever be returned. So it was very selfless, I would say, at least from my perspective. It was very nice of him to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. So it turned out with like Sean, you had Brock again on We the Gamercast. And that was around the time when he had joined Game Moose. And that came up, and that's how you started listening to our show. Like you were a listener of our show for the longest time.
Love that show.
Living to that show every week. And it was, again, so weird and goofy, but and the fact that we had any listeners at all was just surprising to me.
No, it was great. Drew, especially, like number one, I saw in you your ability to like host a show and to have people who like Drew would go on about like why the most rare items in a game like Destiny was the color purple. Like, do you remember that chat?
The
like
lore, him telling me all about the grimoires, which are like the storytelling lore items, and like going on, like doing like a 20-minute lore piece about Destiny. And I'm just like, I don't know what you're talking about at all, but sure,
so good though. So good. But you were able and Brock is as random as I am, if not more. And you were able to still like keep the show going and on the rails. And I was like, okay, that's what I need. Like, that's what cause I'm just such a, I'm the one driving the car. I needed someone to drive the show, as we used to say. And so that was you, but that was clear in Game Moves. And I really enjoyed listening to that show, man. Like that's, I don't know. I don't want to make it painful or anything, but like,
no, it's not
definitely miss
painful.
that
In
show.
fact, again, it was a very fun show for me to do. And I mean, again, it actually still exists on the internet, pretty much in its entirety at this point. But it was a very fun show to do every single weekend. And it was also cool and unique because it was in person. Like not many of our smaller indie podcasts are able to be in person and have like a nice, like in-person setup. But, but that was one of the unique strengths that we played, was the fact that we were all in the same room every single week. Like it really wasn't until like the last couple episodes where we were doing anything remote, or if we had guests on, because Bobby was on that show, you were on that show. Whenever we had,
I was live with you though. We recorded live together at least once.
Yeah, we did. In fact, Sean, I remember this. We did We the Gamercast cross Game Moose,
man.
Where I remixed the We the Gamercast and the Game Moose intros together.
Yes.
And this is a weird thing. And then at the end of the show, when you'd be like, all right, it's time for Jason. Instead of doing Jason from Heavy Rain, I did Jason from Friday the 13th on NES.
Terrifying.
And that's how we ended the show.
Terrifying.
In such a weird way. Because again, I wanted to do this like crazy crossover episode on both our feed and your feed too at the same time.
We should do things like that. Like this is such a great thing for us to be doing right now. I don't know if it's terrifying for you to hear me say things like that, but it's like, I don't know, like what other stupid stuff can we do? Like why? I don't know. You kind of get into a routine, I think. And I want to mix it up a little bit. We can, Kevin Ainsworth is in the chat here from Save the Game Media. And good to see you, my friend. But like, there's all sorts of different creators out there that we could do weird stuff with, as long as they're up for it too, of course.
Oh, exactly. Like we did something similar. And the only thing we've done since with Carpool that's like that was we did a crossover episode with Xbox Empire with Yumi Rain and Donnie. We did an episode once that was like that, but you're right, like we could do more creative things like that.
I think so.
But on Game Moose also, one of the cool things about being in person and being in Toronto was we could have a lot of cool guests come by. Like we had Sean Hatton come by on the show. We had Camille, who's just blowing up right now in the esports world. She came by. Marissa Roberto was on the show with us in person. Like we've done like a lot of shows in person with guests, and that was like one of the coolest things about doing that show. And it's one of those things where it's like if Sean and I lived in the same city, I would actually push for us to do the show in person like that, because
Yep.
it brings such a unique flair to doing the show.
Get on over here, Ryan. Come on.
Yeah.
Move out of there. Pack up all those seasons of Dark Angel, James Cameron's Dark Angel, pack them into the boxes and get on over here. Dave Moore has entered the chat. Get to see you, Dave Moore. We were waxing poetic about the Dave days on the Xbox Drive, my friend.
For sure.
Let me know if you're free, by the way. If you want to jump in, Dave, feel free.
Yeah.
No pressure, but we have a link
Absolutely.
for you if you want.
Yeah. So because, Sean and I podcasted together a little bit, eventually when it's time to look for someone else for the show, like I was very surprised, honestly, when Sean kind of reached out to me, because at the time, I was still doing Game Moose when I joined the Xbox Drive, but we had kind of moved to like a monthly version of the show just because Drew and my schedules weren't really lining up anymore at that point. So it was just harder and harder for us to do the show. And I remember, Sean, at the time, you were a little bit worried that like I was not going to be like, I was just not interested in podcasting anymore, or that you thought that I might not.
I would understand for sure.
But no, as soon as you told me like you had the idea for maybe me join the show, I was like, yes, please. Like, that sounds like it'd be super fun, especially because I'd always enjoyed podcasting with you before.
Yeah.
Just on the Gamer Cast or whatever. So it was like, of course, I was just very excited at that opportunity, especially being like a listener of the Xbox Drive, because I hadn't been listening since the Dave days. My very first time listening to the show was maybe a couple episodes after Luke joined, was when I first started listening. And then of course I went back and listened to all the old episodes with Dave. So like it's just it's one of those things where I transitioned from being a fan of the Xbox Drive to then being on the show, which is just like such a cool experience for me. I love getting to be a part of that process and being part of the show. And now y'all are stuck with me because Sean is never going to be able to get rid of
made it past that dreaded episode 50.
You were a little bit worried for a bit there, but no. I'm here to stay, and honestly, it's been great ever since. So that's kind of my kind of background and kind of how I joined Xbox Drive and how we kind of got together.
It's kind of amazing that like it really hasn't changed. Not that I would expect either of us to leave, but like we never added a third person really ever. I don't even think we gave it any more than 30 seconds of conversation ever. Like it wasn't really any.
Well, I think part of that played into the format of the show, because the format of the show has changed a little bit from when we started. But when we started, it was very much, we got to be done this in 40 minutes or else we're not going to be able to post this. And that's just tough to do with 3 people. Like that's the main reason why, like, because people have asked us before, maybe look into getting a third person. But that's the main reason why we didn't for the longest time. Cause like we would have guests on the show, like, but the odd time Donnie would stop by, like we would be rushing to get through everything just to actually get through the show in the 40 minutes we needed to get through, especially in the car. Like we couldn't do really more than 45 minutes at the car was basically the breaking point, right?
Well, and you know what else too? Shout out to Mark Carabin, longtime friend of Carpool Gaming, been there since really the beginning, introduced to me through Bobby. Mark used to do a show called the Warp Whistle Podcast, which was a Nintendo podcast, one of the best around, even to this day. I don't even know if it's still, if you can listen to it now. If you like, just search it up. Warp Whistle Podcast, so good, short podcast. So the reason I bring him up is because, like, I don't know if when Dave and I were originally talking about this, if I would have thought that was like, quote unquote, like allowed to do a short podcast, but Mark showed me it's actually a really good idea. And it kind of creates this another constraint that forces you to be creative in a variety of different ways, certainly forces you to like get to the point. And that's the one thing that, certainly is not what today is about. We're not getting to the point. But that's something that I think we've honed in on our craft of podcasting through that weird constraint that we kind of put on ourselves. Like you can't linger on a topic and go like, eventually get to your point or whatever you want to say. Like you kind of have to be a little snappier when you limit yourself to a 40-ish minute show. And I really appreciate that, because we did it to ourselves to really.
Yeah.
So
it's also part of the reason why, like when we were doing this episode, just at the beginning, we were like both kind of feeling antsy, like we needed to rush through things on the show.
Get on to the next thing.
That feeling's there. In fact, now we might actually ruin ourselves, John.
Ruined.
Or when we go back to the normal format where it's like, oh crap, well, I guess we got to be snappy with all this stuff now. I'm not used to that. I'm used to having 5 hours to play with. at this point.
I mean, that's the thing. Like between this show being on the shorter side, the Nintendo Drive being somewhere around an hour, hour and a half kind of thing, hour 20 or so, and Sweet Hangs being 4 hours long. Yeah. I guess this is kind of why, for me personally, like this is why I end up doing so many different types of shows, because I will not be satisfied by just one format, Ryan. I need many formats. Yeah. Okay, I'm not going to go there. I need many. Okay, need the variety. Yes,
all the variety.
Yarden says keep this format 5 hours every week. I mean, that's Iron Lord's podcast right there.
It's literally Iron Lord's podcast.
Every single week, man. Those guys, they go the distance. It's very cool.
I was gonna say if Cog is now, Sean, he'd be like, yeah, this is just like you guys, this is amateur hour. You guys are just doing what we do every week.
Mm-hmm. That's just Sunday, man.
Yeah, exactly. The Lord's Day, is one might say.
Yes, so good.
But yeah, so let's talk about some of the other things that have changed about the shows. Obviously the technical setup of the show has changed over the years. Going from the car inside the house, like to the point where you had like iPod headphones, I think you had to start with, right, Sean? Or like something similar.
Yep.
Like
the mic was just like the
and then you somehow found that headset that you have that apparently is better than a lot of people's just normal microphones.
Oh, I bought it specifically. So when Luke came on the show, things had to change because Dave took care of all the recording and stuff. And so I had to figure out a way to tether internet from my cell phone to my laptop, which I then called Dave or Luke on Skype, I think at the time, recorded everything on my laptop, which meant I needed a headset. So I bought it was like a $50 Sennheiser something for Skype is actually like the name of the product. And dude, I think that headset sounds amazing. Actually,
it is. It's one of like it sounds better than like most like at least intro microphones that you'd have like at
for
home.
Sure. Yeah.
If not, middle end ones. Like it's actually like a really good microphone.
You throw a compressor on it afterwards and a little bass boost and noise reduction, and it sounded pretty decent, man. And I could scream at it too. Like that was the other thing. I could do my intro and it wouldn't pop or anything. It wouldn't, I don't even know the audio terms of it, but it wouldn't pop out, top out, red line, whatever else.
Yeah. You wouldn't go over, Sean, but and then from there, once you get that headset, that we also, of course, wanted to do video eventually, because one of my things when joining the show was I wanted to take us in the direction of video, because that was one of because my passion has always kind of been making videos or doing video-based content, even if the content didn't really need to be on video. I wanted to show people the fact that we were actually in the car and this was actually a thing that we were doing. So,
people didn't believe it, even though like we made a point to go to the drive-through.
Yeah, well, your headset was so good, Sean, that people accused us. I remember people actually accusing us of being like you taped the McDonald's conversation ahead of time and you were just playing off the recorded conversation.
Well, it's funny because that's something Dave and I used to talk about, where like we almost didn't want to improve the audio quality on my side, because it was just part of what made the show is like this. You're in a car, but also people should know, like, it's actually an excellent place to record audio, by the way. Like a vehicle, it's padded. This is basically like your nice padded personal little studio. It's awesome. So you don't get like, I've got hard walls and floors all around me. Like this is not nearly as good an environment to record, aside from the fact that I've hardwired internet, which is required, if you ask me, Ryan. You can't be podcasting, especially with video, on Wi-Fi internet.
What are you talking about? I've been on Wi-Fi the whole time and nothing bad's happened.
Are you really on Wi-Fi right now, Ryan?
Why wouldn't I be? It's so
Maybe
fast.
That's why the video didn't work
so fast
earlier. Yeah.
Of course, you playing it because I was on Wi-Fi.
It's Wi-Fi. Blame the Wi-Fi. Yep.
Oh my God, Sean. Oh my God. and the Wi-Fi, says Kevin. Of course.
And the Wi-Fi. Yes, Kevin. Of course.
Kevin, you should have had my back on that one, but
nope.
I mean, how else are you going to play your Wii U? Because your Wii U doesn't have an Ethernet port, John.
You can get one of those adapters. I have one for my laptop. I have one for the Switch right now.
Adapter. No one wants.
That's fine. I've got a couple of those things. We got them. Everything in this. Look, even honestly, Ryan. Speaking of those adapters, even our TVs are hardwired. Like even our Google Chromes, we have an adapter to hardwire those things. It is not too far. Okay. When the kids want to watch Bluey, that thing better be snappy, and I don't want to see no pixelation. It better be instant, because Bluey is a gift to the world, Ryan.
Believe it or not, I even know what that show is, and I'm like, yeah, that's a good show. I feel like the father from Bluey is like my spirit animal, Sean. I relate to him a lot.
Man, we should all endeavor to be like the father. Yes, in Bluey. So good. Also known as Dad.
Exactly. He doesn't have an actual name. He's just Dad. But yeah, so we of course attached a GoPro to Sean's car in order to actually film it, and that was a thing. In fact, I remember the second episode we did with the camera was when you brought your dog in the car with you, and you were just like so salty about it after the show because your dog was really upset about driving the car. But I remember that being a thing. I made it the title of the episode. There's a dog in Sean's car.
Oh man,
because of course we were goofy with that stuff.
And by the way, that's half of the joke about making fun of Wi-Fi is I'm the guy driving around with tethered internet to the dang laptop. But yeah, that's all good.
It's the Wi-Fi outside, Sean. The outside Wi-Fi.
the outside Wi-Fi. I don't know. There's something there.
The Wi-Fi, but yeah. And then from there, when COVID started, that's when you got to work from home, so you didn't have to go to your.
Didn't have a commute anymore,
which was nice. Which, in fact, you're still working from home. I can't believe it. That's pretty good.
Kind of on and off. Yeah. I mean, you know what? If you wanted to, we could work something out. I've got commutes coming back, but Dave was doing the early morning show, Ryan. That's what we do first thing. Like I was driving to work, and that's when him and I would record. Luke and I typically would record after work, but man, like that's the thing about this stuff is we were operating on a razor's edge. Like if one thing went wrong, then you kind of didn't have a show. And the fact that we're able to string it along for so long is kind of a miracle, honestly. It's kind of wild.
Especially just hitting the Silent Hill, Sean. At that point, if you hit the Silent Hill, it's all over.
It became part of the show, of course.
Yeah, it became part of the lore, as one might say. If Seth was here, he would mention it would be just part of the lore. But and then from there, kind of as the show went on, of course, after I joined the show, I had ideas, of course, to do weird things. And of course, this was before we were carpool at that point. So we didn't really have I didn't really have an outlet for, talking about retro games and stuff like that. So of course, Sean, I pitched you the idea of doing retro spinoffs of the Xbox Drive, of course, with the Roundabout and the Crossroads. And we're actually going to get a little bit of that flavor a little bit later on in the show as we talk about our favorite original Xbox games and our favorite Xbox 360 games. But those shows were super fun to do. The fact that I did, 50 straight episodes of each show, and they were just very doing the micro podcast idea that you talked about earlier, where it might be weird if you did shorter podcasts, but people listen to them a lot. In fact, one of those episodes in particular might be one of our most listened to things ever that we're going to get to in a little bit. So that was a super fun idea. I know people ask about that all the time, about maybe going back to that idea, maybe doing the 50 best or Xbox One games or something like that. I don't think we're there yet, but that's something I would love to do kind of in the future, is maybe go back to that idea. But I feel like those lists kind of stand the test of time, but I know I want to kind of flag them here because we have a lot of new listeners that might not even know that those are on the feed. They're all still there as far as this old series that I used to do back in the day of old Xbox games, and me just rambling about, random license games, like episodes on Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, or Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time, things like that. Those were super fun to do.
Nice.
Yeah. So Sean, I decided to go into the archive.
Oh, snap.
I decided to look up the 10 most popular episodes of the Xbox Drive of all time, using the podcast stats to see which of our episodes reign supreme, the one that people like the most. I'm not going to talk about exact numbers here.
This is on Anchor? This is on Anchor? Okay.
This is from Anchor. Because I could use YouTube, but YouTube is weird with some of this stuff. So, in fact, we kind of, and you'll find there's a pattern here, because there was a period of time that for some reason I would consider our peak, I guess, which was last year was kind of this magical period for us, because our top 10, starting with number 10 to episode 224, Forza Horizon 5 hits 18 million players. Was a very popular episode for us, where we were talking a lot about Forza on the show. You had just gotten your hands on playing it and stuff like that, and then it sold. A ton of people were jumping into it. People were really interested in Forza content. So I think that
I feel like I was in New York on that. I think I recorded that from a hotel room, actually.
You were.
Yeah. Nice.
And then Next one, episode 229, Guardians of the Galaxy comes to Xbox Game Pass. And this was actually like a big episode for Game Pass specifically because we had a big Game Pass discussion because a lot of big games actually came to Game Pass that same week. Just with the title of the show, we just happened to feature Guardians of the Galaxy. But it was an interesting episode to go back to and listen to. Next up, episode 233, Our Backlogs Are Out of Control is the name of the episode. This was actually in March of last year where there were so many games to play, but we just had no time for anything. One Piece Odyssey was announced that week. That was kind of like the big news story. But we were just like, neither of us played. Like that was a week where that doesn't happen very often, where we did the playlist where neither of us played anything. Neither of us played games because I was moving at the time. That's when I moved to Toronto. I was packing up all my stuff, and that was an episode as well, Sean, where I had the green screen up and the weather map was behind me because I didn't want to show all my boxes in my apartment. And you were commenting on you were like, Ryan, you should do a whole weather report of like the weather map.
The people want it, man. The people want it.
Yeah. So that was there. Next up, episode 231, Bethesda brings us a Field of Stars. That was when we first got our first details on Starfield. So people were very excited to learn all about Starfield. Episode 227, Cyberpunk 2077 levels up to Series X. That is when we got the announcement. Xbox Series X support for Cyberpunk was coming. And that was kind of the big highlight of that show. Next up, episode 222, Xbox Series X and S sell big. This is when we were kind of getting some launch numbers for Xbox Series X and S. And when Xbox was actually talking about actual numbers with the console, which was pretty cool. Next up, one of the episodes from this year, Sean, 2023's Xbox Showcase discussion. Very popular on both YouTube and the podcast feed. So people really, really liked our discussion there. And next up, this one should come no surprise, Sean. 223, Xbox buys Activision, our second most popular episode ever, because of course it is. People
so maybe we should have been talking about Activision the whole time. Maybe that's why everybody was jumping on that whole bandwagon.
No, please. It was good to talk about it once.
No regrets.
We never need to talk about that. Because our number one episode, John, the most listened to episode of anything on the Xbox Drive podcast feed ever, is the Roundabout, episode 8, Guitar Hero 3 Legends of Rock. This episode was so popular, Sean. It was the most popular episode by a 2-to-1 ratio over the next entry.
That's crazy.
Yes.
It just took off, man.
Yes. People really, really wanted to hear about Guitar Hero 3 Legends of Rock.
I love that.
That just happens to be our most popular thing we've ever done on Xbox Drive.
Well, you know what though, Ryan? Like it's a kudos to you as well. Like obviously it takes a lot of work to put the roundabouts and the crossroads together. But like I think that's a big reason why many people are still here listening to this day. You know, it's because we did something. Well, you did something like that is kind of weird for podcasts to do. Like every other podcast feed, dedicated once a week, like you know what you're going to get, and you threw in something a little different in that mix. It's something that I don't know.
Well, it's a little bonus because at the time too,
else.
like when I was doing those, we didn't have the YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
We had like the YouTube channel pop up like halfway through the roundabout, but it was not like a YouTube show or anything like that.
Yeah.
And the only other show we did was Cup of Joe with Nintendo with Bobby at the time.
Oh yeah.
We weren't like the way we are structured now with Carpool Gaming, where normally this is the type of thing nowadays where if I was to pitch this idea now versus back then, it might have just been a YouTube only thing. It might not have been on the podcast feed. But because of the way we were kind of operating back then, it made sense for us to do things that way. And it really resonated because again, this is not the end of the episode, even in the top 25, like there's a lot of roundabout episodes that are in like the top. If you look at the top 25 episodes of all time on the Xbox Drive feed, like there's a bunch of them in there about random games. And of course, one Crossroads episode, the most popular Crossroads episode being Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, because of course it is.
Yeah. So weird, man.
Yeah.
And you just never know. Like that's I guess maybe you talk about Blizzard and Activision and that being one of the popular episodes, but like there's also so many other popular ones that people find that seems to just resonate. So the best thing we can do is just be ourselves. You got the RPG cave, like that Nobody was asking for that, but like you love RPGs, and so does Garrett. And there's this amazing community that has rallied around that within the Carpool Gaming Discord as well. So I just love it, man.
Oh, if you want to see weird stats, Sean, the RPG Cave's 10 most popular episodes are weird. It's not what I would expect to be like the things that resonate with people the most, let alone and not only that, but we got anecdotal evidence for a lot of these top 10 ones, because a lot of these episodes were ones that we had a lot of people coming in the Discord to talk to us about these things, or talked about us about on Twitter as well, especially like Forza time. I remember so many people chatting about Forza when Forza came out. So,
heck yeah. It was done dirty by a half-baked Halo, but it's all good. Kevin in the chat says you both are guests on 2 of Project X Talk's top 10 most popular, which is something else, because that show kind of a big deal, my friend.
Kind of a big deal too. We saw it in that chart that you were doing.
Yeah, they're right up there.
Episode shows. So yeah. All right, Sean. I have a couple listener questions to kind of round out this first topic. We're an hour and 40 minutes into the show, and we're just.
Was there any worry about doing 5 hours? Like 5 hours is the warm up. Okay, we're going. Did we say exactly 300 minutes? Because we meant 600
we just
minutes.
said 300 minutes, but we never said we couldn't go more than that. We can go.
That's true. I'm open to it, man. We also have people who could join us as well, so we could be open to that.
Well, I know Seth is like chomping at the bit to join in for the original Xbox segment, which is actually the segment that's coming up after these questions. So
okay, we can open up the carpool as well. I'm gonna send a link to someone, and we'll just. Yeah.
While that's happening, Sean, I'm going to read off some of these questions, because these questions in particular that I'm going to read off kind of relate to what we were just talking about. So Nagachaka asks, first of all, when you think about where the Xbox Drive started and where things are going now with the show, the Carpool Gaming team and this wonderful community, did you always imagine things would be this amazing and special? Also, what's the best Xbox podcast and why is it the Xbox Drive? Thanks, Marcus
nice
for that suggestion. But yeah, that's a interesting question, because again, like we kind of alluded to it, Sean. Like, I don't think either of us went into this thinking that it would be like this super popular thing that people would really resonate with. We just were doing the show because we were having fun. But yeah, I don't know. Like, did you ever really feel like it would ever turn out to be as special as it is with, you know, the Discord and everything else? That now that we've kind of, because in a lot of ways, Xbox Drive has really informed the direction we took with Yumi, Capri, and Carpool.
Oh, big time. Yeah, no, I don't. You know, I do like to think of myself as a planner and somebody who thinks ahead, at least now, but definitely not when starting this show. This was back in the day where you just started a podcast just because you got excited about a thing. And so definitely not. We're very lucky because it's also not a guarantee. You know, like a lot of people start up things that don't go anywhere or don't gain traction or anything like that. So that's not lost on me. Like, it never felt like, well, you're just going to put it out there and then people will listen to it. That's very, very special. So I feel like the thing, though, that once we started recognizing that people were listening and even maybe even more importantly, like providing feedback and showing that there was life out there, that we weren't just putting this out into the void, that I think we do generally a pretty good job at Carpool and previously Yumi, Capri and all the things. Like, we show that we recognize when people do that. So it becomes like this reciprocation that kind of goes back and forth. So we put the podcast out there and people kind of show us that they're listening, whether it's them taking pictures of their coffee or them saying "bah" or all these other things. Like, the community, the audience, the friends, they everybody gives our shows life. And I think we're pretty good at like paying attention to that, you know? So I think there's something to that, my friend.
Yeah, like there's a big difference between what we have here versus what I had with Game Moose back in the day. Because, like, I will put it out there, we had we would call for questions every single week for the show, like to see if anyone's out there listening or what. We wanted to get that feedback. And in 200 straight episodes, Sean, of trying to ask for questions, no one wrote in once. So I wrote in sometimes. Come on. Eventually after the episode 200, I think is when you started listening.
Yes.
Is what I'm trying to get to.
Yes.
That's what I mean. Like, eventually we got to the point where you were one of the only people who were actually submitting questions to us.
I like that show.
So I'm just saying that, like, that's like, it's such a big difference going from that to something like this, where I coming in here and having the community already kind of established with you and Luke, like, it was such a unique experience for me, but it was also so cool. Like, I really loved like being a part of being
so
a part
cool.
Of that. Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of so cool.
Hi, Kevin.
Me? I'm so
Kevin
cool.
Ainsworth from Save the Game Media. It's sort of like almost like a unofficial co-host of the Xbox Drive, like almost in that third chair. Whenever I'm gone,
he's been on the show a bunch of times. It's
a
fun.
lot.
Yeah.
Mhm. So
Whenever
it's good that you're
Sean's
here,
gone,
man.
like Kevin's one of my go-tos to be on the show.
I'll take that unofficial. Oh wow, he's gone. I will take the unofficial co-host of it. I mean, you guys have been on my show plenty of times, but hey guys, congrats, 300 episodes. How you feeling? You're almost 2 hours in.
What?
Yeah.
Holy cow!
We
gotta eat or
are
something.
10 minutes away from the 2-hour mark, Sean.
We're gonna go way long. We have so much to get to, dude. We have so many things to talk about tonight. Good to see you, man. Are you not recording tonight, or are you done, Kevin? Like, what's going on with X Talk? You done?
I'm done. We did our show. We did the post show, and then I was like, I gotta go celebrate Xbox Drive 300 with Sean and Ryan, who
Nice.
you know, I don't really know what I can say. You guys have been pretty influential on me, if I can say so myself, from a podcasting standpoint, from a personal standpoint. I know Sean has given me some great life advice behind the scenes as well. So both of you are wonderful podcasters, but also wonderful people.
Aw.
Well, I hope not to steer you into. I gotta take it easy on the life advice. I don't want to take too much responsibility for your game choices over there.
I generally make life choices in my own life. I don't know if I want that to reflect on someone else.
Yeah, Sean told me quit my job, just play
That's
as
true.
many games as possible.
Well, no, hold on. He didn't tell you to quit your job. He said you didn't have a job already. Like,
No, it was behind the scenes. I told him to quit.
Okay.
Yeah,
This would be a great
the
bit.
real story. Yeah.
I think we can milk this for at least 2 years.
And Seth says that he's never worked since. That makes sense.
He's never worked since. Absolutely. Well, it's good to have you on, man. I don't know, Ryan, if you want to do the thing, but we could ask the people who jump in, put you on the spot a little bit, Kevin.
Yes. So
a couple good questions for you.
Well, okay. So we want to know, Kevin, give me a shout out. What are your 3 favorite? Did you play a lot of original Xbox? Actually, I don't remember if us ever talked about that.
Yeah.
All right. What are your 3 favorite original Xbox games?
Halo 2, Fable 1, and Kingdom Under Fire.
Ooh, that's
what the hell is that?
Kingdom Under Fire, Shot. I'm glad you asked. So it's a real-time strategy game, but you play as a person on the field that's like almost like a hero character, and it's like a hack and slash game, while also a real-time strategy game.
It's awesome. They have a 360 version as well. Yeah, you command your troops, but then when you get into combat, it goes to the Dynasty Warriors type fighting. It's awesome. Love it.
Yeah, it's a series they never brought back for some reason. Like it just it never really it was always like a really niche series. A lot of people
back compat. Can you play it or do you got to bust out the original hardware?
It's not back compat.
Busting out the original game.
Dang.
It's on Steam though.
Steam. Look at that. All right, the Xbox Drive is retired. We're starting the PC drive, the Steam drive,
box drive.
The Steam. Man.
The
Hey, look, there he is, Jam Pack Sam. Dude, what a get! By the way, congratulations. I know we're asking you a bunch of questions, but to land the Jam Pack Sam on X Talk, that's awesome, dude. So good.
We've had some great episodes so far. I'm lucky that Sam agreed to do it with me, to be honest.
The Solid State Drive, says Dannohh. That's a great name for a PC podcast. I like that very much. I like to think that Sam has such a natural radio voice. I like to think of him as a child with that radio voice. You know, he just comes out just sounding like he's ready to go talk about the news and the weather. It's
just how he talks too. You know, people think it's fake, but
he's such a nice guy though, man. It's so good.
I'm glad there's another podcast out there that's talking about the weather besides me.
You were first. You were first, Ryan.
I was definitely first, but someone else has got to talk about the weather. Speaking of talking about other things, Kevin, there's a little old system that came out after the Xbox called the Xbox 360. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. What are your 3 favorite Xbox 360 games?
Ooh, putting me on the spot here. Putting me on the 360.
You're the first one.
That's the whole.
You're the first one. This is what we got in store for everybody coming on. By the way, so if we send you a melon link, you can be prepared for some of your favorite games, my friends.
All right. 360, Fable 3. I know that's a hot take.
I don't think so.
A bit of
No?
one, but
People
continue.
don't like Fable 3.
I mean, wait, is that number one? You're number one on the 360.
No order. No
Okay,
order, no
okay.
order.
Just there's three of. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
No,
Yeah.
we're not asking for an order here. It's good.
Gears of War for sure.
Nice.
one?
I think. Yes, first one.
Okay.
Gears of, and then a third one is hard.
I like this like off the top of your head because thinking about it too much, like this is gut reaction. I think there's something to it.
Now I'm trying to. Oh my god! What? Call of Duty.
One of them.
Modern Warfare.
Dude, Call of Duty on 360 was good.
Yeah.
Like all of them.
That's what I'll go with.
You got
I'll go with
Blops
that
on
one.
there. You got World at War. It's so good.
Now,
Just the
Sean,
amount of multiplayer I played, I have to put
Yeah.
Call of Duty on there.
Yeah. Now, Sean, I wanted to mention, I mentioned we weren't going to talk about news on this show, but the fact
Yes.
that they're going back and actually fixing all the old Call of Duty servers so you can go play all the 360 Call of Duty games online again led me to think that at some point we need to organize Call of Duty Modern Warfare.
I'm so down. Dude, that's a great idea.
One night.
I didn't even let you finish. I don't even know what game you actually said. I am so down for that. It's not even funny. I have all of those games. I still have the disc. I'm ready
all
to
the
go, man.
matchmaking still works and they're all back compat at this point.
Oh, what a great idea. Yes, please.
Yeah.
Can we do it?
Yes. That was
I
my
love
idea. At some point we do like a Call of Duty night. And it's interesting, Kevin, that you were struggling a little bit with Xbox 360 because when we were built, because spoiler alert for later in the show, Sean and I actually built our own list for all these consoles that I'm gonna ask everyone else on. And obviously the hardest console was Series X for me to come up with our favorite Series X games.
You know what though? I have to get rid of Fable 3 actually and put Mass Effect 2 on.
Thank you. There it is. Yes.
I don't know how I was like, I'm a moron. Mass Effect. What am I doing?
Yeah, that's the correct. That's the correct answer.
I was gonna say Sean might have voted you off the island if you're
we're putting people on the spot with this sort of thing. Like,
yeah,
I was combing through trophies and achievements to come up with my list, which, by the way, brought to you by the Robbie Bobby Miller. Our top 10 list for all the consoles brought to you by Robbie Bobby Miller. I love
Some
that
might
man
say
so
the
much.
list master.
Yes.
Master
Oh
of
my
lists.
gosh, so good.
Oh my god. All right, Kevin, what are your favorite 3 Xbox One games?
Oh, did they release 3 Xbox One games?
Damn, dude.
Games that exist on the Xbox One. It does not have to be first party.
All right.
Definitely not.
Well, this isn't very hard for me. Number one, this can be in order. Number 1, Hellblade. Number 2, A Plague Tale: Innocence.
Oh, I knew it.
And number 3, Battleborn. Better than Overwatch. You killed it. Battleborn was an amazing
So weird that like Kevin's
lost
internet
connection.
just like disconnected. That's strange. Kevin must have been going under a tunnel. Is he back? Is he back?
No, hold on. He didn't go under tunnel. He hit the Silent Hill, Sean. You gotta
Oh,
keep it
the
in
Silent Hill,
lore
of
the
course.
show.
So strange. It's so unfortunate.
Silent
We
Hill.
hate to see it. Hate when technical difficulties cut our friends off from talking about their passion about video games that they love.
Those might be the most Kevin Ainsworth picks of games I have ever heard in my entire life.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, I stand.
Is that
by
a
'em.
joke? Like, are you joking?
No, I'm not
Battleborn?
joking. I'm not. Me and my friends love We still talk about it to this day. I literally was just talking about it when I went to have lunch with one of my friends on Monday about how good Battleborn was and how much we miss it.
The era. Evolve was in that era as well. Like,
yes.
just the failed multiplayer games.
Oh my god.
Xbox One. IDARP was on Xbox One. People who know IDARP is a good time. Has nothing to do with anything you just talked about. I just wanted to randomly bring up IDARP. Hashtag IDARP.
Hashtag.
It's
I
got
got
a
it.
hashtag in the title.
IDARP game nights.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
No, never.
Yes, Extra Life. We should definitely play it at Extra Life this year.
I'd rather play Call of Duty Black Ops instead of
Oh, okay, but like it's not top 3, top 10 or anything on anybody's list. But what are you hating on IDOG for?
Well, you see, the thing about life is all right. Next question for Kevin.
Nice.
Actually, we got to play Fusion Frenzy instead. I'd rather play Fusion Frenzy instead.
Nice.
All right, last question for Kevin to round things out. What are your 3 favorite Xbox Series S and X games? So games that now to preface this, Kevin, because there's not enough games really to pick from for Series X and S that would be tough if you didn't exclude this. So what we're saying is basically anything that came out after the Series X launch.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how I did it. Mhm.
Yeah.
Let me just pull up this list of whatever 200 games I've played in the last.
Oh my
year.
gosh.
I'm surprised it's not longer, actually.
Well, a Plague Tale Requiem is there.
Of course,
for sure,
of course.
for sure.
How about more games where you escort a useless sibling around?
Ooh, Marvel's Midnight
Dodging
Suns.
Ooh, okay.
Cog is over there somewhere nodding his head in
Yes,
appreciation.
Just all of a sudden he's just like, yes, he has no idea what's going on.
Someone mentioned.
Yeah, yes, I approve.
Oh man, what else should I pick? Oh, Psychonauts 2.
There,
Psychonauts
Good
2,
pick.
obviously.
Good pick. Mm-hmm.
Amazing game. One of the best 3D platformers I've ever played, probably.
So weird. Like when I played it and I love it, and I don't know why I don't think of it in that way, even though you're totally right. Like you're not. That's not a hot take at all. It's so good. I don't give that game enough credit. Honestly, I don't think.
Yeah, I think the mental health message really. I mean, that's why I pick Hellblade on the Xbox One too, because I just can't get over it. That game's so good, and then you add in the collectibles. I'm there for it.
Nice. I forgot. I need to be writing this stuff down because I like going through a bunch of the games, and we'll get to this later. Like my top 10 list, a lot of it was nice to celebrate. These are the games that I really love, but because I am who I am, and I'm just an idiot most of the time, I'm like, why didn't I play that game? Like it was just a lot of, oh, I missed that one, and oh, I missed that one. So I don't know. Maybe I could do what if I did this? A tournament bracket made up exclusively from other people's top like threes or top 10s and whatnot.
That's a good one.
I like it.
Except for the fact that I do not want to play Requiem at all.
Or
not
the fact
even
that
a
we
little
can't
bit.
even put Battleboard on there because Battleboard you can't even play anymore.
Oh, too bad. Yeah. Okay. So we'll start next time. Whoever's next.
Just sub in Crash Team Rumble for Battleborn. Like same energy, really.
Okay. Thanks, Kevin, for stopping by. I'm just kidding.
God, Sean, you're so mean, Sean.
I have too much control. I have all of the buttons here, Ryan.
This is what happens when I let Sean control the show. Well, yeah, that is all the questions, Sean. We've gone through the questions.
Yeah, well, the other thing, I guess what we'll leave you with, Kevin, is, we looked a lot in the past. What are you excited for in the future for Xbox, man? It's been a weird road over the last little while. What are you looking forward to? What's got you excited for the future of the Xbox ecosystem, as our friend Luke Laura would say?
I think 2024 looks pretty. I mean,
nice.
Starfield, obviously. Starfield
yes, give it to me.
Is the main one. Like, I want this to be Bethesda's like Mass Effect like RPG where I fall in love with just like an interstellar area and put way too many hours in just talking to everyone and going like I'm a little scared because I'm not the biggest open world, like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Like those games aren't for me because it's just like, it's too vast. But so I'm hoping like I can just live past it because I love games in space. I just like, will I build a Optimus Prime ship? Probably not.
Absolutely. What do you mean no? Like that's a great idea.
Then it can transform into a big truck.
Oh my gosh. And Optimus, so you got like your whole like your hangar of ships, and you got Optimus Prime sitting next to like Megazord, sitting next to Mecha Godzilla or something like that.
Don't forget, Sean, Mega Maid from
Spaceballs. Yes, she's gone from
suck to blow. Cleaner with the suction action.
Yes. Oh my gosh. All of those, please.
Starfield is definitely my most anticipated game for the rest of the year. I already booked the day off. I'm like, maybe I'll just stay up till midnight and play it whenever I launch.
You crazy midnight? Oh my goodness,
crazy.
You're crazy.
Well,
that's early for me. That's like 5 hours before I go to bed, Kevin.
Well, you're a night guy. 2024, I think, looks absolutely stellar. Hellblade 2 is probably my most anticipated in there, but Avowed looks good. Whenever Fable gets around, I'll be there for it. So we got lots of good games coming, and then Game Pass continues to deliver with things like Sea of Stars. I know that's coming next month as well. So
yeah, man,
I have no complaints about Xbox. People complain about Xbox. We got no games. We got all this. I don't know what you're talking about. I've had a great 2 years. So yeah, I have plenty of games to play.
I am excited for Xbox to purchase PlayStation. Just all of them. God, I'm just kidding.
Where's the button to boot Sean from the show?
Oh yeah, you guys can't kick me off of this show. I'm here to stay, man.
Yeah, I'm not used to this guest. Usually I have all the power. All right. It's not, I've never been in this role. I don't have any options.
Yep.
Nope. We can kick you out any moment. Well, Kevin Ainsworth from Save the Game Media. It's good to have you on the show, my friend. Thanks for sharing your top games. Totally off the top of your head, by the way. You paved the way for those who will come after you. And it was great to be at Extra Life with you last year. And I'm sure we're gonna start planning that Extra Life coming up here for next year.
Maybe you need to find another sport that Kevin has no idea how to play and then force him to play a game based off that sport.
Should I buy handball, Sean?
That's IDARB. That's what IDARB is. It's basically handball. That's what we're gonna play. Yes. So yes, the answer is yes.
Okay.
We're playing IDARB.
Yeah,
my goodness.
Having said Extra Life, I'll be able to high five Kevin because all
yes.
should be there.
Yes. High five. I'm gonna embrace you. You.
Nice.
I might
Lots
back
of
away.
touching.
Maybe on a
Instead,
couch.
shove a copy of James Cameron's Dark Angel Season 2, now available DVD.
Yeah, Ryan taking Extra Life in a different direction by just watching TV shows on DVD.
You know, that might actually be a good idea, Sean. People
for
might actually
24
like that.
hours. Okay.
24 hours. You know what, Sean? I should look on the back of these. This might take 24 hours to watch both of these.
Watch a season of 24.
You could
do
watch a
that.
season
Jack
of 24.
Bauer's 24, man.
Good.
I'm just picturing anytime someone goes up, it's like, oh, nice to finally meet you in person, Ryan. And then he's like, have you heard about James Cameron's Dark Angel?
Dude, if you have that with you the whole Extra Life weekend, that would be incredible.
I don't like the fact that you're spoiling the surprise, Sean. You're spoiling things.
Well, that just means it was a good idea.
These were Ryan's original ideas that Ryan thought were original, but now I'm really seeing the folly in those ideas. But
no, well, there you go.
Yeah,
it's a great idea, guys. Well, I will let whoever is after me get in here, but congrats again on 300 episodes. I will listen to as much of this as possible before I go to sleep, and then I'll listen to the rest in the morning because 5 hours is Iron Lord's territory, and I usually save that for an entire work day. All right, that gets me through a Monday. So have fun, be good. Thank you for everything you do for your community, my community, the gaming community at large.
Oh, well, thank you.
Thanks,
so much,
Kevin. Thanks for being here, man. It's good to have you on.
Have a good day.
Appreciate you. All right, now get out with your opinions and whatnot, Ryan. That's enough of that.
That was it.
How do we even allow that? Holy cow! Just kidding. I love Kevin.
All right,
good
Sean.
sport.
Moving on. We got two more quick things before we move on to our next topic, which I know again Seth is like chomping in the bit to get in here for this next.
Get on in here, Seth.
ScheiGuy. Thank you, ScheiGuy.
Thank you, ScheiGuy, for your question.
300 only happens if you enjoy what you're doing. What do you enjoy most about hosting this awesome show? Can you also commission someone to stitch all the outros together in one continuous clip? That's so much work.
That would be great. This is what AI will serve as a purpose in the future. That would be incredible. That's another thing that has sort of evolved over the years, Ryan, where you say the "bah," and then I take a deep breath and try to ramble off something off the top of my head to close out every show for some strange reason, because like none of us know how to do it.
Except for the times that you try and trip me up, where you stop short and you're like, "Oh, well, Ryan will keep buying." Well, I just
never really know.
Throw it in the outro. You never know.
Yep. Yeah. No, the outro is a thing. The intro is a thing. Everything in between. It's a thing. It's a vibe, as the kids say.
But to ScheiGuy's point, honestly, I think the thing I enjoy most about hosting the show the most is just getting to hang out with Sean every single week and just talking about video games. Like, in a lot of ways, like podcasting and having an outlet to talk about games with people is like such a pipe dream for, young Ryan, because back when I was growing up, I'm old enough where I grew up in an era where if you liked video games, you got beat up on the playground and no one wanted to be your friend because I was just always around with people that just didn't play video games. So it was just, I never really got to talk to people about video games because video games were something I really loved. And having, we're now kind of in an age where we kind of have the safe space where a lot of us like all the same stuff and all like video games. So having kind of an open chat with Sean every single week, knowing that we have a time that we just get to hang out and talk about games, like that's so special to me, man. Like I love hanging out with Sean every week, and that's like the thing that I enjoy about the show the most. I do also love the community interactions, which we talked about earlier, but most of all with Xbox Drive specifically, it's just getting to hang out with Sean every week. But
very heartfelt response to the question, Ryan. I'm going to pin my response. We're going to drag that question out very much because we have guests. Ryan.
Yes, we do.
You might hear some opening of beverages in the background. I don't know what's going on over here. Welcome in the host of PSVG, maybe even more notably the Xbox Empire Zone, Dannohh Reese. Hello, Dannohh Reese. What do you got going on over there, my friend?
Hello, gentlemen. Happy 300. I'm toasting on your occasion, of course.
Yes. Man, why every time Dannohh does this, I'm like, why do I not have a drink? Like I got
you
nothing.
have a drink?
Oh, okay. I'll be back. You guys
drink,
good?
But you could
Come
also have a
on.
copy of James Cameron's Dark Angel Season 2 now available on DVD.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do something about this.
Wow.
Thank you, man. Good to see you. Good to have you here. We're having a lot of the people who have played like a pretty significant role in the show's 300 episodes. Like they're all here. Like Kevin has been there to cover for me many times. And Dannohh, like there was a time when the Xbox Drive and the Xbox Empire, we were kind of cheers to you,
gentlemen.
my friend. Kind of like a sister podcast, you know, like I think those shows complemented each other so well because you're so great at covering the news and you talk about games. I think you're the best at it. I'll just go ahead and say, like, you are up there. The way that you when you come with notes and you talk about a game, you're so good at it. So I loved having the Xbox Drive sitting right alongside the Xbox Empire. It will come back one of these days. I promise you this. But it's good to have you on episode 300 of the Xbox Drive, Dannohh Reese.
Why are you being so nice and flattering to me? Like this is your 300 episode. I'm the guest. I'm here to flatter
Speaking
you.
the truth. No,
Your
the Xbox
show
Empire is so good.
is continuing. What Empire? What like your show has still gone? Like, come
I'm
on,
sorry,
man.
Dannohh, but I just watched a show about a week and a half ago on your channel that had the Xbox Empire intro and outro on.
It's true.
It was like our reunion. We did a little reunion, like our 10-year reunion.
It was awesome.
But yeah, no, I very much enjoyed that time. I agree with you. I think our shows were a great tandem. Nice, 2 hours of Xbox back to back for most of our listeners. I think PSVG and Carpool constantly, share listeners, and we have folks that go back and forth and come back and forth. So yeah, I'm happy to be a part of the family, and
Big time.
thanks for having me, and thanks for allowing me to come say hi. Sorry I couldn't make it earlier, but yeah, I'm here, and you got me for, what are we at, 20 minutes or so?
All right, nice. Well, we got 5 hours of show to do. Also here,
piece of cake, man. Sweet Hanks, come on.
To be fair, Sean,
Exactly.
we are 20 minutes away from the halfway point. Just FYI.
dude, we're going longer than 5 hours. I'm sorry. Like this is
That was his point in the chat.
The show goes on.
Bowsah said now that Donnie's here, it's now a 3,000-minute episode.
That's
it's a multiplier.
Hey, it's
Yeah,
what
man.
I do.
Yeah.
Also,
Magnitude,
we
orders of
haven't acknowledged
magnitude.
it, but hi, Seth, as well. I want to say hi.
Hi, everybody.
Waiting patiently to say hello to us as well.
No, I was like, I'm just gonna sit in the green room until it's my time. That's okay. But then Sean brought me in, so hi everybody. Happy 300. Proud of you boys, and I'm happy to be here. And yeah, just proud of y'all. I have like no foothold in the Xbox world whatsoever, but I'm happy to be here
Xbox,
anyways.
which is what we're going to
That's
talk
my
about
jam.
soon.
That's
You
my jam.
better
Ryan.
believe Seth
Yeah.
Sturgill is excited about it.
You're very correct about that, Ryan. I also wanted to channel a little Ryan Turford energy and bring out my copy of Clerks, the animated series,
Nice!
now
Yes!
available on
Nice.
DVD, which everybody is convinced never happened, and Ryan and I are the only people who know it happened.
Wow.
Yeah.
So,
Well, because
Yeah, I
we
gotta
know
go,
about
man.
the Matrix stuff.
That's right. The Matrix.
I gotta go grab some stuff, man. I gotta get some things closer by, man.
Well,
At
that's
arm's
what that
length.
library is for, Sean. What are you doing?
I've been trying to
here-
log into my library account like almost this entire time, and I can't do it. I have to see if Street Fighter 6 is still available. Hogwarts Legacy is the next game. Did I mention that, Ryan? That is available for me to rent from the library right
Good
now.
old hog leg.
So I could go over to Hogwarts. Okay,
You and Garrett could talk about it because he's also playing Hogwarts Legacy right now.
could talk to Garrett about it. I love Garrett.
Yeah.
He's a great guy. Dr. Bland.
Also, I love too that Donnie's shows. We speaking of Donnie's shows, we were talking about them earlier. Has inspired RPG Cave fans because now when people come into the show at the start, they're like cave, kind of like Shaq. I love it.
Nice.
Nice.
Shaq,
That's
that's
cool.
good.
Love it.
We've stolen it from you guys.
Yeah, here I'm talking about
to Yarden brought it in. Now everyone does it. So
Jarden. Love me some Jarden.
What's up, Jordan?
Talk about Donnie's old shows. We probably could talk about, like, currently you should listen to the Nintendo Shack, the best Nintendo podcast on the internet.
Oh, I don't know
but
about
yeah.
all that.
Jack is excellent. Jack is real good.
yeah. Exactly.
Even if Rebecca doesn't know what cash
That's
is.
it. I feel
everything else is
old
fine.
on Shaq these days. I just feel real old most weeks
How
now.
does that work?
Yeah.
Nice.
Good God.
Yarden just with the wave in the chat.
At least,
Hey,
at least they're right about Mario Run. That's all that matters.
that's right.
Run.
Did we get that right?
You
got it
mean
right.
The D tier game Mario Run?
What?
Ryan.
B as in
Ryan.
Bob, Ryan.
No,
D as in
or,
damn.
I
Ryan's just
feel
bringing
like I
that
know.
old D energy, you know?
or Dad.
Bring in the D. Bring in the D.
Bring in the
today.
D. Ryan Turford.
Just like
every
the
time.
Sega Saturn game D, which of course is a Japanese horror game.
How was that a segue? How was that possible to do?
Well, you see,
Or
Sean,
D3.
I'm glad that you asked that because
Can we
there's
fact
the-
check that? Are we sure he just doesn't make things up?
No,
Yeah, like, he's smart.
to do that.
Right.
That's true.
Yeah. You know, he's just like
He just says
that cool
things.
kid from the neighborhood. He's like, yeah, it's like a Japanese. You wouldn't know about it.
well, because I was actually, believe it or not, Donnie, the other day
It
I was
only
watching a
came out in
video.
Thailand in March that one year.
So I was watching a video on shout out to RGT85's channel because he has like a retro channel now, and one of the videos that he did recently was a video on the Sega Saturn game Enemy Zero, which is like a survival horror game on the Sega Saturn. But the same developer also developed D and D2. D2 was a Sega Dreamcast game, and they're all horror games, and they were starring these like digital actors where it was like and the voice of the woman from the B-50 or from this one band that
Love
I'm
Shack.
blanking on. Yes, that band.
B-52s.
B-52s. Yeah, the woman
Yeah.
from the B-52s doing
I'm with
the
you.
voice
I got
acting
you,
for
Ryan.
the-
So glad you were following, dude. I was just about to say, like, this is why we do a 40-minute show.
Yeah,
most
I'm
weeks.
just like,
Otherwise,
I'm
Ryan
like,
can do that.
what the heck is this? So, yeah, I love. So that was why it was top of mind, where I was thinking about D, the horror game, because I was looking them up on eBay and seeing what they were actually going for. Because I'm like, oh, these games look really cool. I'd be interested in playing them. But
I like it.
anyway,
Good stuff. I like it.
let's segue around. So, Seth, if you will allow it, I will ask
Please.
Donnie the questions I asked Kevin earlier. And then I know Donnie won't be sticking around for our big original Xbox conversation. So we'll get Donnie's questions out of the way first, then we'll hit you up, Seth.
Please.
So, Donnie, we've been
Seth
asking
gets to
everyone, all the
prepare
guests
then.
coming in, the following questions, and you must answer them off the top of your head. So, number one,
Hot seat.
what are your favorite 3 original Xbox games?
Oh no.
If you have any, if you didn't play enough,
Yeah,
original
no, I
Xbox
did.
games.
Fable's in there.
Yeah, definitely. Fable.
Mm-hmm.
See, I always go back and forth anytime I'm ever making lists or rankings between like favorites and best. I always hate saying my favorites because I know somebody out there's gonna be like, "What? That
Yeah.
stupid game?"
No, I'll be talking about that
Lean into
later.
it.
Ah.
We're gonna be getting that a little bit when we get to
Yeah,
some of the
for
updates,
sure.
I think.
All right,
Pin it
then
though,
I'll
Ryan.
then I'll throw out one then. Golf Outlaws.
Nice.
Oh, let's
Oh, I
go.
love it. Yes.
I know
Okay.
that one.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I like that game a lot. I played that game a lot on my original Xbox. And then my third game, honestly, it's like 3 games with like all the same game.
Mhm.
Probably, I mean, if I had to pick one, I'll just say Vice City. Play Grand Theft Auto on the
Dude,
original
that's
Xbox.
such a good pick.
But I would also pick like 3 or The Godfather, which I loved. So
Dude,
one
holy
too.
crap. I totally forgot about
that
the
game was
Godfather.
good.
That
It
game
was
is
so good. I'm so upset that like they just got rid of that studio and like just nobody ever thought to do anything with the IP. Grand Theft Auto is over here selling 400 million copies a month, and nobody's like, let's just make The Godfather like it and also make some money. And
So
nobody
good.
wants to get in on that racket at all.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
yeah, even Saints Row is like not really the quite the same.
Well, it's because
I
they had like I think what ended up happening that broke the camel's back, as one would say, was The Godfather 2. There was the Godfather 2 video game, and that game was just did not like it was just a mid-7s kind of game. It just didn't really sell super well. So I think that's kind of what killed
As
it
is
with
life.
the
I
game.
mean, that's how games go. But
Because that's what Visceral made before they made Dead Space was The Godfather 2. Like that was
yeah.
the game.
I
right
played that
before
on
Dead
Wii.
Space.
I played that on the Nintendo Wii, and you could use the nunchuck and
Yeah,
to
and you
choke
could do
people.
the yeah,
and the
yes,
garrote. Yeah,
yes.
It was
I
sick.
liked it a lot, but Vice City is near and dear to my heart. So to lock in, I would go Fable, Golf Outlaws, and Vice City.
Nice. That's a good list. I like that.
That is a great list. I'm glad
Thank
you said it
you.
again. Golf Outlaws, I'm writing down. I think I'm going to make something of this, Ryan. I'd love to randomly select one of the games that people
We're
are bringing to the
hashtag
table.
building the list right now, Sean.
I like it. Build the
Hashtag
list. The
building
Robbie
the list.
Bobby Miller list of excellence. I love
Well,
it.
speaking of Xbox platforms, Donnie, I don't know if you've heard of this platform.
What you want to do,
Little
Seth?
platform.
Seth's
Oh
got-
no, we're getting this.
Pin
out.
me. 'Cause
Okay,
I'll
we'll
be
pin
here
you.
for a
I'm
minute.
sorry.
Pin
He
me.
just gets all the
Pin me.
extra
Pin
time.
me.
Don't let
I
me-
want to make sure.
Look
that
at
You
him.
sit there and don't say anything, Seth. Okay.
Oh no,
Yes,
Seth,
sir.
Seth can react
Yes,
to
sir.
things.
I
I will
try
ask.
not
I will have questions for Seth later. So,
Sorry,
Donnie,
Seth. I tried.
second set of questions. There's a little console. I don't know if you've heard of it called the Xbox 360. Cool console.
Mm.
Great.
Is this
game.
what we're gonna do? We're gonna go through all the
We're
consoles.
going through all of them as the title
Gotcha.
of the video
All
suggests.
right.
So,
All right.
what are your 3 favorite Xbox 360 games?
That one's harder because I love so many games.
There
The
were a lot of
360
games on that
is
console.
bonkers, you guys.
Yeah, that whole
It's so
generation
good.
is. We were just talking about this at PSVG, I think, in the last week or so. But that whole, or no, it was Sweet Hangs. I was talking to you, Sean. Yeah, that whole
Mhm.
generation I absolutely adore.
Yeah.
The 360, the
Ridiculous.
Wii, the PS3. Man, the part of me wants to just say both Fables. Fable 3, not popular, but is the correct answer. Is
Literally,
just better.
Kevin
Just
Ainsworth
said-
just said the same thing when he was here.
Because like Kevin, he's probably been teased for liking Fable 3 his whole life. Anytime I've ever mentioned loving Fable 3 on the internet, I get hate for it.
Yeah.
And everybody's just wrong. Fable 3 is better than Fable 2. They're both great, but Fable 3 is better. It just is.
He just called it a hot take, like Kevin called it a hot take. Is what he said. But yes, he also
People
really
just
likes
hate
Fable
the ending, which I don't get. But
Yeah.
anyway, that's neither here nor there. Definitely Fable 3. Gears 2.
3. Nice.
Yep.
Rest in peace, Maria.
Damn.
Too soon.
Maria.
Too soon.
Too soon.
Fulia in the chat with Lego Dimensions. Holy crap! What
What
a
a moment.
pull.
Yeah.
What a
Yes.
I think of that more of Xbox One, just because I played a ton there. Because I have the platinum
I'm really
trophy
torn
and
here.
The
Yeah, I was thinking
Yes,
PS4. Yeah, you're right. I would have played that on PS4 actually.
I have like 7 games that come to mind. I have to pick
Mhm.
one.
You got to pick one. Or else I will slot in Bad Boys Miami Takedown as your third one.
Where does this come from?
I have
Red
it on
Dead
my shelf right
Redemption.
over there.
Nice, Red Dead. Yeah, man.
Red Dead.
Red Dead beats out Assassin's Creed 2, Skyrim, Rock Band, Guitar Hero.
Oh yeah, dude, that whole generation. Are you kidding me?
Trying to
Those
think what
games.
else comes to mind.
Off the
Rock
top of your head.
This
Tony
is what
Hawk's
happened-
3?
No, that
Was
was
that
the Tony
Before.
Hawk 3 would be original Xbox. And
Yeah.
so
That's right.
because like we had the Tony Hawk Underground games.
Underground,
and then Project,
yeah.
Project 8.
I got you.
I think American Wasteland was a launch title. I
Yeah,
think.
American
for
Wasteland
360.
was. Also, you had, of course, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5
Mm.
on the Xbox 360 as well. Everyone's
The
favorite.
NCAA games are great, but yeah, Red Dead is the original Red Dead is incredible.
That I mean, with that console generation, there was like 2,500 games on it because it was 10 years long. So there's just
Geometry
a lot of
Wars.
choice. So-
Geometry Wars. It's on the list. I don't care.
That's
Thank you.
yeah.
Allow me 4. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's on the list.
It's what I do. I just break the
Hashtag-
rules.
hashtag building
Do it.
Yes.
God.
Oh, Fulia says Viva Pinata. Fulia, you're getting a list as
Yeah.
well. I'm making a
Nice.
category for Fulia.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did
I love
you get
this.
Court as well? I know Court had it on a list too.
I did. Yes. I'll shut up for a bit. I'll start writing things down. You guys,
All right.
take
While
it
you
from
while
here.
you write things down, I'm gonna make Donnie give me.
Of course,
another
says 1 versus 100. You can take that a 2 down for me. I like that game a lot as well.
That
I
game
like
is
it
I
really-
can't play it though. I cannot play that game.
It is a shame that 1 versus 100 never came back.
It's a shame that it's just not included on like every Xbox system out of the box. Like it's not like
Agreed.
they're like, Minesweeper.
Mhm.
It's such a dumb like time waster. 1 versus 100. Like how do they not have 50 million people doing that daily on a phone?
Yeah.
I mean, I
Like
say
how
the
is
same
that not a
about-
thing?
I say the same thing about Marble Blast Ultra every single day.
There's so many
Ryan-
dumb phone games. You see Wordle
Ryan.
take off and it's like 1 versus 100 makes so much sense.
Totally.
100%. All right, Donnie. Next question. Top 3 Xbox One games.
This one's
So-
easier.
So this would be up to what we've kind of marked as the marking point would be when the Series X came out. No games past that release date.
Okay. Well, I don't even really know when they all came out, but like you say Xbox One and I immediately think Ori and Gears 4.
Yep.
And sorry, Hellblade, but I'll go Forza Horizon 4.
4.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I like it. I
Okay.
don't hate it. All right. Well, that
Good
was
list.
easy. I'm just stunned at how easy that list was.
I feel
Oh,
bad
so
leaving
good,
Hellblade
though.
out, but
Yeah.
the
It's okay,
Xbox
Kevin-
One through
Kevin's
3
like,
and 4, Xbox One is so important to me because of Forza Horizon. That's where I found Forza Horizon. I had been a long time away from like car games, and like that got me not just in, but like all the way back in, like all the way.
I love that.
Set in stone from that since, and I've played every like Forza and even other car games since finding Forza Horizon 3 and then 4 and. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot wait to see you jump into motorsport later this year, man. I
Yeah,
can't believe
I'm
we're in
there.
Starfield and motorsport. Like, this is the year of dreams for me, you guys. You have no idea. I'm so excited.
gonna be
Important update from Awesome Dave in the chat. The dad's name is Bandit in Bluey in the Bluey show. Yes, we
There you
missed
go.
that.
I love the fact that we've got Xbox Drive 300 in there. It's just a giant chat log of people talking about Bluey. I love it.
Feel bad.
All
TPR
right.
says I didn't include Hellblade. It's just,
Well,
I love Hellblade, but like you beat it in like 5 hours. I played Forza Horizon for like 200 hours.
Yeah, dude.
Like for years I would play Forza Horizon 3 and then I played Forza Horizon 4 and then we had Forza Horizon 5 and I don't know. It just feels disingenuous to not pick it.
spoiler alert for my list, Donnie. I didn't pick Hellblade either, so don't feel bad.
Neither did I.
Yeah, but I've got Senua like all around me. I get it.
Yeah, well, that's true. All right, last one. Or I guess one more question after this one. Favorite Series X games.
So this one is where the time. This is probably
anything-
where you'll have to help me.
Yeah, anything that came out after 2021.
Because you got to remember, I've
2021.
played a lot of PC this gen.
So, what are your favorite games from
And
the
this
last
gen-
2 or 3 years?
This
basically?
gen has been like with all the crossover and the back and patent stuff. It's been really hard for me to delineate like what is this console's best game versus that one.
Yeah. So,
When I
he-
think of this generation, the first game that comes to mind is Assassin's Creed Valhalla,
nice.
which
counts.
I love. Death's Door.
Nice.
Counts too.
Does that count? Is that another
Definitely.
thing?
Yep.
Yep.
Cult of the Lamb.
Yep.
All 3 of those. You're good.
Okay. All right. I'm in.
Yeah. Basically,
Control?
anything in the last 2 years would count.
Controls 2019.
So that'd be on the old one.
Yeah. I was looking, very similarly.
Can I
So
swap?
would-
I want to put Control in then instead of Horizon.
Okay.
on the
Yeah.
one?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really love
Control's
Control.
really
Control
good,
was
dude.
Excellent, man. It was really good.
John 32 was worried that you're going to put Redfall on your list, Donnie.
I might. Don't threaten me, okay? Damn it.
I might.
He's got the controller.
I'm here.
Controller's sick.
I
Donnie's
beat
gonna
the
fight
game.
back.
I rolled credits. I've played it. Like I don't.
You're
I
the only
liked
one?
it. And maybe I liked it.
Yeah. This is some good list, Donnie.
I love it.
One other question that we had.
Hang on.
that we thought about
Hang on.
this. Oh, I'm sorry, Donnie.
Far Cry 5, last gen.
Yes. Yes.
Is that last gen?
Last gen.
It is last gen,
Replace.
yeah.
Replace again. Replacing Control with Far Cry 5.
I'm just adding.
Sean,
I'm just
read
adding.
that back to me.
I'm just adding. You
What
got-
are
you
my
got
picks
Ori.
for Xbox One?
Well, I'm not replacing anything. I'm just adding. You got
I don't
Ori,
remember what
Gears
my picks
4,
are. Yes.
Forza Horizon 4, Control, Far Cry 5.
Yeah. Dude, I love
Nice.
Far Cry 5.
I love it. I love it. Like, yeah, make it a top 5. Who cares?
You said Redfall, and I'm thinking like I was like, man, I really like it was almost Far Cry, and then I
Mhm.
thought, but Far Cry, yeah, incredible.
All right.
Hi, Dave.
Last
See you in the chat,
question,
Dave.
of course. Donnie, what are you excited most about with Xbox going forward? The world of Xbox is yours, or what are you excited about? What are you hyped about? What gets your juices flowing,
Hellblade.
as the kids might say?
Is that too soon? Is that not big enough?
No.
Hellblade.
It's supposed to come out next year. It's still
It's the thing I'm most excited about. I don't know. I mean, hopefully they get it together and can finally start, making their purchases count and the studios start to line up games. I think we're starting to see them like begin to line up, and as long as they don't have any more delays, it should be a really great little run here.
Mhm.
I'm just a little bit hesitant because they've had a lot of delays. So it's not you can't be too confident and be like, but if there aren't, because they've had a lot. But if they don't, with the power of Game Pass, the momentum that Game Pass provides, we should have like a very 360-esque few years ahead of us, and that's very exciting. Where we have just and then 360, I just played everything, and it felt like there was always something coming. Within the year, I don't ever remember like having an experience with the 360 that I did with the Series X kind of like at launch.
Yeah.
Well,
Donnie, yeah, we people will want to listen to this entire 5-hour plus episode because we will be talking also about the best years in Xbox history and what that even means. And yeah, just, spoiler alert for that segment. The 360 days were bonkers.
Yeah,
like, just
they were
like
so
you're
good.
describing it, we're going to prove to people like they were so good. Just how is it even possible?
And
Peter
I don't think
Moore.
the Xbox One never had that moment, that year, like that time. They had a couple really good years, but it wasn't the same.
Yep.
And I think now they're prepared where they can, but you can't have more Redfalls, and you can't have more Infinites, and you can't have more delays. Like you got to start lining up, and they don't all have to be game of the years, but like they got to be good.
It's okay. Starfield's coming. Motorsport is coming. That's it. We're good. Everything's going to be great.
And if that translates to Hellblade, and then that translates to Avowed, and then that translates to Indiana Jones, and then id shows up, and it all starts to come together.
Yeah.
And if Call of Duty's bringing the people into Game Pass and getting people subscribing, and more people are playing, like we're already seeing them do this weekend, they're getting players. The 360s are selling.
That's what we were just talking about. Yeah, because
yeah,
it's ridiculous. The servers were turned back on, and if you look at the best-selling games on Xbox right now, all 5 of them are old back-compat Call of Duty games.
It'd be nice if we could just enjoy Xbox instead of defend Xbox.
Yes.
It feels like that's where we've been for the last 8 years or so.
Yep.
It'd be nice to just be able to enjoy it. The console wars will always happen. That's not what I'm saying, but it'd be nice to not to be always on the defensive all the time, every time you ever mention Xbox, because it's just, that's the reputation that they've just dragged along to this point. So it'd be nice to see them shed that a little bit and just get back to it being about the games.
Yeah. It's funny,
nice.
the question that we're pinning, I'll speak to. One of my favorite things about doing this show, Ryan, every week is that I feel like we get to do that, honestly. Like, I feel like just by avoiding a lot of the console war garbage, like we're just going to talk about the games that we like. And that's, but more broadly speaking, Don, I think you got a good point, man. It would be nice just for Xbox to be almost like objectively good, and it doesn't require you to like also enjoy Crackdown 3 for
I would
what
like the narrative to be, about Fable and about Perfect Dark, and not about the console sales, and not about what, like the failed launch, and not about delays, and not about Redfall, and not about this constant, churn that we've been on here for a little bit. I'd like for it to just be about, hey man, they released a great game, and the game doesn't have to like support the entire ecosystem and the platform, and not everything is totally dependent on the success of one, or like, it would just be nice to just have a few games. It'd be nice if like IGN was like, Xbox had some great Xbox had some great games this year. It'd be nice if that was it. Like, can we just get back to that point?
We're not hoping for a lot.
Just get back to that point. But speaking of that point, I said Hellblade, Fable, Perfect Dark. Those are out there beyond like what we can see in terms of timeline, but they are out there. And I don't know how the other folks here on the show and how into or not into Fable they are. I had Fable from E3 looked incredible. Like, that was everything I could have possibly hoped to see from them. Given where that game is in development, who's making it, I just wanted to see that they were being a good steward, taking ownership and great care of the IP Fable. And that trailer was all I needed to know. So I will be here as long as that Fable is here.
Yes. And Donnie and I talked on Sweet Hangs, which is available at patreon.com/carpoolgaming. Donnie has Game Pass until the next Xbox, y'all. Like, Donnie has Game Pass for like 8 years, I think.
You all thought I was dumb. Everybody thought I was wasting money, and then here they start raising the prices and stuff. How's it look now?
Yeah.
Right. I got the next decade of Call of Duty games included. Yeah. How's it looking now?
So good.
I'm playing the futures market. Like any good RTS, life sim, economy sim player has. You know what I'm talking about, Ryan? Does anybody knows?
Because the Sims.
Yeah, I paid down early on returns, and the returns are looking good. We're looking on the upswing here of late. Everything just raised in value. Anybody want to buy some codes?
You should sell it. Like
On the
you're sitting on
aftermarket.
assets, man. Definitely verify those codes and get paid, my friend.
You're hurting my brain, man.
I'm 5 minutes over, guys.
All right,
I didn't even realize it until.
Donnie, thank you so much again for taking the time to joining us tonight, and I hope you have a good rest of your evening, man.
Thanks for the invite, guys. Have a great show. Happy 300. Love everything you do. Go drive. Ball.
Love you, buddy. Ball. See you, Donnie. The Donnie Reese, previously the Xbox Empire, currently PSVG and the Nintendo Shack. Ryan Turford. What an evening this has turned out to be. Seth is here, and for audio listeners who have no idea what has just happened, we are joined by the original, the founder even of the Xbox Drive, the David Moore from the Snack Network. Hi, Dave.
And also co-host of the Xbox Drive.
That's right.
Yeah, true.
Xbox Drive, but with an E. Yeah.
Hi guys, how you doing? How's everybody? It's episode 300.
Yeah.
It's amazing the show has made it that far. When I made the show with Sean, I said, we'll do it for like 15 episodes. We'll see how it goes.
Mm-hmm. And I made Dave, like, I don't even know, Dave, when I first went through the drive-through, if I even gave you a heads up. It was kind of like, this is just happening. Deal with it. All right. Like, let's just see how you do with this.
Well, see, here's the thing is our show, like we talked about, you guys talked about, it was only 40 minutes, right?
Yeah.
It was 40 minutes, and there was about 3 minutes of prep.
Yeah.
Between the two of us, like we had like a minute, and then you'd be like, "All right, bye, Dave. I'm walking into work. I'm getting on the elevator.
I'm on the elevator. Yes.
Yeah, bye. I gotta go. I'm 6 minutes late to this meeting already."
The fact that I even have a job, like, honestly, like, talk about the show still going on. The fact that I was able to stay employed, that was pretty lucky too. Yeah.
That's because no one knew you were doing this.
That's true. Yeah, I try to keep it I live many lives, Dave. We
Oh, I
managed
do.
to do that pretty well.
Yeah, I happen to do that myself.
We were talking earlier, Dave, about the Xbox Walk. Do you remember the Xbox Walk?
Yeah, the one time I went and got coffee and I swirled it around, and you were like, "Shut the hell up, Dave." You were like, "That is the most annoying sound I've ever heard." I'm like, well, all right, let's talk about the Silent Hill or the McDonald's drive-thrus or just the no warnings of, oh, I guess Sean just dropped out of the call. I guess I better either figure out how to talk or plan to edit this out later.
Dude, so much improv, really. Always was just like trying to make up something. But then at a certain point, Dave, I think you just started hating video games. I don't know.
I do, Sean. I do hate video games.
Games suck.
You guys, thank God I didn't get in this call a little bit earlier. You guys are like, what are the best 360 games? I'm like, well, I had a PS3 because I was dumb at the time. Everybody had a 360. I was like, I'm going to get the loser console.
Hey, it had the cell processor.
Yeah, I had a cell processor and Uncharted, and I was playing it on a CRT because, we hadn't upgraded to HDMI even in my house yet. So, I was playing Uncharted in standard definition in
amazing
year that was, going, yeah, this is not Jack and Daxter or Crash Bandicoot. Thanks, Naughty Dog.
Dude comes in here and slams Uncharted. Like, only Dave Moore, man. This is so on brand.
This is such an Xbox show.
I will say I have grown to like Uncharted as I've gotten older.
Gosh.
Gone back to play it. But at the time, it was the absolute last thing in the world that I wanted was a duck and cover shooter game. And so I always look back at that going, well, that's when Naughty Dog changed to being my favorite company to being like,
Wow. See, this is the thing. You get different opinions throughout this 5-hour episode. You got Donnie saying what he's got, and then you got Dave doing this.
Yeah. Listen, Naughty Dog makes incredible games. They just are not for Dave.
That's fair. What are you drinking, Dave? What do you
this is a Mountain Dew Baja Caribbean
Baja
Splash. It's a limited time flavor. Believe it or not, I have lots of those lying around. All sorts of beverages.
Dave Moore, founder of the Snack Network. How do you? So we all go to like the IGNs of the world, the various websites for the latest, greatest news in video games. How do you stay up to date in the snack world, my friend?
There isn't.
Good question.
That actually isn't a thing. That what you do is you go watch the Snack Network. That's
There it is.
I-
You are it.
That's the best plug I've ever heard.
Yeah.
That's
No kidding.
You
There
think
is no one else. There is only Dave.
There's Dave and Dave's collection of friends on TikTok and other places. The snack homies definitely deserve a shout out here, right? But
I
like,
love it.
there is no IGN in the snack world. Like, it is really us boots on the ground. Like, hey guys, I walked into the store today and I found Old Bay Goldfish again. That's happening. So
Because I feel like when I walk through like the snack aisle, it's the same. Maybe I just need to pay more attention. But like you are always finding the fact that like you describe this Baja thing as like limited edition. Like, how do you even know that? Like, is there a bunch of like, I don't know,
There's a
people
community,
geeking
right?
out? Yeah, that's what I'm.
there's Dew trackers, there's Mountain Dew Facebooks, there's
Dew trackers.
yeah, it's a Mountain Dew, there's a Mountain Dew
Amazing.
tracker. It's real. It's a real thing, and I've had to use it to hunt things down in time. All right.
It's just like hunting amiibos from back
That's
in
what
the
I was
day.
thinking.
You
That's
know,
exactly what I was thinking.
Here's the thing, guys. I'll tell you about the snacks. It's worse than hunting amiibos because sometimes the companies don't tell you anything. It's a store exclusive, but the only reason you know it's a store exclusive is because somebody in our Discord server said, hey, guys, Walmart's the only place that's got this extremely limited coffee. We don't know if it's coming to other stores yet. And it usually does, but it's like 6 months later. And by then, what's the point of you making a video about it? It's
Kind of like that though. It's like this underground. You guys are like you're sharing the news because you got each other's backs. Like, look, I know you care about this thing. I don't want you to miss it. Here's what I've seen.
Yeah,
Can't
no.
confirm, but here's what I go.
The
Here's what I
underground
got.
snack market, as mostly Martinez pointed out.
Mhm.
The worst part is when you find something at like a local little convenience store and you're like, ooh, guys, I found this. Look for it. Good luck finding it, though.
I love it though. Like that brings back such old school kind of memories. Like it almost sounds like a lie. Sounds like something's like an old wives' tale, or something somebody's making up. Like you got to go to this special place and it only exists there. Like, are you pulling my leg? I like it.
It's fun. Little Caesars has a pineapple Pepsi right now, guys. Little Caesars pizza, pineapple Pepsi. That
Of
is
course
the
they
new
do.
That
hot-
is bonkers. That is bonkers.
So wait,
There's
they
the
have an
exclusive
Okay,
Pepsi.
Do you want the even more crazy part, Sean? You ready?
Yeah.
You have to
Yeah.
buy it in the Little Caesars app. If you
Oh
walk in-
my God, I love it.
if you walk into the store and say, hi, I'd like to buy that pineapple Pepsi you have behind the counter, they go, I can't sell it to you. And you go, really? And they go, no, I literally can't scan it. I can't sell it to you. You have to buy it.
You have to steal it.
You have
You have to
either-
knock me out and steal it.
yeah, or buy it in the app. It's the worst.
Holy cow.
Dunkin' Donuts does exclusive drinks to app members, meaning they have drinks that you can only order through the app. And so if you pull up and say, hi, can I get this new blueberry pomegranate tea? They're like, no, you can't. Did you order it in the app? And you're like, nope, no, I did not.
What if I don't have a phone? Okay.
yeah, no, you're
You're
out.
too bad.
Then you do not earn the privilege. I'm realizing this just as I'm staring at the screen with Dave, Seth, and Ryan, that I guess that I podcast with people with deep encyclopedic knowledge about God knows what.
About
And like I don't know if that
stupid
says
things.
like I don't know if that says something about y'all or if it says something about me, but in any case, I'm realizing this. It's like it's right here, clear as day in front of me. Just
I mean, you
Who I
chose
hang
us,
out with.
Sean. You brought
yeah,
this
that's
motley
true.
crew together.
That is
so-
very cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's neat. I like it.
Neat.
Dave, I know that you hate most video games, so I don't think that we'll make you talk about your top 3 games for.
This is why
for
I
each
haven't
console.
anyways anything during this conversation. By the
Yeah,
way.
yeah. We'll just go. Like, what about top 3 sodas? Maybe we'll.
Well, I have this Rock Band drumstick and these Rock Band drums behind me because
Let's go, Dave.
it's
Yeah,
the
boy.
greatest video game ever made, and I will stand by that till the end of days.
Ryan's
all-
right with you, man. Ryan's about to like. You guys are about to
They've
bust
got
into
a
song.
band
I
right
think.
here.
I
I'll
know.
sing. Just like,
The problem is I had a PS3, so all my DLC is still tied to PlayStation. Trust me,
Oh.
I would have converted if my DLC would have moved over to Xbox.
I feel like I need to bring my Xbox to Extra Life so then we can play my 500 DLC tracks.
Yes,
on
Ryan.
Xbox.
I almost brought mine. I
Wow.
have 2,000 DLC songs, not to one up you.
Jesus Christ, Dave. That's too
I have a problem. I swear to God, I have a problem. And I almost brought it, but the problem with playing it at Extra Life is like no one can stream it unless you're only streaming on Twitch. Otherwise, you're out. Like it's just like don't play it. You're gonna get your entire YouTube channel shut down. in
Well,
5
well,
seconds.
luckily for us, Dave, there's a Twitch channel called twitch.tv/carpoolgaming live that,
See, look,
that is
it
out
just-
there on the internet.
more
that
plugs.
exists.
Just plugs.
Masters of plugs here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's what we do. It's what we do. That I mean, the best part is, Dave, there's new DLC you haven't even experienced yet because Rock Band 4 has new DLC coming out every week.
Oh,
So there's new songs.
I have experienced a lot of.
Do we know? Maybe we didn't do a good job introducing Dave. Dave, among many other shows that you have hosted, the #1 rhythm gaming podcast, Dave.
Yeah, we post in Living Room Clutter, the #1 Guitar Hero and Rock Band podcast. That sounds like a brag. I swear it's not a brag.
That's a brag. It's good.
brag.
Well deserved.
It is a bit of
It
one,
is.
yeah.
It is, but it was above the Harmonix official podcast at the time. So
Hell
that's,
yeah.
that's why
Wow.
I take that jab and get it, but like also there were very few people who cared about a rhythm gaming podcast.
I wish I had known about it.
It was fun. We did it for years, lead up to Rock Band 4, Guitar Hero Live. We did it for a few years afterward, but Harmonix it took them 2.5 years to patch that game. And like maybe that's the point of like where I became completely bitter, right? Or I finally crossed the line into being like, games cannot release broken or I'm done. And so many games release broken. And it's like, well, my favorite game took 2.5 years to get fully patched.
What was wrong with it? Why was it broken?
They said at launch we would have access to our DLC. They said that we would have working tracks, and you thought that like you would be fine, and then you booted the game up and you had the 40 horrible last remaining songs they hadn't released on the disc. They said DLC's coming later. The instruments that they released disconnect on a regular basis. Still to this day, they're
I
usable.
don't know. I've never had a problem with my guitar. So.
No, you're on Xbox. You're in the lucky.
Oh,
you're in
the
lucky
PlayStation camp? Yeah.
It was mostly PlayStation camp, unless you're using the first wave of Xbox guitars that they released for Rock Band 4.
Yeah.
When they changed companies midway through development of the hardware, and it took about 4 months to get any DLC. It seemed like, and it was like track by track. You had to, on PlayStation specifically, you had to go into purchased, reclaim every single song.
Oh,
one
but that's
by
just the
one.
PlayStation Store, though. That has nothing to do with the game.
Yeah, it was. It was a PlayStation Store problem, but like no one prepared for it.
Yeah.
And it was just like, I believe that this game will be good one day. And it is. It's a great game now, but it took so long. The menus weren't animated. There were no custom characters. There was no campaign of any kind. So it was basically just quick play. It was rough. And like, I had to host a show and be like,
Yay.
yeah, this is fun, guys. And I mean, we had Harmonix on, and we took questions from the chat. We took live questions from the chat, people asking real questions, and I wasn't going to hold back. Harmonix never talked to us ever again. and I don't feel bad about that, right? But we had been sitting there for months with no answers, and they said they'd come on and give us answers, and like, we're gonna ask the hard questions, and I told them that in the prep emails. Like, be ready. We're not gonna sit here and pretend like it's okay that 70% of the DLC library is missing when you promised it. I don't know.
Dave, I know we could go on. I can't see has a very important question for you. What is your favorite budget snack? And I guess you can define that however you like. I don't know exactly what budget snack means, but
like not name brand. I take that as like Walmart brand, like good value.
Nice. Yeah. Like that's the brand is good value.
Yeah, it's good value. That's the Walmart brand.
Or like if you go to your Dollar General, what's the best snack at a Dollar General?
I mean, I tend to lean towards just grabbing like the dollar box as a candy. Like I like a box of Whoppers, or just like Utz are really good potato chips. Like Utz makes really good potato chips, and I consider those like an off-brand discount chip. Zaps are usually pretty cheap, and they're a
Yes,
little.
let's go.
They're smaller bags, but the quality is there. So like, Zaps are kind of amazing.
Voodoo chips, baby.
Yeah, I don't like the voodoo, but the
What?
every other flavor, my friend.
Oh, they're so good. The voodoo chips are excellent. I'm from Louisiana, Dave. We do this down here.
Yeah, yeah. It's not for me, but most of their flavors are on point. Sprecher is showing up in Dollar Tree stores. Guys, Sprecher makes the best root beer in the planet. That's not just because they're our friends, but also because it's the truth.
There's a lot of competition out there, root beer vertical. TPR comes in with an important correction, Dave. It's actually called great value, not good value.
Yeah.
Correction needed, he says.
All right, that's fair. Listen,
I want to know the brand called good value, actually.
Yeah.
It is just a good value. It isn't a great value.
I-
It's
so-
good though. It's a
I
good
feel
value.
like I called it what it is. It's usually like good enough.
Also, I just wanted to throw out there, not to sidetrack this amazing conversation about good value or great value, but mostly Martinez. I just saw mostly Martinez tweet about this, confirming Dave mentioning what Dave mentioned about pineapple pizza or pineapple Pepsi at Little Caesars.
Amazing.
Pulling it up on the app with pictures of Dave and the four of us, because Dave apparently announced it on the Xbox Drive that it's a thing that exists. Congratulations.
There you go.
Dave Moore,
Exclusive.
breaking news on the Xbox Drive that pineapple Pepsi is a thing you can get.
I've got 3 cans. I have not tried it yet.
Which of course means you could have pineapple pilk, Dave. You could do that.
No. Didn't hear that. I have to slushy it and crack in it. I'm not gonna make it into pilk. No, thank you.
What is even happening? Oh
I
my
have a-
gosh.
The slushy season. It's a slushy machine. If you go to our TikTok profile, go buy one from us. That would be great. That helps us out and helps them out. But they sent us a slushy machine, so I have to slushy a ton of drinks.
That's
okay.
incredible.
It's super fun, and so pineapple Pepsi is on the top of that list to do. It's super fun. It takes.
Bowsah's out here in the chat knocking it before she tries it. Like I'd try pineapple Pepsi.
I'd try it.
I'd try it. I'd give it a
once.
try.
I would try it knowing that it would probably be terrible, but I'd still try it anyways.
No, you try everything twice just in case something went wrong the first time. You need to confirm. You don't just try some things once. You got to give it
I
another
learned
shot.
my lesson from Crystal Pepsi, Sean. You don't need to try that more than twice.
No, see,
No, that's exactly why you need to try it twice. Like that first time, you're not ready for it. Okay, you need to acclimatize your palate. I don't know what I'm even
Or
talking
Sean,
about.
you just can't face the facts that Crystal Pepsi had nothing on Pepsi Blue. 'Cause Pepsi Blue is way better.
Facts. That is straight.
Yeah,
facts.
that's true.
See,
Some people say that Crystal Pepsi was the gateway to crystal meth, but I wouldn't say that.
this is
Somewhat.
what happens when we're almost 3 hours into this show. By the way, it becomes nonsense.
This is why you guys should say no to me. Look, 300-minute episode. All right. Nobody did the math on what that means. It just sounded cool.
It's fine, Sean. We'll get
That's
to topic
5
2 of
hours.
7 pretty soon. Eventually.
Oh my gosh.
Pin it. Pin it.
Pin it for later. We'll pin it for later. Dave Moore from the Snack Network, founder, originator of the Xbox Drive, put up with me yelling "bah" for some reason. I don't know if you have any closing final thoughts, my friend. It's been a pleasure and an honor, a privilege to have you on the show.
No, I feel like I didn't really have a choice in the buy. It kind of just happened, and I was
Sit there.
I was just like sitting at my desk going, I don't know what I have agreed to. We'll find out.
Yep. Yep.
That's a-
At least, Dave, you understand. You understand.
Yep.
Oh, I do. I sympathize with you every single episode, Ryan.
Mhm. So my wife is thinking upstairs right now. What have I done?
That's true.
What have I agreed to? You promised. Dave Moore, how can people find you on the internet? Are you still Tell You Dave on the internet?
I am at Tell You Dave pretty much everywhere. The Snack Network or at the Snack Net. Go over on TikTok. It's where we're really focusing right now because we just hit 6,000 followers.
Oh,
It's awesome over there. We're making goofy videos almost every single day, tasting the new things. So you guys don't have to. Also, you'll find out about pineapple Pepsi at Little Caesars. That's
heck yes. I love it. Dave Moore, the Xbox Drive does not exist without you, my friend.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing it to life and continuing to bring the news of pineapple Pepsi to the world. You make the world a brighter place, my friend. Thanks for being here with us. Dave Moore, everybody. Welcome. Thank you, Dave Moore.
Thanks, Dave, for coming by. Appreciate
Thanks, Dave.
Go play Rock Band and Forza.
Let's
Yay,
go.
Forza. Bye-bye, Dave.
Bye.
Bye, Dave.
Let's
Okay.
go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right. So, anyways, Seth, of course,
Hi,
you've
Ryan.
been so patient.
Hi,
with us.
Seth.
I do appreciate
Sean.
your patience here. Thank you so much
Of
again.
course. I'm just
for
hanging
joining
out.
us. So,
Chilling.
Seth, I think it's time. It's time for us to finally talk about OG Xbox. Now, I'm going to give you the choice on this, Seth. We can go one of two ways with you in particular because you're special. I don't know if you knew this.
Oh, thank you.
I could either ask you the questions I asked the other guests, or if you have 10 original Xbox games, you can do the 10 original Xbox games segment with Sean and I. Which would you prefer?
Ooh.
Why not both, Ryan?
Oh, it's
Is
getting
what I
better.
say.
Oh, I love it.
We got 187 minutes left to go on this show, so let's do it.
We haven't even started our lists. Okay.
No, we're starting the list now, Sean. We're starting the list now.
Okay.
Sean, we're finally transitioning to topic 2 of 7, 3 hours into the show.
Oh my gosh,
Okay?
I love it.
So Ryan, should I do like 360 Xbox One and then Series X and then do
Let's
original
get those out of the way
with you
first
guys?
because we're going to
Okay.
do a deeper discussion in OG Xbox. So, Seth, hit us with your 360 games, my friend.
Okay. So I've had time to think about this now that y'all have asked it to other people. So I've been kind of marinating as I've been sitting here listening. I've been marinating on this. And Ryan, my top Xbox 360 game was not hard for me to pick at all. And you actually mentioned it earlier. It was already on my list. You might have noticed my reaction when you name dropped it. My favorite Xbox 360 game is Marble Blast Ultra.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, it is.
It's an incredible game. Anybody out there, if you're a Marble Blast Ultra fan, there's a great indie game called Marble It Up, which is made by the same developers, and it is very much a spiritual successor to it. It's on Switch. It's coming to everything else next month. It's very, very good. So
Now, fun fact about Marble Blast Ultra, Seth, because we'll probably never mention it again tonight. I played that game with Rihanna once. Because
What?
there was because the Xbox back in the day, they did these like play with celebrity random game days on Xbox Live, and it was a contest you could enter. And I just happened to I was entering all these because, of course, I was very much into the Xbox 360 at the time, and I randomly won the opportunity to play Rihanna in Mobile Plus Ultra Co-op over voice chat, over Xbox Live voice chat, and it was like the coolest afternoon ever. Where we just hung out and played Marble Blast Ultra together.
Right, I've never been
fun.
happier than I am in this moment right now. That is
What a show.
incredible.
It was so good. But anyways, I think of that
I'm
every time
freaking
I
out.
think about that game. Anyways,
Wow.
continue with your list.
It's going to be hard for me to go on after learning that information.
Yeah, what else you
okay.
got, Seth?
My number 2 would be Mass Effect. Mass Effect 1.
My man. Ooh,
Um,
yeah.
Controversially, perhaps.
Nope.
Y'all, I love the first Mass Effect. That's by far my favorite entry of the series. I played through that game 20 times. Exactly 20 times.
What?
Yeah. It was
20?
I was in a weird
To be
place in my
fair,
life. Sean.
my total, Sean, is not that different from Seth's for Mass Effect 1. I've also finished it almost
Yeah.
20 times.
Who even thinks about doing that? That's incredible. I mean,
I was in a
obviously you
weird
two.
spot.
I'm the weird one out. I'm actually the odd one out here. What am I saying?
I was in a weird place. I was going through a depression, and Mass Effect really kind of took me out of it. And then my third would be DJ Hero 2. DJ Hero 2, one of my favorite rhythm games of all time, and a seminal Xbox 360 game for me.
That's a great one, too. I love DJ Hero, and it makes me sad that it'll never come back.
I know.
Yeah. There may be two
R.I.P.
of them,
DJ Hero.
but so good.
Yeah.
All right.
So, yeah.
Great list, Seth. Xbox One games. What do you got next?
For Xbox One, this is maybe a bit of a cop-out, but my number 1 has to be Rare Replay. I mean, like, come on. Like Rare Replay, again, it's a collection of other games, but, like, it's so, like, you almost can't beat it for the games that is included in that package. Just having, like, you know, this is maybe a controversial topic to bring up here in the presence of Sean, but the Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie on there alone makes me very
My
happy.
reputation is something else, man. I was listening to the Nintendo Drive. I don't remember if it was the post show or not, but Miles of Amanda goes like, "Sorry to Sean, but Kirby." I'm like, you can
Yeah.
talk about Kirby. You can talk about Banjo-Kazooie. I'm not like, I'm not like that meme just like, what?
Yeah, just angry about everything.
Now, Sean, you've got this reputation, but I don't like Banjo either. So like,
Well,
you're in good company
all right.
with me on this show. But I mean, people all are out there being like, man, we need Banjo to come back, and I'm like, I can wait. We don't.
I can wait. My
Rare
number
Replay is great though.
two-
Thank you for throwing love to Rare Replay, because
It's so
it is
good.
it may be seemingly like a weird pick in that it's a collection of games, many of which were on the N64 back in the day, but like that collection, even if you don't even like the games, just go
Right.
like look at how those games are presented.
to have it.
Yeah.
So good. But then also the games are very,
the
very
presentation's amazing, off the
good.
charts.
Mhm.
I should also say, I kind of fell off of Xbox after 360. Xbox One was what killed it for me.
Damn.
So to be honest with you, so like it was actually kind of hard for me to think about my three favorite Xbox One games. My number 2 would be Sunset Overdrive.
That's a good pick.
I love that game. That's a great game. I spent hours just like running around in that game, doing nothing.
Mhm.
Like if a game's movement is good enough, I'll literally I'm gonna talk about a game later where I'll just spend dozens of hours just doing the same thing, just moving through the game. So, and then my number 3 has to be Quantum Break. Shout outs to Quantum Break.
Yes, love Quantum Break.
Brother.
Shout outs to Quantum Break, man.
That's a good one too.
Quantum Break was the one for me that like showed where the narrative was on Xbox almost entirely. And what I mean by that is I felt like it was a very good game, but because it wasn't like one of those 10 out of 10s, everybody's like, Xbox is doomed. And it's like that never
Right.
felt fair to that game. It was, I'd have to look at the release schedule around it, but I seem to remember there being like nothing for quite a long time before it and nothing for quite a long time after it. So it really needed to be that game that at that time.
Yeah, I
Right.
was just about to say, like, that's why it had that stigma. Like, it had to be
Yeah.
the game that saved Xbox because there was nothing else going on, and people were leaving the console in droves because of Don Matrick. Like,
Yeah, and people they latch onto these singular elements about games, and then they make this big deal about it. The whole like the TV segments, the live action stuff, and that being such a detriment. It's like, I'm sorry, did we not just have Metal Gear Solid 4 with like 90 minutes straight of cinematics? Ryan, you know these things better than I do, but like this wasn't the first time this has happened where you had long cinematics. It's just it was that different, and it happened to be on the console that wasn't cool.
The difference, though, was it was live action cutscenes, and people didn't like the live action. Like,
Whatever.
people were like, oh, because it reminded them of the TV thing. Like, that's why
I thought it was cool. Oh, I see. Yeah, because TV sports, TV
Right.
sports.
because there was
Yeah.
basically a season of a TV show
Yeah, they made
that
a
happened
TV
to
show.
be in
made
Quantum
that
Break.
game like 200 gigabytes to download on your Xbox One. It was
really
just
did.
massive. Yeah.
Straight up made a TV show. Well, it's interesting because like Remedy had flirted with that sort of like in-game media thing with Alan Wake, but then when it came to Quantum Break, it's like, okay, we're just straight up doing a TV show with the star of Animorphs, Sean Ashmore, of course.
Of course.
You know, have to get that in there as well. So yeah, I love that game. Great game.
Yeah, he was in nothing else.
That was it. Just Animorphs.
Just Animorphs.
He's just Jake to me. That's it.
He was never a
Nice.
certain man of ice. He was just an anamorph instead.
He's just Jake.
Yeah. All right. And do you have, so then since you are not primarily an Xbox person now, do you have a Series X, Series S list?
I'll give you 2. I can't do 3. I'm just not well versed enough in it. But 2 games that I've really, really loved on this console: Psychonauts 2, which comes up again. That's an incredible game. One of my favorite games of this entire generation. What a game. And the first game, like, I considered the first game to be like in my top, like 25 of all time. And then this game just is better than the first game in every way. Like, it's so good. And then Hi-Fi Rush, which came out earlier this year.
Ooh.
I think that game is great. I think that's going to be like the game that a lot of people, I've heard some people kind of like still bring it up, but there's a lot of hype for it when it dropped, but I feel like the hype has kind of waned with it a little bit. It's excellent. It's a great game. So.
Yeah, it's one of those games I think a lot of people are going to forget about at the end of the year. When
Yeah.
we do like our wrap
Not
up
I.
for the year.
Not
I,
Seth.
Ryan.
Oh, geez.
Absolutely not.
We'll find out. All right. Well, that's going to do it for Seth's list. But I think, Sean, It is
Is
time,
it time?
time to shift into cruise control once again. Topic number 2. The 10 best original Xbox games as
3
chosen
hours
by
in.
us, of course. So Sean and I each brought 10 original Xbox games. We're gonna go through them, and hopefully Seth also has 10 Xbox games to talk about
I
too.
do.
And we'll go around the horn and talk about them and talk about our favorite original Xbox games. Although I will say, for those folks that have listened to the Crossroads before, my list is going to be very similar to that. So spoiler alert, if you've listened, it's almost like I did an entire show, Sean, ranking original Xbox games
That's
not
true.
too long ago.
Fair.
So
Yeah.
it's going to be very
All right.
similar to that list, but I may have changed the order a little bit. You guys, you never know. And actually Xbox 360, I've actually definitely flip-flopped them and some stuff, and you'll hear about that in a little bit. But
Can I ask a question? I don't even know if this might ruin something. Number one, shout out to Robbie Bobby Miller. All lists that we ever do from here on out, dedicated, honored, and presented by Robbie Bobby Miller. Thoughts on Half-Life 2? As far as like an Xbox game,
it
like
was
is that
on the original
Orange
Xbox.
box?
It counts.
It was.
No, like-
yeah, it was.
yeah. Because so here I don't know.
No,
Like,
Half-Life
it's kind of
2,
even-
the port on original Xbox was real bad. But if you
okay,
want
that's
to include it,
okay.
But if you want to include it, Sean, it is your list, and I'm not going to tell you what you can and can't include.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to do is maybe explain why it's not on my list. And I think you just brought up something very important that I didn't play it on Xbox. That's the biggest reason that it's not on my list. I played it on PC. But yeah, I don't think of it as an Xbox game either.
Yeah.
So
no, it's more of like a 360 generation. If you're thinking about it from a console standpoint, then Half-Life 2 is more thought of as a 360 game because of Orange Box.
Fair. Okay.
Right,
Okay.
sure.
So yeah, I will leave it off of my list. My list stands as it is. I am ready to participate in topic 2.
Perfect. Then I will start, and then we'll go clockwise, Sean. I hope you understand how clockwise
Whatever that
works.
means.
Whatever that means.
Whatever that means. Of course, myself, Seth, and then Sean for audio.
Got it.
So, starting with me, my number 10 game from Software, Otogi 2 Immortal Warriors. This was the sequel to a hack and slash game that they did called Otogi Myth of Demons that I won't talk too much about because I might talk about it later. But Otogi 2 Immortal Warriors really expanded the gameplay. It allowed you to play as a bunch of different characters in the Otogi universe. But it's like this game that's kind of based on Japanese mythology that has environmental destruction where you can knock people into rocks and then the rocks would explode everywhere. You could knock people in the buildings and the buildings would blow up. Like, it was really cool technology at the time, but it also told this like really cool story, and it was really like much more cinematic than From's other games are. Like, definitely much more cinematic than something like Dark Souls was really trying to tell you a story. But it also had great environmental storytelling as you went through the game, so you got to learn more about the game as you played, and the environments and the lore as you played through it, which I thought was super cool. Plus the hack and slash combat, very, very fun. So, and all the characters played really differently, and they're all fun to play as. So, Otogi 2 Immortal Warriors is my very first pick for the original Xbox. Very, very fun game.
Ryan, I've never heard of this game,
Excellent.
other than when you talked about it on the show. Here's the thing: I was about to start writing down your games, and I don't know how to spell any of the words that you just said. So I would love to include your games in my research later. So I'm gonna have to ask you to go ahead.
I will just put them in a Discord message.
Thank you. Like Otogi something. I'm like I'm lost. So
Otogi 2 Immortal Warriors. How difficult is that, Sean?
I don't know. It sounds like Italian to me.
Otogi.
Wouldn't have this problem if Luke was here. At least Luke also knows these games.
Jeez. Most people do.
Oh, I know it.
Like, I'm an idiot. I get it.
Yeah.
I have no problem admitting it. That's a cool sounding game, Ryan Turford.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sure it's good.
Yeah. All right, Seth, what do you got?
My number 10 is Fable: The Lost Chapters.
Yes.
Like Fable 1 is a really good game. It's not my favorite Fable game. I like it a lot though. And I liked the idea, like, original Xbox had this neat way of kind of like packaging DLC on the disc and kind of releasing that stuff with the lost chapters, putting cut content like back into the game. I thought was really neat. They would later do that with like the Halo 2 multiplayer disc and all of that. I don't remember which one came first, but it was always neat when they did that. So
Neat.
Yeah, neat.
Nice.
Everybody knows Fable, though. I don't need to expound upon Fable.
Yeah, Fable's real good. Yeah, the only reason why I expounded on Otogi is, like I said, I don't imagine
Nobody knows it.
Yeah, but it's backwards compatible, so if people want to try it, they can go
That's
back.
cool. I almost want to explain my list whenever you guys talk about a game that sounds great, and everybody in the chat and everybody listening to me like, yeah, totally, that should be on the list. I haven't played either of those games, so you're about to find out just like how little I haven't played any Fable games actually.
Wow.
So fake fan.
Jesus.
I know. I get it. I know.
So then, hold on, Sean. Are you gonna play the new one then? Are you excited about it?
I'm excited about it. Yeah, definitely. Donnie and I were talking about if I should squeeze in the previous games, the Fable Anniversary, some of the 360 games, and I'm thinking about it, but I got Starfield coming up. I got to build that Optimus Prime.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm interested, but just didn't. I don't think like, and I'll get to this a little bit later, but there's a game on one of the lists at one point where I discovered I actually can play RPGs and games that are a little bit more complex than shoot games or NHL or whatever. But there was a long time in my life that I was very intimidated by it. I guess I never thought of it in that way, but I guess I was just intimidated.
I know the game you're talking about, which is why like it makes perfect sense now that you explain it like that. That I'm like, okay, that explains why you never played Fable then, because those games came out before the game I know that you're referring to.
Just didn't think I could do it, man. I was also not allowed to play Zelda at neighbor Matt's house because my brother deleted one of the saves. So I didn't have those formative years, man. I could have trained on that stuff.
It's fine. I never played Zelda as a kid either, Sean. So it's all good.
Yeah, well, there you go. Ryan, what my 10th game was going to be Dead to Rights. And I do think that there's a place in my heart for that game. It's not on it. I would say that, but I won't.
Good game,
Seth. I have a good place in my heart for that game. And as I was preparing my list, I went back and looked at gameplay from this game. Right, I think that game might be shit. I think that game might be awful.
Yeah, Dead to Rights. Yeah,
I think that game might not be good.
That game is Dead to Rights, Sean.
Yeah, I don't think it's good. It's very cheesy. I think like you play as like a cop with a dead dog. Like they killed your dog.
Yeah. The dog's not dead, but the dog's there. But
not that that's a bad plot to a movie, because we all know John Wick. Like that's it's a great series. But anyways, I wouldn't say Dead to Rights because I looked at gameplay and just kind of laughed at myself how far we've come with games. So my number 10 pick is Burnout 3 Takedown.
Yes.
Nice.
Racing games were a big deal, and you'll see that throughout my list. But Burnout 3 Takedown on the original Xbox reminds me of the days of also loading up that hard drive, which had never been done before, by the way, with MP3s and just doing whatever you wanted, man. So good. But yeah, shout out to Burnout, number 10.
Yeah, Burnout for sure. Like, in fact, racing games, for folks that don't know the original Xbox, racing games in particular were a huge genre on the original Xbox. One of the biggest genres on the console.
Yeah.
So when you go and actually collect original Xbox games, it's that and sports games are the two most common things you'll find. Or racing games in those, because there's just a ton of them on there. Kind of like the N64 is kind of like that too. But my next one, I talked about on the RPG Cave this week, and I won't go too much into it, but it's a game I love very much, and I'm very sad that they never made another one of. Jade Empire from BioWare is my number 8 game or number 9 game. I love the Kung Fu style, and I'm sad that this was like the most original BioWare RPG in my opinion, where it plays different than Mass Effect or Dragon Age or KOTOR. It looked different, and I'm sad they never made another one. So Jade Empire,
they were going to
number 9. Yeah.
Jade Empire 2 is far along too, and they canceled it. It was like pretty. There's like you can see like footage of it floating around out there. It's crazy.
And in fact, to catch people up for of course expanding the Carpool Gaming cinematic universe. This week on the RPG Cave, I gave my pitch for a spiritual successor to Jade Empire, but from the Mortal Kombat franchise, because I think that would fit really well in the shell of Jade Empire. I think that would be
good call. Yeah.
On that. There you go.
Yo, shout out to I Can't See, who is a beloved member in the community, by the way. Very active. Love seeing you here. I Can't See. He says, Series S is my first Xbox. I got in because of Black Friday deals. Growing up, it was Nintendo and PlayStation and Sega early on. My boarding school had a PS1 and PS2. Kay had a PS2 and PSP in the 2000s. So love seeing you here. And this is one of the things, Ryan, celebrating the Xbox Drive even just a little bit. People who don't have even a current connection or a huge history with Xbox find a home here, man. Like they tend to like the show, which is, I love to see it, but love to see. I can't see here.
Believe it or
the
not,
chat.
we also hear from lots of people from downtown that listen to the show that don't even have Xbox. So that's one of the greatest compliments anyone can ever
Big
pay
time.
because
Yep.
we're putting on an entertaining experience, even if you're not really into the console, which is super cool.
I like it.
I like it. All right, Seth, your number 9 game on the
All
original
right.
Xbox.
Number
I-
9.
I-
Oh my God.
I should have done the thing that Sean did. Like I was going
Not
to
gonna
say.
say.
I'm
Mhm.
not gonna say, and I had actually meant to bring this up. It would have been like my number 11. So just real quick because I
Love
actually
it.
have it. right
Yes,
next to
do
me.
it, Seth.
My number 11 would have been Brute Force,
It's right there.
which I just have on hand, which is a really fun like shooter, kind of squad based like shooter. You can play as this lizard dude who has like infrared sight and stuff.
Oh my
it's fun. It's cool.
gosh.
That was a game that people were so hyped for before it came
Yeah.
out, and it disappointed so many people.
I liked it. I
know.
liked it a lot.
I know
It was
it's a very silly game that can be pretty fun, but I know a lot
It's
of people
stupid.
People
Yeah.
thought it was going to be the next Halo. That's how big
Right.
people thought of Brute Force.
Yeah, but my actual number 9 is one that I'm sure everybody knows and loves, a classic, Dreamfall: The Longest Journey, which is very near and dear to my heart. This is this was the game that kind of made me, for the first time, I think, being an impressionable teenager playing this game, where there's multiple protagonists, but the main protagonist is a woman. And I think it kind of like allowed me to feel comfortable playing as like women in games, because my friends would make fun of me and stuff playing as women in games and whatever. And that one, really kind of broke down that barrier for me. And now I primarily play as women in games when I get the choice. And so I love that game. And it's kind of like the original Xbox's Eternal Darkness a little bit. It doesn't have the same like Lovecraftian tone, but it's got the multiple protagonists. It's got that kind of adventure gameplay. You've got characters set in like the like realm of magic, and you've got characters set in like the futuristic, realm. It's a wonderful story. I wish they would have been able to continue it. And special game. I like it a lot.
Nice. I'm glad you brought that one up, because that's a pretty fun game that I know came out late in the original Xbox lifecycle, and I know a lot of people missed that one. But it was mostly that's a series that mostly people played on PC back in the day.
Yeah, I like that game a lot.
I like
Shouts
it.
to Dreamfall. I like
Nice. Sean? what
I've
is your
never heard of
number-
it. My number 9 is it's got to be on the list. This might upset people as maybe not being high enough on the list, but my number 9 is Fusion Frenzy.
Yeah.
What is left to be said about Fusion Frenzy, but just should exist even still to this day. More games like this should. I love mini games. Basically, just things that get the whole room just laughing together and playing things and trying out new stuff. Fusion Frenzies, I just have great memories with it as well. Like, it came out at a perfect time where my friends and I we play that for hours. So Fusion Frenzy is my number 9.
We played that demo of Fusion Frenzy, Sean, on the Halo Combat Evolved disc so much that I think we played it even more than Halo Combat Evolved did.
Nice.
When we had friends over, where it was just tons of just playing those 2 mini games that included Twisted System and then that other one. So
Yep, the ball.
yeah, the ball one.
Yeah,
Kind of like
the
the Tower
hamster
Sphere
ball.
from American Gladiators.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god. So many cross references. All right. Next up for mine, and this is one that I thought would be higher, but over the test of time, I think this one falls a little bit on my list, and that is Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2, The Sith Lords from Obsidian. In a lot of ways, if the ending was actually finished, I would have probably liked this game more than KOTOR 1, if I'm being honest, with all the different gameplay systems and the storytelling. But because it's a kind of an unfinished game, combined with the fact that, as Sean knows, KOTOR hasn't really stood the test of time as far as the gameplay goes over the years. So it's a tough game to go back to, but it still holds a special place in my heart. So
I don't know
KOTOR
if it's
2.
the gameplay, Ryan, that falls apart for me. I just thought that the twist was cliche. I just didn't think that like the big moment, everybody's like, oh my gosh. I'm like, I don't know.
Back then, it was sick.
I guess. Yeah. So I think that has more to do with it for me than anything. I'm curious on this, like Obsidian, just there's so much talent there, and their track record is so great. Like I shouldn't let my my somewhat soured experience with KOTOR, and that's going to be the thing that upsets people even more than anything else I say. Like, I didn't love KOTOR, and that's a beloved game in this ecosystem.
Yeah.
So maybe the second one, though.
I mean, the second one allowed you to be, and it was the only game that allowed you to do this, allowed you to bend the wills of your party members and force them to join the dark side alongside with you.
That's amazing. That's awesome.
I loved being
really
able to
cool.
turn like my party members that had like latent force abilities into dark Jedis. Like, it was super cool.
I love
That's something
that.
that only exists in that game. But yeah.
Nice.
All right, Seth, number 8.
My number 8, another one that I have on hand. It's Breakdown, which is a weird game where you play as an amnesiac dude that has like a strange virus injected into him, and that allows him to like punch through people and walls. You eat a hamburger and throw up. And I just remember really liking the janky like vibes of the game. I haven't played it in some time, ever since picking up this copy and booting it up to make sure it actually ran. But yeah, it's like kind of an immersive sim sort of thing. Like, it's one of those, like, you know, you're kind of like in this, you're escaping this like facility that's doing experiments on you, and you're just punching dudes and kicking dudes and eating cheeseburgers that are laying around this lab for some reason and throwing up. And it's, I love that game a lot. It's good.
It's a weird game, but it's really good. Like, it was a game I didn't really play for the first time until back compat happened on Series X, Xbox One, because that was one of the first games we had in the first batch of original Xbox games on One X, and it was so cool to go back and play that for the very first time, and I had a blast with it too. So
yeah, great game.
It's a good game. All right,
I never heard of it.
Sean's gonna have so many games on his list now.
Yeah, with you and I on the show.
All right, what do you got next, my friend?
My next game is a very pretty game. In the magazines, the official Xbox magazines, this is one that caught your eye. It is technically not a color. It's the game Black. It is such a great looking first-person shooter game. Ryan's just shaking his head at me right now.
I'm sorry, I am shaking my head because of Sean's segue there. It's too bad.
Technically not a color.
Technically not a color. It's the absence of light. Black. What a good-looking game. It might be the best looking game. I don't know. Maybe Halo 2 is up there as well, and there's certainly racing games that are there with it. But that's one that, you know, back in the day, you go like, what game has the best graphics? That one, so good. Ryan, Criterion Games make this game?
Criterion, the same people who made Burnout made this game.
Yes. So like they're on a roll with this. And I love this game. I think a lot of people more so think of it as a PlayStation game. And I don't know, like, I feel like the horsepower of the Xbox made it.
It was on PS2, but it looked way better on Xbox.
That's what I'm saying, man. Yep. So shout out to Black.
I don't know if you knew this, but Black is backwards compatible, and it got 1X upgrades, so it runs in 4K now.
Oh,
I didn't know that. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Blackwards compatibility. That is incredible.
Blackwards compatibility at 4K.
I know what we're doing.
Yeah, you can play with 4K textures, and it looks like a completely different game. Like, it looks even better. But yeah, that was a game that, even though it came to PlayStation and Xbox, looked miles better on Xbox.
So great. I never went back, Ryan.
You never did. It's a shooty shoot game, Sean. But moving on, my number 6 game is a game that, you know, is popular. It's out there, but I don't know if anyone here has played it. It's also a hot take that I'm about to say: the best Star Fox style game ever. Panzer Dragoon
Let's
Order.
go. Let's go,
Sega.
Ryan.
I like Star Fox. I think it's a great on-rails shooter, but Panzer Dragoon Order just blows that game out of the water. That game is incredible, and playing it now on back compat 4K 60 frames per second on Series X, it's one of the prettiest looking back compat games out there, period. So yes, so good. If you like Star Fox and you've never played the Panzer Dragoon games before, especially Orta, go play it. It's amazing.
Ryan, the next game on my list was also Panzer Dragoon Orta.
Yes.
Whoa, nice.
I knew we were going to cross over on some games, and as we get to the top, I feel like we're going to get there with some of this stuff.
Yeah, and actually, if I could just jump ahead, my next game after that was Jade Empire. So
Yes.
we're kind of in that similar headspace there. So yeah.
Yeah, we're in the same headcanon, as one might say.
That's right. Yeah, that's a great game though. What a like. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I just echo everything you say, Ryan. Like the in that on rails shooter Star Fox style, it is top of class. Like that's an excellent game.
Yeah, way better. All right,
Look
Sean.
at you guys with your fancy games with stories and mechanics and whatever. I'm about to take you on a journey, Ryan Turford. My next couple of games are in not like the most, I don't know what to say. Like this isn't the most sophisticated couple of picks, but it's a snapshot in time for me and for these styles of games that ended up getting and continue to be far too complicated. NHL 2005 is the one that I picked from this run. NHL 2005. I loved NHL at this time, my friends. Sports games, that wonderful, perfect, if you allow me to say, perfect blend of arcade and sim. So good. I played a ton of NHL on the original Xbox. So I'm going to 2005. I don't remember exactly the differences between like 2002 to 3 to 4 to 5 and whatnot.
One of the notable things about 2005, I'm glad you brought it up, Sean, is the fact that it was the first one that had online play on Xbox.
Oh, there you go. That's why I picked it. Totally.
Because before that, we had XSN Sports, Sean, the Xbox Sports Network, where only Microsoft first-party sports games were allowed to have online sports access. So the EA Sports games
That's hilarious.
couldn't until the 2005 entries. So.
Well, I'm trying to think too. It might have been 2006, if that makes sense. That it was a different game for the original Xbox and 360. Like you could buy the same game, but it was actually quite different. I think it was on the 360 they moved on to the next commentator, and then it was still Jim Hewson on the original one. So shout out to that.
Nice. Yeah, that new commentator was not great because Jim Hewson.
No, we had a whole generation just like boring and lame. Give me back. Even to this day, I would still take Jim Hewson.
I was gonna say James Cebulski's fine, but like
he's fine.
Jim Houston's way better.
Doc Emmert should have been amazing.
Don't forget about Don Taylor. He was also great too with Jim Houston.
Yeah. Totally. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Ray Ferraro is the best thing going on in commentating, though.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's all I got to say about that.
My God. Well, my next one, Halo Combat Evolved, one of the most important games for the original Xbox, hits my number 5. Great game. One of my favorite Halo games. And I have to put it there, but everyone knows about Halo Combat Evolved, so I won't stick with it too much. So. And then Seth, of course, Jade Empire, number 5.
Yeah. So Jade Empire was my number 6. I don't know if it got like mixed in, but I can just go with, since I already shouted out, I can go to my number 5.
Sure.
My number 5 is Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic,
nice.
Which for me, like, yeah, I agree that the game doesn't super hold up from a gameplay perspective. But that game's really special to me. So let me short story. That game came out when I was like 14 or 15, and I came down with scarlet fever, y'all.
What's that?
It is some weird like 1800s disease that the doctors couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. Eventually, they're like, "Yo, you got scarlet fever," and I was down for that's exactly what they said verbatim. And they were like, they had to do a bunch of stuff to me, and I was out of school for like a month, and I just remember being like sick, laid up in bed with scarlet fever, eating ice cream and playing Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic nonstop. So that game's always going to be really special to me. So
nice.
Yeah.
Neat.
It's very good. Neat.
Well,
I like it.
I will jump ahead and actually say Star Wars: Knights of the Republic is my number 4 game, which we'll get to a little bit later.
There we go.
I played it.
Sean played it. There you go. All right, Sean. What do you got next? What
number are we at?
Master Sean Capri got next?
You guys are all over the place. Well, continuing on my trend of non-sophisticated games, but very fun, and they don't make them like they used to. Tiger Woods PGA Tour, also 2005. Shout out to the Tiger Woods games just in general. Best character creators ever. You could do whatever you wanted to the face and the body and to the eyes and the ears and the hair and everything. I feel, and maybe I'm just misremembering. I'm looking for maybe a little support from the chat here. I feel like those were the best character creators, and they just got worse somehow. Yeah. Don't understand it, but I love those games. Man, Tiger Woods, PGA Tour, so good. Love me some of those games. Played up all night.
That's when golf games were good, Sean.
Yeah,
really.
Roy so Tiger Woods
broke everything. But nice. All right. Well, my number 4, Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic.
You guys are like 2 ahead of me. Should I catch up?
Or sorry,
Yeah, catch
That was
up.
my number 6. That was my number 6.
oh, sorry. Did I skip ahead? Maybe I have.
No, you
I
guys
don't
are
know
all
what
like because you have
happened.
the same
Yeah.
games on your list, so you're all over the place.
We're
So
all
I can
over the place.
I can catch up if you like.
No. I probably have the order wrong because actually I'm looking over and I'm like, wait a second, I didn't mention my actual number 5 game. Yeah,
There you go.
you're right.
Oh.
So we're on number 5 now. I got confused because we went ahead on Seth's number 5. So,
All good.
I got Otogi Myth of Demons, the original one,
The first one.
at
Yeah.
number
That's what
5.
I was waiting for you to say this game.
From Software, of course, for all the reasons I mentioned before. You just play as a single character, Raiko, who's like an undead soldier, and I love going on his crazy journey, destroying like ancient mythological demons in feudal Japan. So that was a super cool game.
Isn't there a Pokemon named Raiko? Isn't that one of like the legendary dogs? Is named Raiko?
I don't know if
That's where
I'm
my
about
head went.
Pokemon to be able to answer this question.
Yeah.
So
It's impossible to know.
it's impossible.
There's no way to know.
There's no way. But there you go.
Can't even look it up.
Otogi Myth of Demons. That game's like incredibly underrated and also very expensive if you want to buy it now. But luckily, it's $10 on back compat if you want to just play it on the Xbox Store. So there you go.
Nice.
Sale.
Sale.
All right. So that was my number 5. Now that we're back, number 5.
Okay.
And Seth, we did your number 5 already, right?
Yep. My number 5 is KOTOR. Yep.
Perfect.
Okay.
Sean, for number 5, hit me with it.
Speaking of Star Wars, oh my goodness, get
Okay.
online, get on that there Xbox Live network with all your buddies, all your friends, get your friends list going and play some Star Wars Battlefront 2. What a game.
Let's
The
go.
size of these battles, you guys, just incredible. This actually, now that I'm kind of hyping myself up about it, this probably should be my number 1. I played the absolute mess out of this game. And quick story, not about the game itself, but when I bought my 360, I sold my original Xbox 4 controllers and all my games. One of the single worst decisions of my entire life. Just got hosed on. I think like for $200, you guys, all that stuff. And I regretted, I remember handing over Battlefront 2 among other games going, how am I letting go of this? What a mistake. But those games are so seminal and so important for so many people. They tried to bring it back and maybe to mixed results. But Star Wars Battlefront 2 is my number 5 in this moment. Kind of regretting. Maybe it should be a little bit higher, my friend.
Yeah, it's a really good game. That's still fun today if you've got some buddies. But I wish they turned the servers back on for this game. Like this would be super fun if people could play it today.
I have it on Steam, actually. I gotta check it out. Maybe
That probably still works, actually.
private servers or something. Maybe a LAN party.
Yeah.
But yeah, Star Wars Battlefront 2, it's just like you never seen anything like it. Like that was at that time just huge battles, just crazy number of people, and somehow our internet connections were fast enough to play those games, which is wild to me.
Yeah. Well, it's because everyone was required to have an Ethernet port. Because
But think about it, like how fast your internet is back then.
Well,
you have like gigabit connections now. You had like megabit connections.
Well, there were
back
people on PlayStation 2, Sean, playing with 56K modems, and you dropping connections all the time.
When I think about
they didn't have a
56K
standard.
modems, Ryan, I think of Dreamcast. Okay.
Yeah.
Think of
course you
Dreamcast.
But
The Xbox is basically Dreamcast 2, Sean.
that is
So-
It really is.
It
Yep.
actually is true. That
Yep.
was the idea.
Windows based for sure.
All right. So I gave my number 4, KOTOR. Seth, hit me with your number 4.
My number 4 is The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind.
Nice. Never
Which
played it.
Maybe people consider that a PC game. I don't know. I played it on original Xbox, and this was my introduction to the franchise and everything. And I love that game. It's still my favorite of the Elder Scrolls games. Just the vibe of Morrowind, like the visuals, the tonality, the weird, like otherworldly nature of it. Oblivion, it's basically Lord of the Rings. Skyrim, it's like cool Vikings. I get it. This was like weird and alien, and there's like these strange like silt striders running around, and I don't know, man. Like 5 minutes into that game, there's a dude that falls and dies in front of you because he was levitating. It's really good. I love it.
Nice. It's a great game. Good game on original Xbox. Like that's a really good game to play there. Like honestly, I think it was way better to play it there than PC, if I'm being honest.
I was gonna say, dude, like that's actually a great pick for Xbox. Like that was a huge deal for that game to be on console on Xbox. Like that was it's probably only not on my list because I didn't play it. I'm actually adding it to my wish list on Steam right now. Love to go back and play that game. But those games coming to Xbox, big deal, and that really started the probably like the reason we even have Xbox over on, Bethesda on Xbox being owned by Xbox now. It kind of originates to those days for sure.
Like I know Phil mentioned that in like the welcome video with Bethesda, that Morrowind kind of really started that partnership, and that's why they've wanted to work with them for years. That's why we always saw like Oblivion come to Xbox as well.
Yep.
Like with the 360 launch.
360 for sure. I'm also checking to see if this is on Game Pass for PC. I might not need to purchase this on Steam.
It might be. Another thing, shoutouts to how Morrowind, you can actually just kill anybody you want in that game. And like the game will, even if they're like story essential characters, the game will just be like, hey, just so you know, if you kill this person, you're not going to be able to complete the story, but like pop off, I guess. So I liked that a lot.
Yeah, not like the other games where it's just like, well, I guess I killed them, but they got back up again.
They were knocked out. Yeah.
Can confirm on Xbox for Game Pass, Game Pass for PC.
Yeah,
and
it might actually be on Game Pass for console too, because it is backwards compatible.
Oh, nice. Oh, you're probably right.
Because it also got 1X enhancements as well, so it also runs in 4K.
I like it.
Yeah,
I like it.
All right, Sean. While you look up
good one,
things,
I got my list. Yeah, I number 4, Ryan. I'll just go ahead and tell you the title. I'm not even going to tease it a little bit. Maximum Pain, also known as Max Payne.
Yes.
Starring Sam Lake. Sam Lake's likeness. Max Payne was. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan. What's the first thing that comes to mind when you think of Max Payne?
Mark Wahlberg.
Oh, really?
Because of the movie Max Payne.
That's hilarious. Okay, but like the game, like it's like gameplay wise.
The bullet time.
Bullet time was so cool in the Matrix. Bullet time shows up here. It's also in a game. I think it was called Stranglehold on 360.
Yes.
The John Woo.
Yep, the John Woo game.
The John Woo game was so good.
The slow-mo was the bullet time was also in Fear first encounter.
Yes,
Recon.
Well, of course.
There's a game coming out in September, an indie game called El Paso Elsewhere that y'all should have on your radar. It is excellent. I played the demo for it during Steam Next Fest, and it is the whole game. It's bullet time the game. It's so good.
Give it to me. I bullet timed the mess out of Max Payne. It is actually so good. Later on, Rockstar, yes, Max Payne 3. I never played anything past 1 and 2.
They actually published all 3 Max Payne games, but it's just that Rockstar owned the IP for Max Payne. So when they wanted to make a third game, that's why Rockstar made it.
They ripped it out of Sam Lake's
A lot
hands.
of Remedy love tonight.
Yeah. Oh, big time.
Well, we haven't even got to 360 or Xbox One games.
That's
I imagine it'll continue more. But there you go. Max Payne.
Matt Sawinski. I like the stream. Thank you, Matt Sawinski. Good to see you, buddy. Let me know if you need a link. You can jump in here and talk about Xbox games.
Yeah. Well, my number 3 is probably going to also be on Sean's list higher. So, Sean, maybe you don't spoil that this one might be your number 1 because it might be.
Ooh.
Halo 2 is number 3 on my list. It is not my favorite original Xbox game, but I like this game a lot. I think it's pretty good. But it's definitely not, my favorite game. And you'll understand why, because I think my next 2 games are very Turford games. So, shout out to Halo 2.
Sense.
You don't need me to explain to you why Halo 2 is good. But
yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Seth, number 3 game. What do you got?
My number 3 is also Halo 2.
Yeah, I'm not wrong.
You guys.
Halo 2 is my favorite of the series by far. It's really not even close. The multiplayer is still the best of the series. It's incredible. I like the story. Like if you had told, like being able to see the conflict from the enemy's perspective back then was such a like risky move to follow up the most successful game on the platform. I just love the gumption of that. It's excellent game. So good.
Nice. All right, Sean.
Mostly Martinez shouts out that it introduced dual wielding, which is amazing. GoldenEye also did dual wielding, which deserves a little love.
You
2 rocket launchers,
2 clobs.
That's true.
My gosh, what a game! My number 3 is the original Halo, because of course it is. But some of my favorite memories, not unlike many others with the game. The first time I ever saw an Xbox was someone else playing Halo, and it was 4-player multiplayer. And it's like I just mentioned GoldenEye, actually, oddly enough. It did feel like that but taken to the nth degree. Just like you knew GoldenEye, you played it a million times. This is something like we're on vehicles. Like, I'm sorry, what? We're playing this Beaver Creek. We're doing all the things. So shout out to Halo Combat Evolved. I will say it might be higher up on my list, but I don't. Man, people are gonna hate me today. I don't love the campaign for Halo Combat Evolved really all that much. First couple levels, seminal, very nostalgic. You fire that game up and it's very good. But as it goes on, I'm like, I don't know where to go. And so level design has come a long way. It doesn't necessarily hold up. And I don't know if that has anything to do with how these lists are supposed to go, but that's how I'm doing it.
No,
Halo Combat Evolved is number 3.
We make our own rules. That's what we talked about.
That's right.
That's right. We do it.
All right. My next game on my list, I love horror games. So you bet your bottom dollar if one of the best horror games of all time comes out on your platform, probably going to be in my top 3 and comes in at number 2. It's Silent Hill 2 from Konami. I love Silent Hill 2. It's one of my all-time favorite games. And the Xbox version's great. They added a whole bunch of new content to the game, which then came to the greatest hits version of the game on PlayStation 2. And it's just an incredible story that is also very tragic. So I love Silent Hill 2. I'm so glad it's getting a remake and more people are going to get a chance to play it because it does not have a good version with that collection they put out on 360. So I'm excited that that game's coming back so many more people can play it because it's real good.
Yeah, one of the great video game stories of all time. The only reason it's not on my list is because PS2 is where I played it.
Yeah.
But I totally agree. What an amazing game.
Yeah. All right, Seth, number 2.
My number 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. It's an original Xbox exclusive. It's one that you can play now for free, not even on Game Pass, for free on Xbox Series X, completely remastered in 4K because the developers at the time, actually the textures were in 4K even back then.
That's
they were so ahead of their
crazy.
time.
Yeah.
The game I'm talking about is none other than Phantom Dust. Phantom Dust, one of my favorite games of all time. This is a card game technically, but it is also a post-apocalyptic anime fight game, like where you get into these crazy anime Dragon Ball Z battles, but you have it's like a deck building card game in this like post-apocalyptic world where the music is like this strange mix of like dark 2000s industrial EDM, but it's like the world is picking up the remnants of classical music, so it's like Beethoven through the lens of like the Matrix or something. And it's wonderful, excellent game. Play it for free. Go do that. It's so good.
Yeah, because they were making a sequel to Phantom Dust, and then it never came out. So they're like, all right, we'll put the first one out for free because we stopped the development of the second one.
I freaked out. I was like almost in tears when they announced that, and I was very disappointed when they said that they weren't doing it anymore. It was a nice make good to bring it back and make it like free. The multiplayer, you can still get on. We could literally get on and do private games of Phantom Dust with multiplayer all day long. Like, it's excellent.
Yeah. Nice. Neat.
I like it.
All
I never
right, Sean.
played it. My number 2 game also could very easily be my number 1. I think at a certain point, these lists kind of do that sort of thing.
Yeah.
This was the first game I actually bought with my Xbox, my original Xbox. Racing games prior to this were very important to me. Need for Speed games on PC, especially. But Project Gotham Racing, collecting those kudos points, man. Getting to the end was not the only goal. You got to do it in style. So it was very much a product of its time. Later to be well taken over by Forza Motorsport and the Horizon games on the 360. But you're right, Ryan. Like, racing was a big deal. Need for Speed games were all over the place here as well. Like I said, Forza came to pass here on the original Xbox as well. But man, Project Gotham with the kudos points, so good.
Yeah, because that system was really the fundamentals of what Forza Horizon was really built on. Like, it really feels like the spiritual successor to it, to Project Gotham Racing. And Project Gotham Racing 2 in particular was like a big game for Xbox Live when it first came out. Like, it was the big game they were advertising for it with it, besides Mech Assault, which came with Xbox Live, and it was a huge game at the time.
Yeah.
Also, Ryan, unlike the cowards over with Triangle Strategy and Octopath Traveler, they kept the name Project Gotham Racing. They never dropped the project. It wasn't Gotham Racing.
Well,
that that would have been a problem, I think. I'm sure.
Eventually, with the third game, they just went to PGR3 and PGR4.
Right.
Yep.
Because the new era, the Xbox 360 versions, of course. But,
Yeah, man.
all right, my final game. This is the most Ryan Turford selection ever. My number one game is what is easily the best fast action video game ever made. Ninja Gaiden.
Oh,
Black
yeah. Yep.
From Tecmo. Y'all knew this was going to be number one if I didn't say it by now, because I love this game. It's like in my top 5 games of all time. I love it. I can't get enough of it. I replay this yearly, and it's very, very, very good. I've even beaten one of the games that I usually don't beat games on the hardest difficulty, but this is one where I was like, I need to beat Master Ninja difficulty because it's one of the most difficult things I will ever beat in my entire life, and it's so good. It was so good. So Ninja Gaiden Black, number 1 for me with a bullet.
Shout out to that. I actually have that game. I've never played it. Seth, somehow, what do you got here, Seth? We got science going. Oh, for your number 1 game.
Aid.
Yes, nice one, dude.
I have a visual aid for my number 1, Sean. This is, depending on the day you ask me, this might be my favorite game of all time. I didn't mean to derail. I just wanted to get it queued up. But my number 1 is Jet Set Radio Future. Y'all, I have.
Wait a second. Are you playing this? This isn't like a video game. You're playing this
I'm
right
playing
now.
it right now.
This is the best moment ever. This is incredible, man. You have this ready to go.
It's been sitting up here ready to go for like the past 3 hours, Sean.
I love it.
This line that I'm doing right here through the GG's Garage, where you're just like grinding on all these rails and doing little tricks in between. I have done this line right here over and over again for years. I've played this game for, like hundreds of hours over the course of my life. I love it. This game is a huge part of my identity, like the things that I love about games and really just life in general. The colors, I think it still looks beautiful 22 years later. I adore this game. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk coming out next month is like my most anticipated game of the year. I could literally just sit. The movement feels so good. I could just sit here and do this all day. The soundtrack by Hideki Naganuma is one of the all-time greatest soundtracks. Jet Set Radio Future, maybe my favorite game ever.
The fact that this was a pack-in with the console and still nobody played this game is just kind of a travesty right there, Seth.
Because you have this dual pack with Sega GT 2002 and Jet Set Radio Future. It was a pack-in.
Yeah.
And it's a wonderful, excellent game, and it still completely holds up. It hasn't aged a day. I adore it. I adore it. So thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Ryan, I have to tell you something, Ryan. I do not have any of my games loaded up, ready to show off while I talk about them. That is so good, Seth. I love that.
To be fair, Sean, Seth did warn me ahead of time. He'd be very prepared for this conversation. So
yes.
I love it. Nice pick, man. Dang.
Sean, number 1.
You alluded to it, Ryan. Halo 2 is my number 1 pick. Halo 2 is definitely it's the one, dude. Like, this is just like, it's unbelievable. And I love that I was able to enjoy this game before coming to understand that the internet was torn on the 2 protagonists. Like, I didn't know what Halo 2 was really supposed to even do. And to be honest with you, I played the campaign for Halo 2 before playing the campaign for Halo 1. Like, my playing of Halo 1 was almost exclusively multiplayer, just with like LAN parties and, the usual kind of thing. Then Halo 2 came out, and I was good with just whatever they were doing with the campaign. It was super good. So yeah, shout out to Halo 2, dual wielding, great story. Even like that, the story itself holds up.
Excellent.
In my opinion, I think maybe the best of the Halo stories of the whole series. And this could be a topic as well. Unfortunately, we're going to like hit 300 minutes soon enough here, Ryan. But I Can't See was asking, what are the must-play Halo games? Maybe that's a thing for us to tackle soon enough. Yeah.
We only have 74 minutes left, and we're on topic 2 of 7, Sean. So we probably don't have time to do it today.
We might not even get to all the other lists, man. Like,
we honestly probably won't at this point. We're probably eyeing things to cut off it soon because we also have listener questions too. There's still 10 more of those.
Yeah, we want to make sure we should get to listener questions.
Yeah,
as well.
for sure. Yeah. That's what I think. That's what we're gonna do next. But
Yeah, I like it.
Good lists. Everyone came with great lists, and I knew there was going to be some crossover. In fact, less crossover than I thought we were going to have. But this is super fun. I love talking original Xbox, and for so long I didn't know anyone else who had an original Xbox, so I didn't know who else I could talk to about these games. But I'm so glad to know that people out there also like the original Xbox, like me. So,
yeah, it's one of my favorite consoles of all time. I'll dip out so y'all can continue on with your show. I'll be in
You
the
can
chat,
stay if you want. Feel free. Like, don't feel like you gotta.
I want to give other people room. I want to give other people room to get in here. I love you guys, and this show is amazing, and y'all should be very, very proud. And I can't wait to see 300 more come back for the 600-minute podcast.
Man,
oh my God! All right, start prepping, Sean. We got this.
Well, we'll carry on with from wherever we stop here. We'll just carry on with the next show.
10-hour show.
Right.
Let's go.
Yeah,
I'll be in the chat. Love you guys. Bye.
Later, Seth. Thanks for coming. All right.
And then there was just us, Ryan. We've had so many great guests here. Ryan Tredford.
Now we can say all the things we wanted to truly say about Seth. Now that he's
dang, no.
All right, we should probably get to some of these lister questions so we can actually.
Okay, good, because I can charge my iPad. I've been writing on it. I need to charge the batteries here, Ryan.
Jesus. All right, next up, we got Trucker Sloth, who says, with as much as the show and yourselves have changed over the last 300 episodes, where do you see yourselves and the show going in the next 300 episodes? In what kind of ways do y'all see the show transforming? Congrats on reaching this milestone, and thank you for the awesome content and memories. So Sean, where do we see this show going? Because honestly, I don't know if we changed, too much of it. It's one of those things where like we usually don't like to muck with the formula too much. But also I think you see more of us expanding with ideas like the Game Pass report, which we started doing. In fact, Sean, you and I have to talk after the show.
We should just do it here.
Well, we're not gonna have enough time, Sean. But the game.
How is that even a thing? A 300-minute episode, and we're like, "There's no time." Sorry, guys, we're running out of time.
Donnie was here, and it turned into a 4,000-minute show. But
that's true.
We got to do a Game Pass report because Game Pass games are coming.
Yes,
and I think like Trucker Sloth. If I was to not, I'm not trying to put words in Sean's mouth, but this is what I'm anticipating. If we change stuff with the shows, or if we're going to change things over the years between this and let's say 600, it might be more stuff like that where we do more offshoot kind of things, or maybe we do another series like the Roundabout, or like more stuff outside of the show, the podcast and stuff, but still Xbox related is my thought process. But what do you think about Trucker Sloth's question, Sean?
I mean, the thing about this evening that we've done a lot of reflection on where the show has come from, and I don't necessarily want to like just kind of do what we've done over again, but it's good to, it's oddly refreshing to look back over the previous 300 episodes, because there has been a lot of silliness, a lot of creative ideas and things like that. And a lot of that spirit actually, I think, exists within the Nintendo Drive as well, where it's not really dependent on news at all. And I just don't know. I don't know if I'm even ready to step away from news, so to speak, as much as we have with Nintendo. But I wonder what that would be like, even just to like try that. Like, what would it be like for even just a couple weeks to go, like, we actually have other things to talk about than whatever that the news headlines are. I don't know. I don't know if that's what people want. I don't know if that's even what I want, because I do think that the news with Xbox is interesting to a certain extent. So I think maybe topic based could be more of what we dive into. I don't know. We're kind of like flying by the seat of our pants as we discuss this at the moment.
And for full transparency for the listeners, the reason we, when I joined the show, and I think this is true still to this day, or at least this is the way I look at Xbox Drive. And the reason we do news is because the main reason we do news on the show, number one, because generally with Xbox Drive, we want to have the show fit within a certain time frame. But two, we want to it helps us stay on track with the show itself rather than going off topic. Because with Nintendo Drive, Sean, you guys usually when you're off topic for Nintendo Drive, that turns into an hour and a half show, whereas keeping it with the news makes the show a little bit more focused. So that's really the main reason why we actually go in that direction and kind of continue to keep the news around. But if we were to turn into a longer show that wasn't trying to, keep to as close to as 40 minutes as possible, you guys finally got me. Of course, Matt Sawinski has joined the chat, although apparently his name's Sean today.
Yep.
Hi, Matt.
What's
Hi,
up?
Matt.
Congrats, guys.
I'm out of breath. We're dancing pretty hard over there.
Dude,
Yeah.
I was so impressed with Ryan's ability to keep a straight face and keep
Yeah.
I love how he was just talking about keeping the show on track.
Yep.
As I rock in, because I don't think there's a better way for me to enter the conversation than to not immediately knock it off track.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
you're the bringer of chaos, Matt. That is kind of what happens.
When Matt and I get together, like it's something else, dude. Like it kind of like we amplify each other, I think. Yes. Oh, fusion.
Yes.
That was terrible. That was awful.
This show was a mistake. Everyone.
Oh, the
congrats
future
on
of Trucker Sloth.
300, guys.
The future of the
Oh,
Xbox
thank you.
Drive is more Matt.
Yes.
More Matt, please. Yes.
Oh my
Yes.
More Canadian. Yes, I like it. I will say, I think Miles of Amanda has to be on the show. I'm hearing that she's like in Sea of Thieves and Halo 2. So shout out to Miles of Amanda.
I like
But for right now, we got another. Why does it say Sean next to your name? Next to your face?
I decided to name myself Sean.
Oh, nice. Okay.
It's not because you
Super
logged
late.
in with the same ID as Sean. It's just because you named yourself Sean.
Yeah, no, I did that on purpose.
Cool. All right.
That was
Welcome on in, Matt. Thank you
What's
so
up,
much for
guys?
joining us.
I am beyond exhausted. My brain hurts, but I needed to come in and see you guys and say hi and congratulate y'all on the wonderful achievement. I'm so proud of you. I remember when you were just wee little babies, just back
In the
when
200s.
when James Cameron's Dark Angel was just on VHS, not yet on DVD.
But
Ryan,
the real
I hope
question
you
is,
know.
Matt,
Yo,
were you here earlier for this? James Cameron's Dark Angel Season 2, now available on DVD in a smaller box.
my day has been made.
Excellent.
There's I hope you know, Ryan. For the last few months, every and I'm not joking. Every single thrift store that I've driven by, I've stopped and gone in on the hunt for a copy of James Cameron Dark Angel now on DVD, just so I could surprise you with it. And I'm so happy to say that I still haven't found it, but one day I will, and I will blindside you with it on a show. And I just want you to know that I'm working on it because I just need to do it.
Well, I appreciate the thought, Matt. In fact, that's what I did today with Season 2. I've had this now for like a week and a half in my house.
You've been waiting.
Just
You've been
waiting for today till I could blindside Sean with it. And today was the
So
day.
I'm gonna crash in from the press bowl here. And I'm gonna ask you both a question. Okay,
Oh,
I'm not sure if this has been talked
The,
about.
the guests
or
are asking
covered.
us questions now, Sean. I
Yeah,
like
get
it.
ready. Yeah, get prepared thyself. But I need to know. Okay, 300. It's a big number. Y'all been running the show for a while. I'm gonna start with Mart. Okay, I need to ask you first. From the last number of episodes, for the last 300. Mart, what is one of your most favorite / special moments to you from the Xbox Drive? I want to get personal here. I want to get into your heartstrings. Pull on them a little bit. What's one of your most favorite or most special moments?
I don't know if this is exactly how you're asking the question, but
Whatever you want it to be, dude.
I'll take it this way. This is about as blowhard as I'll get maybe on the show. But I got an email one day. I was at work. And it was from Xbox Canada, and they're like, "Hey, we have this opportunity. If you wanted to check out Gears 5 in a preview kind of scenario, we'll fly you to Vancouver to check out the Coalition, and you'll meet the team. You'll play it early on an Xbox One X. You'll get to record footage and interview the team." That is something that I will remember for the rest of my entire life, man. Like that is. How did that happen? And honestly, like I replied yes without checking in at home, without checking in with work. It meant that I was going to have to miss a day of work. I'm like, this is the coolest thing. So I got to meet Rob Ferguson and the rest of there's a member from the esports team and the narrative writer. We got to interview them. We got to play the game. Nobody would ever remember this, but like played Horde with Jez and a few others over there. Just absolutely incredible experience. The only regret is that I didn't record my conversation with Rob Ferguson very well. The audio is not very good.
No.
But just like, how does that happen? Like, This is a follow your dreams kind of message. Okay, everybody, like this is a silly show that we started because who knows, because we had time to do it. We were just recording on Skype in a car, getting McDonald's, and it's silly and whatever. But I got to go inside the coalition. That is it's the coolest thing. I still, to this day, it's one of those things, honestly, it's so good, it makes you want to quit afterwards. Like, it doesn't get any better than that. I guess I'm done. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty dang special that, Xbox Canada has really supported us over the years, and they've really trusted us with opportunities like that and many others, even though we don't really take ourselves that seriously. We're not journalists by any stretch of the imagination, but a very cool moment that, yeah, definitely will remember forever.
That's incredible, dude. That's like a once in a lifetime kind of thing. Well, knock on wood, it won't be.
Hopefully
there will
not,
be more
but...
opportunities. There won't be, but
yeah,
I can't only imagine from like even just being a fan, because we were fans first, right? You know what I mean? Of the industry, of the craft and the hobby that we loved so very much. So just to be validated like that in your work, you know what I mean? It's important, and it's special, and it's incredible.
Yeah.
The person on the moose.
Cool.
What about you?
So for me, honestly, this is one that isn't really us recording the show itself, but it's something that happened outside of the show, but as a result of the show in a big way. And it was actually something that happened last year, actually. So last year, there was this little fan fest here in Toronto that Xbox was putting on. And it was right after COVID, where, and to be fair, not really right after COVID. It was right when, everything was really starting to open up again. And I hadn't seen other like friends or other people really for, a couple of years, but, getting to hang out with and see so many members of the community just hanging out at this Xbox Fan Fest, and getting to meet a bunch of people there, like getting to meet Naga Chaka that weekend, getting to meet a whole bunch of different people. Like, it was so cool.
Yeah, Andrew was over there. Andrew, Angela.
Yeah, like getting to
Jordan the Rose.
Yeah, getting to reconnect with everyone that weekend for that event was really special, and it kind of put into perspective, the listeners that we have on the show, because it's one of those things where, because we're not doing the show in front of a live studio audience, like we see people in the chat, but we don't really get to interact with people that often outside of, on Discord and stuff like that. You don't get to hang out in person at all. So getting a chance to be able to do that, to actually put, faces to people's names, like, it was such a cool experience for me. And it was really special because it really just, I got to see just firsthand how many people actually like and enjoy the Xbox Drive. And actually, get to see those people in person was super cool. So
okay.
That's mine.
Follow-up question.
Nice.
I'm going to go back to the person on the moose and then swing back around to Mark. We've talked about the past.
That's me for audio listeners.
Yeah. Don't worry, audio listeners.
Mark.
This isn't confusing at all. I've gone.
Well, they didn't think you're the person on the moose, Sean.
That's true. I've gone from being Sean to the Sean on the moose. Now I'm just the moose. So what's up, Brian? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I have to ask. We've talked about the past. Now, pipe dream. I want like the biggest pie in the sky in the next 300 episodes. And again, it doesn't have to be something directly related to the specific podcast itself. But what's a massive dream that you have for the next 300?
Well,
besides Xbox acquiring Blue Box, because we can't get into that.
Of course. See, there's this little game from Square Enix sitting out there, Matt, called Parasite Eve. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's been sitting around forever, but it's never coming back to any consoles. But pie in the sky, it eventually comes back, and then they call us up and be like, hey, guys want to come to Japan and come hang out with people at Square, make a Parasite Eve, and then you can interview them, and there'll be a translator and everything. I'd be like, yes, please. So that is the pie in the sky dream, because I love Parasite Eve so much, and I would love to pick the developers' brains over it. So there you go.
I love that. I hope that comes true for you, Ryan. I would be screaming from the sidelines, cheering you on every step of the way.
Until you would realize the error of your ways, because you realize that I will never shut up about Parasite Eve ever again.
Oh no, I would be devastated to hear you talk about something that you care about passionately.
Look,
my
I'm
days.
pretty sick of it over on RPG Cave. You might be next.
I will never be me. Listen, Ryan. We've talked about we've talked about so many RPGs and so many blue boxes that you can talk about Parasite Eve any time of the day. You call me at 4 a.m. and be like, Matt, it's Parasite Eve time. I'll be there.
I mean, okay. Matt, the real pie in the sky dream is Blue Box becomes an Xbox developer, and
you stop it.
We get to go hang out with Hassan Karaban and talk about,
which is actually just Hideo Kojima in a mask.
Yes, exactly.
Mart, what about you?
Oh, that's me.
Yeah.
Man, how do you follow up with that? Like that's incredible.
Mhm.
Man, I'd love to do it in front of people. I think that would be pretty cool. If we were able to do it, do the show in front of people. Man, that face, man. I love that we're like in grade 7, dude. Oh my gosh.
I'm
With
at
children.
least in grade 7.
I like it. Yeah, I think that would be pretty incredible. It's a hard question to answer, I think, because like I really do feel like we've accomplished so much. And to be honest with you guys too, like I've actually struggled with that because we've been able to do so many amazing things. It's like, what else do you want? Like I really don't want for much more. And we're in such a great place. This might sound like a cop-out answer, but it's like the truest is we are now in just a place where we can just be so comfortable and confident in what we do that we celebrate the community and we celebrate our friendships. And the more that life goes on, the more that becomes more and more important. So more of that, I guess. Like everything else feels so superficial. Like anything else that I would say, like I don't know, like it'd be cool if it happens.
Like goofy one, kind of in a way, because I kind of feel the same way you do about it, Sean. Like I actually, and the perfect evolution of that, and might be, you know, we toyed with this idea this year, but maybe next year we really go all in on something like this, is doing like a panel at like Fan Expo or something like that, where then people can come watch us and we can, you know, do a podcast in front of people and it'd be super cool. Like, I think that would be a great pie in the sky idea for us.
I just want to play more games. You know, I just want to actually want to get to some of these things.
Allow me to build your hyperbolic time chamber, Sean. So then you can do a year's worth of games in one day.
That'd be good. That'd be great. I become more and more aware of how much I have not played as the days go on. But I'm curious what the community has in mind for us as well. Like, and I'd love for that to be a discussion within the Xbox Drive and really all of the Drive discourse, like where they see this going. Like, let's continue to dream big. Like that's the thing. I struggle with it, even saying that, because that's not like me to not be ambitious with the show in some way. So I think I just haven't really quite found what that is, because like I said, anything else is like a goal that kind of everybody else goes for, you know, like I want to be invited into the headquarters of Xbox, or I want to be like recognized by like, and that's great. Like if people have their goals, that's fine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for me, it's something else. Whatever helps me celebrate friendship and the feeling I get when I play a great game. I want more of that, basically.
Yeah. The real answer is just you want to high five Phil Spencer, right, John?
Well, honestly, Ryan, I kind of done that already. Yeah, we already did. So that was like I said, like at FanFest in 2019, Luke and I were able to go to E3 and yeah, we met Phil and we got those cool skateboards, and Phil signed it actually, and we raffled it off for charity. We actually kind of sold it to Donnie, like my ID at Xbox skateboard 2019, signed by Phil Spencer. Gave it to Donnie because he made a generous donation to Extra Life that year. Like, I don't even think it's amazing, Ryan, because we are talking about so many things. 500 minutes, or 300 minutes, 5 hours episode. There's lots to discuss, but like that's something that maybe some people don't even know somehow that we don't even cover. If you joined us only in the last little while, you don't even know that we did that. And Extra Life is such a huge part of what we do. So I guess maybe that's the best way for me to answer the question, is to shift and translate all this energy and momentum and community and love towards Extra Life, so that becomes bigger and we raise more money and it becomes this beacon for people to get together and gather. And if that's our annual get together, what better way to do it than a 24-hour love fest for helping one another and supporting sick kids and the research and the healthcare and video games, dude. Is checking all the boxes.
They'll be hearing about Extra Life very soon, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
We will be talking about it in the near future, I think.
Yeah,
I think we're all excited for Extra Life this year. We got to get more people there. I think it's gonna be super fun.
Yeah,
doing ollie over Phil, that is incredible.
It didn't have wheels. The skateboard did not have wheels. It was just a board.
And
yeah, I guess so. Maybe it was a hoverboard. I didn't try and turn it on. Maybe it was a Back to the Future situation.
Yeah,
that thing would probably slide.
Mm-hmm.
I think for next year, I think what our major goal should be would be a carpool gaming, like like those firefighter calendars of yesteryear.
Oh wow! Whoa!
We should do a carpool gaming firefighter calendar. You know what I'm saying?
I like it. Yeah.
But what can Can I?
No, no.
Yes,
No.
all Matt. He made up the idea, so it's all Matt.
This backfired immensely. Sean runs more than anybody else I know. So I mean,
Not miles of Amanda. She's getting the mile. She runs in
It's in
miles.
the
I only
name.
run in
Miles.
kilometers.
It's in
Yeah.
the name.
It's
but,
literally the name.
Yep.
It-
Brian
it-
Eck is out there.
If I have to be in this calendar, can I humbly request that my section just be me dressed up in a moose costume? Instead of
Yes.
actually just being
As long as you're lying down in front of a fireplace.
Yeah.
I don't have.
Oh, I want to wear my astronaut costume, please.
There you go. Again, we could do whatever we want with it. It doesn't have to be us nude in front of various objects.
Nobody
It's just-
said that.
Nobody said that.
Yeah, nobody said that except you.
No,
I'll-
I'm pretty sure Ryan said that first.
I'm gonna
I never
cosplay as
said
a
that
car.
No.
Oh my god, yes.
A
please.
Forza car.
And then you need a tiny little Sean holding an Xbox popping out of your head.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yes.
And with that, folks, I love you both very, very much. I just wanted to pop in and say hi. Congrats on the 300 episodes, guys. I cannot wait to see everything that you do over the course of the next little while. And again, that's why I wanted to come and ask these questions. I think you guys do such a fantastic job of doing this, but I also think you need to be celebrated. So congratulations. Keep doing the thing, and we're only going to get bigger and better. I love you both immensely.
Thank you, Mark.
Everybody.
Love you, dude.
See you guys later.
The moose has left the building slowly but surely. Thanks, Matt. Good to have you, my friend.
Mark finally made it to the show.
Yes.
Well,
Ryan,
Sean,
we're in
we've
the final
officially hit-
hour.
We're in we're in the last 50 minutes of the show. Can you believe
Yes.
Can you
I
believe
can't.
we
I
made it?
actually cannot believe. Like, this is what I was talking about at the start. It's like
Yeah.
we're lollygagging. It's like, I don't know, man. I think we got
Actually, to be
get
fair,
to
the way we planned the show, it probably would have been exactly 5 hours of content if we had no guests. But the
Mhm.
guests definitely kind of blew it up in a big way, which is good because honestly,
Yep.
it was fun to have people jump in and hang out with us. But,
Yeah.
have you been seeing Winter Gamer in the chat, Sean?
Should we send a link?
You can send a link to Winter Gamer.
All right,
cool with
Winter
that.
Gamer. Be prepared with your list. Don't come on to the show asking to be on the show and not know what we're about to talk about.
So
Okay.
while you do that, Sean, I'm going to go ahead and throw it out there. Lockleth says, not a question, but more of a statement. Congrats on 300 episodes. That is such a huge accomplishment. Thank you so much, Lockleth. I know she couldn't, hop in, but I wanted to throw that in there. But let's see what else we got here on this list here. The Muffin Mon, Kevin Ainsworth, who joined us earlier, said, according to the list I found on Fandom, the 300th game that was ever released for an Xbox console is an all-time classic, Cabela's Deer Hunter.
Yes.
2004 season. Clearly, I bet you and I both have deep and fond memories of this game and would I'd love to hear about them. And if for some reason that wasn't the case, can you tell me your top 3 Xbox studios and why?
Ooh, studios. That's a good question.
Yeah. For me, it's fairly simple. It's not even Microsoft Studios for the most part. It's Obsidian.
Yep.
It's id, and it's Bethesda Game Software. Those are my 3.
Oh, that's a good list. I like it a lot.
I mean, and I'm not counting Activision Blizzard because honestly, if those were there,
Yeah, no, same. Yeah, I
would be
wouldn't
throwing those
go there
aside,
yet
too.
either. Obsidian definitely comes to mind. Let me just see if I still land there too. I'm not going to say the other 2. It is a great pick. I'm not just regarding your choices here. Playground is up there for me. I think the Coalition as well. Although, like, who knows what they're going to be up to next? Like, maybe Rod Ferguson was the special sauce over there. So I don't know. Yeah, it might be Obsidian. Might be the third one.
Yeah.
Over there.
Obsidian's a real good pick.
Yeah. I think I'm going to leave it at that. I think that's pretty good.
If I had a 4th one, it'd actually probably be Ninja Theory is probably my 4th one because I really like Ninja Theory a lot.
I still need to see them kind of turn that corner as well.
But even when they were a smaller studio and they were putting out games every 8 years, I still really like Ninja Theory's games. Like even their DMC reboot that everyone hated, I loved that game.
You know what though? Shout out to Turn 10. I know I gave one to Playground. They're going to do Fable next. They do Forza Horizon 5, but I'm not going to hide who I am, Ryan. I love Forza games. I love the Forza Motorsport games. So yeah, shout out to Turn 10. They're a studio that has been so consistently great that people don't even recognize those games for being great. They just go, well, of course it's that good. So shout out to them.
Absolutely.
Oh, Double Fine in the chat. Couple shout outs for Double Fine. Nice one.
Yeah, that's
Like
a good
it.
one too.
Yeah.
Next up, the Goobla King says, do you think Games with Gold will go out with a bang and give out a great free game in its last month, aka next month? Or are we getting one last month with nothing special? I am anticipating nothing special.
But a whimper, my friend. But a whimper. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Two $10 games
nothing
is what
crazy.
I'm anticipating.
Yeah, it's interesting that the whole, and we'll talk maybe more next week about the specific news about Game Pass Core and all that, everything that happened this week. But man, I don't think that there's really a whole lot of love to be found for games with gold, Xbox Live Gold. And I also don't think that it's like strategically thinking, I actually don't think it's smart to go out with a bang. I don't think it's smart to go like, remember how good it was? Like, I actually don't think that's smart. I think you need to make the whatever is next look best. So that's kind of how I'm thinking about that.
Yeah, Sam. Well, especially because they have like I would say an okay list. Especially if you're brand new to Xbox. I think the games that they picked out are good games.
Oh, the 25, the catalog, yeah, and I think that I think they said that's going to be rotating as well. I guess we're talking about.
No, they said new games will be coming in later, but yeah, I think we'll talk about it more next week because we'll get into specifics about the games and stuff like that too. And then also, like, I would like to, when we talk about that, Sean, give people recommendations if you're new to this, like what games to check out, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But next up, we got John32, who says, when this console generation ends in a few years' time, assuming it ends in a few years, that is, what do you think people will remember about the Xbox Series X and S generation?
I think that people are going to have to wait a number of years after, not right after. It won't be like when the next generation starts, but it'll be a number of years afterwards. They're going to look back and go, son of a bitch, this is actually pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I think people are being really hard on this generation, and I don't like it. I think that it makes very little sense to me. I feel like, and Kevin is probably maybe the best one to answer a question like this. Like, there's so many great games, and we're so busy. But I don't know. I feel that's kind of how I think. I think people will maybe question why they were so harsh and maybe not enjoying the moment as it was happening.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that because I think that people are hard on it. It is tougher because there is so much crossover between Xbox One and Series X at this point that it's kind of hard to see what the Series X generation really is going to turn into by the end of it. So I think it's kind of a hard question even to pinpoint now because you're right, Sean. I think there's going to be some great games when we look back on this generation, especially what we know from next year already.
Right.
Like, I think we're going to look back, especially with a banner year like 2023, and then what we're expecting from next year. Like, I think people are going to look back on it and see that there actually are a lot of great games. But it just doesn't. I just feel like this console generation doesn't really do anything really revolutionary in a way. But that's an unrealistic expectation to have, anyways, because we will never have the SD to HD changeover ever again. We will never have the Ethernet, like dial-up to Ethernet comparison ever again. Like, there are certain things with like the original Xbox generation or the 360 generation that we will just never be able to replicate ever again, as far as them being revolutionary with the console itself. So yes, I think it'll be a great console generation as far as games are concerned, but as far as the console itself, I don't know if it's revolutionary. But I don't ever expect we're going to get to that point again beyond VR or AI or something like that really taking over in some fundamental way.
Yeah, I feel like maybe this is putting up too much expectation on a game like Starfield, but like we're just on the cusp of potential of seeing what is possible here. But I don't know. It's hard to say as well. Because the other thing too to keep in mind is PC continues to just soar past where these consoles are capable now, which is so hard to believe coming out of the Xbox One generation. So looking forward to the Series X and all the teraflops that it was bringing along. Like, it was going to be that big leap. And yeah, I think people have been maybe wondering if that's necessarily the case. We're 3 years in, I think that COVID obviously has a lot to do with it. Because we're going to look back on these next couple of consoles, 360 and Xbox One. And I would say within the first 3 years, we haven't had like a similar surge. Like the first 3 years of, say, like the 360 we like showed up on the scene and it was bonkers so fast. So
it was also a year ahead of PS3 and Wii, which really played into that a lot.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's tough, man. But I worry that the conversations kind of go too far with that kind of thing instead of just enjoying it. And I think it's fair for us to be critical about things. I'm the first to say we shouldn't we shouldn't shut those conversations down if there's critical thought and criticisms to have. But I feel like that so quickly becomes the life of the narrative, that because it's not this, it must be the worst ever and things are terrible. It's like, man, maybe not so much. We do have Brendan Myers coming in, listening to us. This is like a call-in show where they're listening to the radio. So we'll ask Brendan Myers to maybe turn that down, and also maybe coming to us from the dark or camera
via satellite. Brendan Myers.
Yes. All right.
Maybe a little bit out of my mind.
I can hear you.
Okay.
You're a bit low. Can you turn yourself up a bit? Or can Sean do that?
Turn me up a bit.
Yeah, I got him.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yeah, we're good.
All right.
But if you're coming, if we are coming through your speakers, we can hear us. So we'll let you sort that out, Brendan Myers. But just so everybody knows, this is we're selecting folks to come on because it's sort of we don't necessarily want to deal with the technical difficulties. You know,
it sounds like it's coming out of Brendan speakers, so we can.
Yes,
that's a quick fix.
Let him sort that out for a little bit. We'll let you come back in a couple of minutes here, Brendan Myers.
All right. While that happens, John, I think we got time for one more community question. We have more after this.
Yes.
But, before Brendan comes in, this comes to us from Marcus O'Neill, who asks, "You've been asked to create a pitch for an Xbox Drive sitcom. What is the premise, and who are you casting?" So. For Sean Capri, I don't even know of a good actor who would be a good Sean Capri. Maybe a Ryan Reynolds would be a good Sean Capri.
I'll take it. Thank you.
Like
nice.
The wonderful looks, the chaos. Like I feel like
Canadian.
I feel like Ryan Reynolds is a good pick for Sean. In fact, it'll be more fun, Sean. I won't come up with an actor for me. I'd rather you come up with an actor for me.
I'll say Seth Rogen for you, Ryan.
I'll take it.
Yeah, we'll do this together. I don't want two separate. Yeah, we'll do Seth Rogen for Ryan.
Yeah. What is the premise? You know, two dudes hanging out, enjoying playing video games, talking about video games on the internet, but then the real life struggles of the internet come into their real life scenarios, Sean.
Yeah.
As things happen. That's it. That's the sitcom.
That's basically Seinfeld, just like it's a show about nothing. Brendan Myers, I'm sorry to say, my friend, you still have us coming through some speakers and it does not sound good for us. So appreciate you trying to join in, but I don't know if it's going to work out for us tonight.
Yeah. Sorry, Brendan. But thanks for coming out. Next up, Court Lalonde asked the question, you can make any game with any studio. What will you make? The answer now, Court
sorry, what was the question? I was just typing over to Brennan, just saying, don't worry about it, dude. No worries at all.
Yeah, absolutely. So Court asks, you can make any game with any studio. What do you make now?
Oh my God, that's impossible.
Now, Court did not specify Xbox Studio. He just said any game with any studio, which my answer off the top of my head, number one with a bullet, the Resident Evil team is going to be making Dino Crisis. And that's all there is to it.
Ooh,
I want a new Dino Crisis game. I've been waiting for years. They haven't given us a new Dino Crisis game. So I will say Dino Crisis from the Resident Evil remake team, I think would be incredible. So there's that. If I had to say Xbox owned studios.
Okay, can I go before you take one of my answers?
Oh, sure.
I want to say either In Exile or Obsidian makes a StarCraft role-playing game.
Let's go. I love that.
Because I thought you were going to say something like that, but I want StarCraft to show up in a big bad way. I think there's rumors that StarCraft 3 might be in development, Ryan, which it would be nuts. But StarCraft should be in all genres, is basically what I'm telling you.
The fact that we haven't had a new StarCraft game, let alone a StarCraft in a different genre, in years, is a travesty right there.
Dude, who makes who's your favorite developer who makes visual novel games? Like who makes Doki Doki.
Soft.
Let's have an anime style StarCraft visual novel. That's what I want.
Maybe
for some reason.
You must have been listening to RPG Cave, Sean, because we literally talked about StarCraft.
I know. That's why I thought you might be saying this, but yes.
No, the other one was I was gonna say, because we haven't gotten this announced or even rumored at this point. Quake from id Software.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, man.
That would be the other one. Is just Quake anything from id Software. I would make them make that game at this point. But there you go. Next up, we got Yarden, who says, you've been put in charge of setting up an Xbox History Museum display. Each system will be displayed along with 3 games per system. What games are you choosing for each? You have to agree on all 3 games.
Oh gosh,
on 300 episodes. Now, Yarden mentioned earlier we didn't have to qualify this question because Yarden didn't know we were building lists. But I still wanted to give Yarden the floor to at least read off the question and also get your opinion on Yarden saying we can disregard this question.
I mean, the history is it's an interesting kind of angle on it because I don't know if I don't know the way I'm doing the list is representative of that. Like I don't know.
100%.
Let me just double check. Like we talked about our original Xbox list.
Let me throw it out there, Sean. And I'm curious to know if you agree with these picks because you might. I would say Halo Combat Evolved.
Yep.
Forza Horizon 3. Gears of War.
Oh, you're going like across all of it. Okay.
Well, because it's a Xbox History Museum display. What 3 games would we have on the history display? Like,
for that, unfortunately, that's fodder for people who make fun of Xbox. But yeah, Halo, Gears, Forza.
But when you look at Xbox's history, though, like if you want 3 games that represent the history of Xbox, like those,
you're not wrong. It's hard to argue it, man. It's hard to come up with. It's hard to argue it to say it shouldn't be that, and equally, what else would you say?
Right. Yeah.
Like Fusion Frenzy 1 versus 100, and like I don't even know. Yeah. Like I'm just trying to take a completely different angle to it. Yeah. I don't know. But Crackdown says Lachlan. Yes.
Crackdown 3.
Yeah, I like it.
What about State of Decay 2, Sean? Probably not.
Yeah, like I did.
Sea of Thieves. You could put on there maybe instead of Forza, but
yeah, no, good call. I think that's the right answer.
Because like if you do those 3 games as well, it has the 3 console generations as well, which I think is the reason to do it that way.
Yeah.
All right. Last question, Sean. This is the last question before we of course go back to the lists brought to you by Robbie Bobby Miller. Taylor/TPR/Trevor ask, okay, picture this. Unreal Tournament 2004, but each fighter is an iconic Xbox character and each arena gets chosen from one of their worlds. You're facing off between Project X-Top, the Xbox Empire before it was defunct, and the Xbox Expansion Pass. What characters are you choosing? What arenas do you choose to play in? And how will you defend the honor of the Xbox Drive? P.S. If it comes down to a one-on-one versus Ryan and Sean, you must face off until only one remains.
Dude,
that's
a question. Holy cow. Again, like that could be a show. Like that could be an entire show that we do. Yeah. And I'm so torn because I almost just want to do that. I almost want to like hold on to that.
I thought you were about to say I almost want to go listen to Natalie Imbruglia's Torn because of how torn you are.
What a great that song, by the way, was on Now That's What I Call Music Too, and what a great compilation that was.
That's a good song.
Yeah. Yep. See, I can come up with deep, stupid encyclopedic facts as well. I think, and that nobody will fact check me on.
Yeah. At least it didn't appear on Big Shiny Tunes at all, Sean.
Oh, what a man! Much music, yes. So good, great song, as Seth says in the chat. Ryan, I kind of want to pin this. Can we pin it? Is that okay?
As long as Taylor is okay with it, then I'm okay with it.
I think this would be so fun for us just to do 45 minutes on. Honestly, like on a show,
or maybe this is like a side video, kind of like a Game Pass report, even where we can just take time and talk about it however long we want to talk about it.
I think it's so good. This is such a great question. By the way, Unreal Tournament in all iterations, so good. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I
think that's good. Good question. Mm-hmm. So Taylor, I appreciate you writing in, but we will be pinning this conversation for another day because I think we'll go into this one a lot more.
Definitely, which is amazing. Again, like we don't have time on our 300-minute episode, but one of the things like yesterday's Nintendo Drive, it was the best eras of Nintendo, like what were the best consoles essentially. And it was prompted by a question from the community. Mm-hmm. Like I love that idea that some of these big questions can be tackled in a long form. That is the centerpiece of the show. So we'll do that, Taylor. You'll get a better spot. You'll get better placement, not the ass end of a 5-hour podcast.
Actually, I think you'll be thankful because I think we will have more time to delve into this question and explore this.
It deserves thought for sure. So
we could even, Sean, come up with a tournament bracket to map all this out.
I mean, we could include those other shows.
That's true.
Like, what would they say?
Who would they select? How would they metagame us, Sean?
I like it.
Yes. All right, Sean. So we have 34 minutes left to go in the show. So we have 3 more lists to do.
Yeah.
So my proposal, Sean, let's run through our top 3 for the remaining consoles. Just like
Ooh,
we did
that's
with the
so
guests.
hard. Oh, can we?
Well, we don't have time unless you have another hour, Sean.
No, we should probably keep it close. You're right. Like we should keep it close to the 300. Can we do top 10 for the 360 at least? Because 360 is bonkers. It's way too hard to do 3 for the 360.
Yeah. Well, and I think Xbox One and Series X, we can keep that top 3.
I mean, maybe we'll leave it for another show. Right.
We could too. We did
wanna
promise the people though.
Do you want to do 360 and then we'll do the years of Xbox, some of our favorite years of Xbox?
Let's do that.
Let's do that.
Okay. So let's do 360 now, Sean. Let's get it.
Yeah. Says dude's crazy 300 minutes wound up not being enough time. Who knew?
Back to the best part is, Seth, we had an entire other topic that was all kinds of other stuff on top of all the stuff that we didn't even get to. So there we go. All right. Top 10 Xbox 360 games. Again, presented by Robbie Bobby Miller, the master of the list. But also full disclosure, once again, I have already done an entire show devoted to the top 50 Xbox 360 games. So this list will look similar, but the order placement is definitely different from when I did the roundabout before. Because it's been a couple years since I did that show, Sean, at this point. My mind's changed on some stuff. So, would you like to go first or second, Sean?
I'll go second. Second. I defer to you.
Oh, excellent. Well, my first one, Sean, Halo 3 is my number 10 pick. I was expecting maybe to pick this one higher. Maybe there's another Halo game that's higher than this.
Maybe there's another.
Who knows? Who knows? But I like Halo 3 a lot. I think it's real good, and it deserves a spot in my top 10. So it's number 10.
Ryan, can I tell you something about my list?
What's that, John? Is it all Halo games?
There are no Halo games on my list.
I'm actually surprised Halo 4 is not on your list.
Halo 4 is in an honorable mention, and I actually feel worse about Halo Reach not being there. And I might even go one of those. I'm not going to say Halo Reach, but damn, Halo Reach deserves love and attention. And also, I might be the last person on earth defending Halo 4. I think Halo 4 is so fun, dude. I think it looks so crazy good. It shouldn't exist on a 360. That game is gorgeous. So shout out to Halo 4. Shout out to Halo Reach. I said Halo 2 is maybe one of the best stories. Halo Reach is a spectacular story, man. Holy
really
cow.
is.
Great campaign. Yeah.
Halo 4, I'll agree with you on the prettiness. I did not like the gameplay as much as the other games, though.
Oh, so good. So good. Honestly, I'm starting to think it might have been an oversight on my part. So I apologize to the Halo fans out there.
Sean,
but do you want me to start with my number 10? I'm kind of cheating with this one, Ryan. Again, there's too many good games. I'm not going to say Forza Motorsport 2. I'm not going to say Call of Duty Black Ops 1 or 2 or Call of Duty World at War or Dead Space or Fight Night Round 3, Ryan. I'm not going to say any of those things. I'm not going to say Left 4 Dead 4. I'm sorry, Left 4 Dead. I'm going to start my number 10 with Guitar Hero 2, Guitar Hero World, Guitar Hero Metallica. Guitar Hero is my rhythm game of choice, and those are the ones that come to mind for me. Guitar Hero World had Tool songs, which is bonkers. Guitar Hero Metallica, I think, had excellent drums, and you could get 2 kick pedals connected with a Y cable, and you could play on expert with double bass. Oh my gosh, dude, so good.
That's the way you have to play those songs, because if you want to play like Lars, you got to do the double kick. Sean.
Double kick. Oh, excellent. So good. We actually had to kind of MacGyver it together so that we didn't break those pedals in half. You had to, later they would come with a metal plate if you wanted to spend the extra dollars, but we had to kind of do that ourselves, my friend. So shout out to Guitar Hero games on the 360.
Whereas I had the fancy drum set because I had the Ion drum set for the Xbox 360, which was a actual drum set that also could be played with Guitar Hero and Rock Band.
Yeah, like a MIDI. It was like a MIDI instrument. Yeah.
It was a MIDI instrument.
So
it was an electronic drum kit that you could also play with Rock Band, and it was so cool.
It was important for me, and again, I know Halo isn't going to be on my list here, but it was important for me for rhythm games to show up on my list at least somewhere. Yeah. And kind of just the way I've built this list, Rock Band could definitely be on here. Rock Band 2 could also be on here, and I'm sure it's going to be on your list as well as your eyes light up at even the mention of the game. But dude, the 360 PS3 era, that was a hallmark of that time, was everybody getting together and jamming out. It was super cool.
Super cool. All right, my next one, probably higher on Sean's list, but I'm going to say it here. Red Dead Redemption is my number
Nice.
9. And, you know, this is a game I probably would normally not like because I do not like cowboys and Wild West stuff. And I don't really love, like, I'm not the biggest fan of Grand Theft Auto style games in particular, especially from Rockstar. But there's something about Red Dead Redemption that really hooked me. And it is definitely up there in number 9. In fact, if I like Wild West stuff, it'd probably be higher on my list. But the Wild West stuff is kind of like Pirates for me, Sean, where a game has to be like genre defining or like hook me outside of just that element in order to.
Which this kind of is, maybe.
Yeah. Which definitely does. Which is why it definitely puts it in my actually making my charts at all, is because of how good of a game it is.
Yes. I will leave it at that, Mr. Ryan.
Yeah. I know you're gonna have to talk about it later. So, Sean.
Yeah.
Next pick.
Speaking of open world games built by Rockstar, I have a particular love for this game, not GTA 5. I'm going to go with GTA 4. Nico Bellic in Liberty City. I love New York City. I love this game very much. I think the story, I actually quite enjoyed it, like the immigrant story. Maybe a little difficult to go back to now, but that last mission, the heist and everything was no. GTA 5 had the heist at the end, actually. I guess maybe they both did. But man, this game, it was great. The DLC was spectacular. DLC that you could never do these days. The Ballad of Gay Tony and The Lost and the Damned. But really fun.
Were Xbox exclusive DLCs for a while.
Oh, that's crazy. That's nuts.
That was part of the Peter Moore tattoo on his arm when he rolled up his sleeve with the release date of Grand Theft Auto. Also, I have to say this, Sean. Cousin!
Do you want to go bowling? Ryan, I played Grand Theft Auto 1 and 2 on PC, the top-down ones that nobody knows, and I missed almost entirely Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City, San Andreas. Totally skipped them. And then I picked up GTA 4 when a friend of mine bought it, and he fired it up. I'm like, this looks incredible. So yeah, I missed out on a whole generation of Grand Theft Auto games. It got me back with 4. So that's why it's number 9 on my list of top 10 360 games.
Nice. That's awesome. I was just never really into Grand Theft Auto 4. I have the collector's edition, but just didn't really.
Yes. Seth helps me out here. GTA 4 does have the big bank robbery mission. Yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, my next one, again, another game I'm anticipating on Sean's list that you talked about on a certain Backtrackers thing recently, BioShock.
Nice.
My next game on my list, going to the underwater city of Rapture. Very, very cool game. And it's just one of the best survival horror games on the console. So
heck yeah,
gotta give it a shout out. BioShock. It's awesome.
That's the correct opinion, Ryan Turford. For me, in my number 8 spot, it isn't Marvel Ultimate Alliance. It's not, unfortunately, South Park: The Stick of Truth. It's not Mirror's Edge or Limbo or Fear. It's not even Dead Space or Dead Space 2. Those are all my shout outs. It is Batman Arkham City. Is a difficult pick for me to choose one Arkham game over the other. But Arkham City was the one. That's like, again, kind of like Grand Theft Auto 4. Just it totally opens things up. Can't believe this game exists. And felt like a sequel should feel, I guess is maybe the best way I should say that. Like it totally wide open. Felt great to be Batman. And I really enjoyed Batman Arkham City. Number 8 on my list.
Nice, man. Nice. Yeah, I knew that one of the Batman games would probably be on your list. And I'm glad to see it there. Even though I personally like Asylum more, but I can definitely understand with the games that I know you like, Sean, that you'd like City more. Like it makes sense.
And that's not to say I don't like Asylum. Like it's if I could, why don't I just do this? Number 8 spot is Asylum and City. How about I do that?
But what about Batman Arkham Origins with Troy Baker?
I never played it. I haven't played it yet, actually.
Oh,
I own it, but I haven't played it.
You'll have to play it one day, Sean. It's a good game.
Yeah. Yep.
Well,
I should do it.
My number 3 game, Sean, or not number 3. My next game.
Just skip it to the end.
No, I have dyslexia, and I saw 3 in the title of my game, Sean. So my brain got confused.
Nice,
because it's Rock Band 3, boys and girls. Let's go! I love the Rock Band games, and 3 in particular was the one that I really fell down the rabbit hole with more than the other 2, which I was already really into. And it's unique compared to all the other music games on this generation of consoles, Sean, because it had support for the keytar, which no other game had access to. And boy, oh boy, howdy, Sean, I still have my keytar in my closet. I still pull it out from time to time and play it because it only works with Rock Band 3, and it's so fun. because
That's
I
wild,
love
man.
playing the keyboard in Rock Band 3. It puts it over the edge over the other music games on
That
360.
terrified me. That keytar, the keyboard, the piano.
Well, because it's an actual keyboard. Sean.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
it,
no,
it
that's
actually
very
works the same way.
scary.
Like if you play it on experts, it's just the tabs for the keyboard controls. It's just
Incredible.
it's actually like if you're playing the song, which is so
No,
cool.
as I hear myself saying that, Ryan, I'm like, why was I scared of that? That's stupid. Just try it. Yeah, I should just try it. I guess it's just I've done a lot of growing, as a person over the years.
Well, luckily, Sean, if you want a Guitar Hero Rock Band keyboard, they go very cheap these days. They're like $50 brand new in the package.
I don't know if that's cheap, to be honest with you.
Cheap compared to how much they were when they came out.
Cheap. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Nice pick, man. I like it.
Yeah. It's totally a Ryan Turfer pick. Had to be there. But
I like it.
Next up, Sean, number 6.
I'm at number 7. But speaking of 3, somebody has mentioned the Wasteland here, the Teenage Wasteland, talking about GTA 4. I'm going to go to a different kind of wasteland, Ryan.
Okay.
The Capital Wasteland. Fallout 3.
Hanging out with 3 Dog?
Hanging out, man. What a game. This was my first Fallout game, just like probably most other people who played Fallout 3. I actually played on PS3, full disclosure. People are like checking my achievements. They're wondering what the heck is going on. I played this over on PS3. This is the game I alluded to probably 3 hours ago that told me I could play big games and role-playing games. I really didn't think that those were for me before this. And I spent so much time in Fallout, just wandering around. It's kind of cliche at this point where games kind of give you this singular mission and then you can just totally ignore it and do thousands of other things instead of doing the thing it tells you to do at the beginning. Yeah. Like you're supposed to find your dad, who by the way is Liam Neeson, which is incredible.
You could do that, Sean, or you could go to this town that's infested with giant ants, or go out on the desert and find the UFO. Like there's all kinds of crazy stuff.
Do that instead. That's way better. Put together your weapons, pick up absolutely everything. You can be over encumbered, which is absolutely terrible. But what a world to descend in, and what a perfect size of it too. I think this is the 360. I love it so much because we talk about what games are able to do with the new technologies and all these things. Maybe too big. 360 is this perfect spot for me personally. Like this is the right size, the right amount of things to do. It still felt manageable. It always felt like I was making progress, even if I was doing side missions and things. But Fallout 3 is so good. I do regret, as Seth points out in the chat, I've not played New Vegas yet. So I do need to get back to that game, man. There's so many. You stop making these games. I know Starfield's coming out and all these games we're looking forward to, but I have other ones in the past that I missed.
Honestly, Sean, I joked about it before, but in theory, you could probably just take an entire 2 years of not playing new games and just playing old games.
I absolutely could. And they'd be good games too. Like the thing is these would be games that would be in people's top 10 lists for those years.
Yeah.
That I haven't played, which is nuts. But Fallout 3 is actually, it's very special in that way. I wasn't very familiar with Washington, D.C. like as a place, and it really brought that to life. And that's very similar. So a big reason why GTA 4 is on my list, because I visited New York City for the first time shortly after playing GTA 4. I visited Washington, D.C. shortly after playing Fallout 3. So those places became real, and my appreciation for that really just amplified my appreciation for those games. So shout out to Fallout 3. It feels like a pure version of 3D first person Fallout that I know a lot of people disliked Fallout 4. So yeah.
This is a game that I mostly associate with PC because that's where I play Fallout 3. In fact, that was a Games for Windows Live game where it had achievements on PC. So I actually have almost 1,000 gamer score on PC because of how much I play.
Nice. Yeah.
I really love Fallout 3 as well, but it just did not make my list. Got close, but did not make it. But next up, this is actually my number 6. I of course am bad with number Sean's. Ninja Gaiden 2, Ryu Hayabusa, returning to the scene, fighting a bunch of werewolves, fighting a bunch of demons with green blood in New York City.
As you do.
You've got giant claws. You've got a scythe. There's all kinds of dismemberment, because that was the big thing with this game was the dismemberment of cutting all the limbs off your enemies and the way it would work in the gameplay. Like this game was awesome, but it just didn't hit the heights of the first one. Still very, very solid game. just wasn't as good as Ninja Gaiden 1. But again, it's one of the best fast action games of all time. And when I say fast action games, I mean like Devil May Cry, Bayonetta, that style of game. Like that's
very cool.
It's one of the best. So Ninja Gaiden 2, my number 6 game.
Good pick, man. My number 6, Ryan, could have been Gears of War 1. It was the game that I picked up at the shelf at the local Future Shop, of course, Canadian Best Buy. That was a game that and by the way, this is not my pick, but that was a game I picked up and went, I heard this might be good, and was brought home, and it melted my eyeballs out of my skull. Just an incredible experience. But I am giving my number 6 spot to Gears of War 2, slight nod to Horde mode, Ryan. That's where things just went. It's kind of nuts to think that that's such an important multiplayer mode that came out of nowhere. So many games copied it, as they were also copying just the cover mechanics of the Gears series overall. But Horde mode is so good. I actually asked, and I wish I could remember like a better response that he would have had, but I asked Rod Ferguson, like in a series that introduced a multiplayer mode like Horde mode, like what's that like? You know, like trying to come up with at the time, like Gears 5, how do you move that forward with another either Horde mode or a new mode, knowing that like you kind of changed the game already? Like the bar is so high. So that just reminds me to honor the memory of Gears of War 2 with that mode. It's so good. Getting up to level 50 was such it literally is an achievement. But yeah, Gears of War 2, so good.
So many games copied that. ODST, as well as pretty much every multiplayer shooter that came out after Gears of War had a Horde mode of some kind in it after that came out. So
they just thought of everything. Seth does a good job in the chat here too. Shout out to active reloads. Like that's such a unique element to that game. Like, and it did make a difference. Your bullets were harder hitting if you hit that active reload, and it felt really good. It was challenging to do. It was different with every weapon. Man, shout out to Gears of War.
They weren't really cover shooters before that. Like there was Kill Switch on the Xbox, the original Xbox, but that was like the first like third person cover shooting games that we really had. So Gears really inspired, again, a ton of games, and it was a really inspirational series. So inspirational, in fact, it didn't even make my top 10 list, Sean.
I don't know how that makes sense, but okay.
We'll find out.
Nice. Okay.
Next up, my number 5 game, Sean.
Yes.
Probably on Sean's list somewhere, or honorable mentions. Mass Effect, the original. Because I think, and the caveat is, the main reason this is not higher on my list is because the legendary edition of Mass Effect 1 is just trumps the 361. But I was, to what Seth talked about earlier, I was obsessed with Mass Effect 1. I have the 1000 gamer score on it. I have the 1000 gamer score of it on the legendary edition, and I've replayed Mass Effect 1 at least 15 to 20 times because I enjoyed it so much.
That's
in fact,
incredible.
It was a game that hooked my family so hard that my little brother Corey used to come over every single weekend, basically to spend the weekend at our place. And he would spend the entire weekend playing through all of Mass Effect and then go home. And he did that. He did that for 5 months straight, Sean, every single weekend. So he's played that game even more than I have, Sean, at this point. But Mass Effect 1, really special game.
Mass Effect 1 is not on my list, and we'll find out why later, but I'll jump in here to say, Ryan, like Starfield has that to contend with, which is unfortunate for Starfield, at least in my mind, but like damn near perfect as far as role playing and it being something that you could wrap your head around. Like this isn't the deepest role playing game, and it only got less deep on the role playing, I think, side as the series went on, but the story is so good, and this is BioWare at its most imaginative and just stellar. So Mass Effect 1, I remember seeing, I was not there day one with Mass Effect, but I do remember seeing like screenshots, again, like magazine pages. Just, I couldn't believe this was a thing. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? This was on the Unreal Engine back in the day?
Yes, it was on Unreal Engine 3.
I would also love to like look back on my list and go, how many of those games were on the Unreal Engine? Just an absolute, just a staple of the 360 era for sure.
Yeah, this was the Mass Effect game that they had on that engine before they switched over to the proprietary EA engine that they would use for the other two games.
Yeah, but it looked so good. The story was just something that it really dug into, and the sci-fi itself, the way that you got around the galaxy is so incredible, and I don't know, they just
I would
nailed
just go
it.
and sit on planets, Sean, and just like read all the nerdy details about each planet and be like, oh, that's the weight of that planet. Excellent.
Yep.
I'm glad I know that information.
This is the composition of it. That's why, like, that's everything you need to know when I celebrate the nerdiness of Mass Effect, and then hear them talk about Starfield and go, the lighting on the planet is dependent on the type of star in that system and the atmospheric makeup of the planet. I'm like, I'm all in, because I was reading about that on Mass Effect, and now I get to go land on that planet, and it like that happens. That is so cool. But
yeah,
shout out to the Mako too while we're talking about Mass Effect.
Of course. Shout out to the Mako. All right, Sean, next up.
Man, I almost wish I had a Hail to the Maker segue there, but I do not, Ryan. My number 5, I think maybe very quickly, one of the most memorable first levels of a game that I can recall, Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the first one. Nice. Call of Duty, you have to remember, and it's there in the title, Modern Warfare. We had all been used to Call of Duty games, Medal of Honor games, etc., taking place in World War II.
Yeah.
And for them to leap forward in this way, this was a Vince Zampella game. I'm thinking, right? Yep. Yeah. So that whole crew that ended up going over for Titanfall and Apex and Jedi. So what an incredibly talented group here, just leaping Call of Duty. It was already popular before, but this just totally launched it. Multiplayer was perfect. And the way that you advanced and you actually were like kind of leveling up in a bit, like this is cute now. The way, if you look back to it, it was very basic, but man, it was so good. Dannohh in the chat said WW2 had gotten so stale. I think that I agree. People were kind of done with it. So they were taking a risk, and it changed everything. So I have to put it on my list.
Well, there was a lot of controversy at the time of games going too far into the future with war stuff, because feeling like too sensitive to wars that were currently happening.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why we didn't see a lot of developers do this. And it wasn't really until Call of Duty that did it, that a lot of other developers started to do Modern Warfare games. So that's why we saw it. Why it was just all World War II games at the time, because the Vietnam War even felt like it was too close to really do a game from. Like that's the main reason why there was that hullabaloo about 6 days in Fallujah. Same kind of deal with that happening. So there you go, man. That's a good pick.
Too soon. Yeah, Call of Duty.
Well, my next one, Sean, will come no surprise to you. Might surprise new listeners who don't know this about me. I love Persona, so you bet your bottom dollar that one of my favorite Xbox 360 games is Catherine from the Persona team. The dating simulator / puzzle game that I just have so many special memories just playing that game and just having a great time. I loved going to see all the different endings, because there were a bunch of different endings for each situation where you could decide on either the two girls or to just go your own way and decide to become an astronaut, because that's what you do when you're a single person.
That's what I would
for the rest
do.
of your life.
Yep.
But seriously, Catherine's a really special game. And it's too bad that we never got Catherine full body on Xbox, because that is PlayStation and Switch only, because that's a fantastic way to play that game now. But the original Catherine, man, like me and my ex-girlfriend used to play it so much. We had some great memories playing that game. So shout out to Catherine from the Persona team.
Such a weird game. People owe it to themselves to check it out, because what I love, like your list, Ryan, like mine is maybe the most basic list of games here. Like these are just like the popular games on Xbox 360. Like I love your deep cuts, which is great. Seth in the chat also, this is one that should be on my list, but I never played it, so I can't put it on my list with any authenticity. I didn't play Rainbow Six Vegas 1 or 2, and that's like how does that happen? How did that happen? I can't believe it. So
I don't know either. I played Vegas 1, but never played Vegas 2. So
we have it here. It's in the house. I don't remember if I ended up buying and not playing it, or if that was Chelsea's, but in any case, my number 4, Ryan, you did bring up this game. It's one of my favorite games of all time. We just played it for the backtrackers. BioShock is one of the most memorable experiences. And when you play as many games as many of us do, for games to be memorable, I think is more and more special as time goes on. So for me to remember like the major beats of that game, man, it's very rare. My brain it's full of holes. Like it's Swiss cheese up in there, So BioShock remains special, I think, even just for that reason alone. But very creative. It kind of just reminds me that some of these games I'm talking about, the technology, and everybody so focused on frames per second and all these things. Like, I want these, it sounds so cliche to say, these worlds to be well thought out, and I want story, and I want there to be obvious thought into the setting and the premise of these games and these worlds. That's why Fallout 3 was so wild to me. Like, the place had been devastated by nuclear war. What's that like? Go sit in that for a little bit. BioShock was a place that who creates that world? Well, guess what? You're going to find out who creates that world, and he's going to be a major character in this whole play, if you will. It matters. We waxed poetic about the BioShock and the backtrackers, but man, everything matters. Everything is there for a reason. And I miss that era of games. Maybe I'm becoming an old man by ranting about this. But dude, BioShock is a representation to me that writers and creatives used to be the leads of video games instead of other things. So shout out to BioShock for those reasons.
For sure. Yeah, it makes you wonder, how did they get all the building materials down to the bottom of the ocean to build that city? Like, how does all that work? It's ridiculous. Also, Sean, we got the best compliment ever. The list master himself, the sponsor, of course, of the list today, Robbie Miller, confirming that these are in fact great lists.
Great lists. Thank you, Robbie. But that means a lot, man. To have Bobby Miller's blessings on this, very incredible.
For sure. All right, my top 3, Sean, believe it or not, are going to actually be pretty cliche, but you can also probably guess them a mile away because you know me pretty well. My number 3 is Halo Reach. My favorite game in the Halo series, period. I love Halo Reach for the story, the characters. That single player campaign still haunts me to this day, Sean. I love the single player campaign for Reach. And the multiplayer was a ton of fun too. It was the most fun I had with Halo's multiplayer, and it was a great swan song from Bungie as kind of their last Halo game, their last kick at the can, to kind of put everything they had into this game, and it was incredible. So Halo Reach, my number 3, man.
That is required gaming, I think. Like, there's some of these games on this list I don't know that I would say that for, but that's something people should play. And also, like, I played it only once through. It's a very playable campaign. I should play it again, actually. I should play it, like, maybe it's different by myself instead of, maybe I might have missed something too. Not that I didn't have a good experience with it at all. I had an amazing time.
And you might not have been paying attention to the cutscenes.
And I still loved it. I still hold it with high regard. Like I said, I think this is an oversight that it's not on my list more than anything.
Like, that final mission, I still think about that final mission to this day in that game.
Dannohh jumps in to say, please tell me you guys have Borderlands 2 on these lists. It's in the honorable mentions. It should be there. It is not. Dude, like, this is why I wanted to make sure before we close out today that we did 360. This console, I don't know. Dude, I think this might be the best one of all the Xbox consoles. I think this is the time that is. Yeah. It's so hard to limit it to a top 10. Borderlands 1 and 2, Chelsea and I played. Actually, we played on PlayStation. Very, very special. That's where our 2 TVs side by side really comes in. We actually played with a LAN connection, Ryan, of that game, which Borderlands allowed for. So shout out to Borderlands 2, definitely.
Yeah, I like Borderlands as well, but it's just one of those things where I've always played those games by myself, and it's, Sean, that's a very different experience than playing that game with other people.
Yeah, man, it's really good, but not on the list, unfortunately. Nope. So, but this is, you know what? Feed that algorithm, and we want to know, what have we missed, man? And even for me, again, maybe I'll put together a tournament bracket with y'all's favorite games.
We're getting there. Systems. You have enough games probably to get there at this point.
Yeah, 64 game limit. I like it. Dannohh, it's never too late for me to unsubscribe, I guess. Damn. Sorry, dude.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's not like I didn't like the game. This is hard stuff to do. So, like, when you guys, like, again, Dannohh, I'm putting you on blast. If you're gonna put us on blast, I'm gonna put you on blast. You have to come up with a full 10 games. Okay. Yeah. I want you to go through this exercise. It's tough to do.
Also, I'm just going to give a shout out to Seth Sturgill, who mentions he's upset that Alan Wake is probably not on any of these. Alan Wake is one of those games that's an honorable mention for me. That's like a top 15 game, not a top 10 game for me personally.
Bottom 15, more like, you know what I mean?
All right, Sean, just give us your number 3 game.
Number 3 is Red Dead Redemption. A great ending, a great opening, a great journey into, spoilers. You go to Mexico. I don't think that's really a spoiler.
But that music, Sean, the music and just the solitude of going to Mexico, that moment.
Yeah, so that's a game, again, very similar to my comments about Fallout 3. Perfect size of map. Right, it's not too gigantic, but it does feel expansive. You can just go around and collect plants and various greenery, I suppose.
You can
do
also
your
hunt
side
mountain
missions.
lions as well.
Yeah, man. You can do whatever you want, and it's so grounded. This storytelling. This is a game we talked about this on the main show a couple weeks ago. There's rumors that there's a remaster of some sort coming back. I'm day one on that one. What a special game. And it's one that I had heard other people enjoying. So I kind of tried it based on that. Like, I guess this is something I should play, but not really all that familiar with games like that at the time. And it blew me away. So a lot of it was just newness, I think, for me. And that's difficult to replicate as time goes on. Of course, games change and their scopes change, but that was a moment in time for me. And I hold that very, very special to my heart, my friend. And better than higher up than Grand Theft Auto 4, notably.
Nice. Yeah, honestly, I think you and I both enjoyed it way more. But
yep.
All right, next up, my number 2 game, Sean, came out earlier this year as a remaster or a remake, but I still love the original. I think it's great to go back to. It's Dead Space. I love horror games, and visceral games knocked it out of the park with Dead Space 1. It's one of my all-time favorite horror games, and that game still, if you go back and play it on back compat, still just as playable as it was on the 360 era, to the point where that's part of the reason why, and we talked about this when Dead Space Remake came out, Sean, but because the remake was so similar to the original game, that's part of the reason why it wasn't special to me in the way that Resident Evil 4 Remake was, because I already very much knew that game, and the first one is so playable currently on backwards compatible with all the 1X enhancements they did with it. Like, Dead Space, the original, is a perfect game, and yes, it has one or two tiny little flaws, but it's a slam dunk, one of the best horror games ever. So shout out to Dead Space.
Ryan, I think this is an oversight by me. I think this should be on my list. I love this guy. I'm
actually surprised Dead Space 2 wasn't on your list, because I know that's your favorite.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. I feel like I just screwed this whole thing up. I feel like it should totally be on my list. Absolutely. It's so good. Both are excellent. And again, different. I don't know, like that. I look at like a game like, I don't know. I don't want to say anything bad about any games on my list, but Dead Space, both first 2 games, so good.
No, and again, this is close because Dead Space 2 would be kind of an honorable mention. I personally like the first one more because it's more of a Metroidvania game than the second one is, and I just like that more as a Metroidvania than the second.
So good.
So,
oh man, regret, but no regret. I don't live with regrets. Come on.
No regrets?
No regrets. Number 2, man, what a top 3, by the way. But number 2 for me is Dragon Age Origins.
Yep.
An excellent game by, you know this story, Ryan. It was after the Xbox One had come out. I was going to play Dragon Age Inquisition. I didn't know anything that was going on. I played it for an hour. And I'm like, I have no idea what's happening here. And I went back and picked up Dragon Age Origins and was just totally enamored with this. And luckily I had by that time played Fallout 3. I'd played a bunch of role-playing games by then. So I believed in myself that I could play these games. I played Mass Effect. So I went back and played Dragon Age. I wasn't sure how like the high fantasy was gonna play over with me, but I will say that my experience with this game was totally elevated by a good friend at work who was completely obsessed with Dragon Age Origins. He knew everything about this game, all of the different origins, all the different paths, all the things. It was also one of the first games I think that I sought out a dedicated podcast to it. It was, I think, OTR something, Dragon Age Origins. They went through all the main story beats and they went through all the origins. And honestly, if people have no intention of playing Dragon Age Origins, I highly encourage you to listen to that podcast. It's still available. It's one of those things that just will exist throughout time. And it's such a great way to experience the way that game has been crafted. It's so special. Whether it holds up now is to be debated. I don't care. It is number 2 on my list. Just an absolutely, I think it's a damn near masterpiece, man. It's so good.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, the main reason why this doesn't make my top 10 is because it's more of a PC game for me, where I just feel like the PC version of Origins specifically is way superior to the console version, because it's a very
lot of
different
people say
game.
that.
Yeah. And that's the main reason why I put it like that's why I don't really think of it as a 360 game, because I think the 360 version is a much worse experience than the PC original.
But like the man, if I could just go on for another quick second here, the heroes that you choose, the origins is just that alone should be the reason that you play it. But on top of that, Ryan, the characters that betray you is so interesting and fascinating. It always surprises you. And then on top of that, by the way, what's happening in this world is apocalypse. Like the blight, there's no way anyone can win. And by the way, this is a hallmark for me that if a game is able to present to you almost like a no-win situation and still you move forward and you progress and hopefully you win in the end, I'm all in on stuff like that. Give me an unwinnable situation. It's incredible, dude. Holy cow.
I always loved in that game having my party members try and betray me, because I would end up being like, hey, that blood cult is inviting me to go drink from the blood that'll turn me into a blood mage.
Yeah.
And I go do it and murder all my friends because it's fun.
Oh, wow. Yeah. No, Jowan right at the beginning in the circle of the Magi. I don't know how to. Yeah.
Yeah. The wizard's tower. Sean.
Yeah. The tower, man. They're all trained. And then Jowan is right there and you got this girl and it's what are they doing? And it's like, this is 5 minutes into the game. How are you presenting me with decisions that I struggle with?
It's only assuming you pick that origin too.
Oh man. So maybe I lucked out too, because I got a really good one. That was my first origin. It was just excellent.
Yeah.
Dragon Age Origins.
With the origins. It's very nice.
Origins,
well, Sean,
yes.
I'm pretty sure we have the same number one game.
I think we do.
So you want to say it at the count of three? One, 2, 3. Mass Effect 2.
Dead Space 2.
You didn't say it with me.
I tried to think of a different game, but yes, Mass Effect 2.
It's Mass Effect 2.
Mass Effect 2 is the best game on Xbox 360.
100%. 100% it is the best game on Xbox 360. Y'all don't need us to tell you why, other than the fact that the Suicide Mission is one of the best ending sequences of any video game you will ever play.
Yep.
And everything else, the loyalty missions, the characters, the worlds you inhabit it. Yes, you have the dumb, mining mini games as you scan planets. That sucks. Everything else about this game is
damn near perfect. It's a damn near perfect game. Yep. Yeah. The Elusive Man, like Joker is back and so good. All the I mean, what else is there to say about?
And then all the DLC was fantastic too. The way that it expanded the world and everything else. And yeah, like I was very fortunate, Sean, to be able to play this a week and a half before the game came out, because my local Walmart ended up selling the game early, because they used to do that with every.
Dude, that used to happen all the time. Yes,
they did that with every EA release. If you went there, it was always in the case like 2 weeks before the game came out. So I bought it every time. Like I got the Mass Effect 2 Collector's Edition because it was just sitting there, and just played the heck out of it before reviews even came out. And when I put it down, so I wasn't influenced by that. It was such a cool experience because that was like the first game I got to play ahead of release. So it was so cool when I put it down. I was like, this is probably one of the best games I've ever played. And then seeing that kind of unified with reviews, I'm like, yep, I got it right. This is real good.
Have you guys done a RPG cave on Mass Effect 2, like dedicated to that game?
We have not done a Mass Effect RPG cave at all.
My goodness gracious.
No, we've been, I to be fair, with some of the BioWare ones, I'm kind of waiting for Sean to do these.
Well, I mean, whether it's an RPG cave or maybe a crossover episode. Yeah, man. Like, because what I was thinking about with this one, Seth in the chat is showing some love to Thane. I honestly think we could spend a good amount of time just going through the characters in this game. And they're all incredible. Jack is just one of the best characters in video games. Thane is right up there as well. Like every single character you come across and their relationships and their struggles and earning their trust, they're so good. The humans are the least interesting of the people in this game. Like everybody else that you meet is so great. But man, like where you even find Jack, I don't even want to give it away. People should play and buy if they don't already have, or get on Game Pass, the Mass Effect Legendary Edition, where you find Jack and what she is capable of. Holy crap, dude.
Yeah.
So great.
Although, and for me, actually, one of my favorite things, and I thought this character would be super boring, Jacob. I thought that he would be like a really boring character, but getting to do his loyalty mission was one of like the craziest things. Like,
is that his dad? That's his dad.
It was his dad.
In the cult?
I won't spoil anything else.
Okay.
Oh my,
I got you.
Oh my God.
Yes.
It was so good. Like there's so many
You
great
guys-
moments in that game.
I feel like it's a hard thing to do because you obviously don't want to spoil it, but people need to play Mass Effect 2. You
really should.
need to play it, and you actually don't necessarily need to play the first game, although you will benefit greatly. Again, shout out to this era of games. Dragon Age did the same thing. Mass Effect did the same thing. Your saves carry over. Your decisions matter in a way that still to this day, generations later, is not happening. That's an absolute shame. That's my old man yelling at the clouds. Back in my day, your save games used to carry over.
Well, it's because the games come out so much farther apart now than they used to.
I know. I don't care whatever the reason.
Because like back in the PS2, Sean, the Dot Hack series from Bandai Namco did the same thing where there were 4 games in the series. They all released on the PS2, and you got to carry your same characters and equipment, everything through all 4 games through the power
Excellent.
of games. In fact, the only modern series now that I know still does this is the Trails series.
Oh, nice.
Like Trails in the Sky, Trails in the Reverie, because your save carries over between those games with different
I should play them then. Yeah, man. I'll practice whatever you
they're really long, Sean. They're like 80 hours each.
Okay, I'll play Mass Effect 2 then instead. And also like that, even like, dude, if you 100% that game, it's not going to take you more than 50 hours, I don't think.
No, you'll be able to finish it faster than finishing a normal playthrough of a Trails game.
Totally. Yeah. Shout out to Mass Effect 2. Unanimous decision here between the two of us at the Xbox Drive, Ryan.
No brainer. Slam dunk.
Yep. 308 minutes into the podcast.
Yes,
my friend.
We have made it, which is why, Sean, I think we might wrap it up here. I know we had the other topic of the best year of as an Xbox.
These will be dedicated episodes.
Yeah,
for this,
we'll be here for another half an hour if we do that. And I think 5 hours, Sean, is probably long enough. So
yes,
I think we're going to wrap up the show. But first of all,
hours.
Sean, kind of round things out. Do you have any final thoughts on on Xbox Drive 300? Because I'll have things to say in a second, but I want to hear from you first.
Oh, you're gonna one up me big time on this, but I don't know
about that.
I'm just grateful. Like I went to see Mission Impossible the other night, Ryan. I didn't get to talk about that, and I got out of the theater. I'm like, man, how lucky am I? How lucky are we as just where we all are in the world? Like I just felt like I was grateful that I had a gigantic, delicious bag of popcorn, a huge pop, sweet chocolate, the Reese's mini cups just like sprinkled into my popcorn. Had a great time enjoying a movie that was incredible on a screen that was stories high. And I got to do that. Like that life brought me to a place that I could go have that evening. And it was very special. And I'm having a similar kind of moment here at the end of Xbox Drive 300 that we all make choices in life, and it brings us to places that we would never imagine. And we kind of covered a little bit of that during the show today, but week after week, we do a show. Week after week, we have people sending in questions and engaging with us in the Discord and encouraging us and supporting us on Patreon and subscribing on YouTube and just fueling everything at Carpool Gaming. And these milestones are important because otherwise things get lost. If you don't stop for a minute and celebrate and reflect on how you got to that milestone, then it's just another day. Then it's just another Wednesday. But this Wednesday is a special one. And we spent just a stupid amount of time talking about video games, talking about the latest Pepsi pineapple that apparently is an exclusive on the app at Little Caesars.
I still can't believe that's a thing.
I also want to say thank you to Drew Agnew. We'll find a way to share your video that you sent in. Melon was failing us a little bit throughout today's episode, but Drew Agnew from the House of Mario is a special friend and took the time to record something special for us. So we will be sharing that as well. We have incredible prizes, of course, to be giving away. So I want to remind people to get the t-shirt, celebrate Xbox Drive 300. It's a way for you to maybe win just an incredible Design Labs controller, Xbox Drive 300. I will probably be buying one for myself just because it's a commemoration. So I don't know, man. I know I'm going on. Probably could have done this a little bit earlier on, but
yeah, it's all good.
We could be doing anything else with our time in our lives, but we choose to do this, and I think that's special. People who listen and support us could do anything else. There's thousands of other Xbox Drive and other Xbox podcasts and video game podcasts out there, and people choose to be there with us and support us and all the things. So my heart is full. I'm proud of us. I know that we're only going further from here, and just the future is bright. So thanks for letting me just kind of ramble on a bit.
Oh, no, thank you for doing so. And honestly, yeah, you did a great job, telling everything. I don't know. My brain's kind of fried because we're 5 hours in the show, and I'm trying to put words together, and they're just not coming together.
Yeah.
I'm also, again, a little emotional after what you just said, and also thinking about just honestly how special it's been just even being a part of this show over the years. I never thought I'd be able to be part of something like this, something with this much community involvement, or just something this. What we've got here is special, Sean, and I don't really get to say that often, or really get to reflect on it that often. Xbox Drive changed my life in a big way, and it made my life so much better. Where even though we just get to hang out once a week for an hour, just talking video games and talking Xbox, it could have been anyone else in the seat besides me. It didn't have to be me, but I'm so glad it is me. Who's here, who gets to be part of this incredible show and being part of this awesome community, and just getting to interact with people. I know, and I think about this all the time, but I know Bobby somewhere is looking down on us, and I know he's proud of us with what we were able to build here, because I know what we built here with Xbox Drive really is kind of changed the foundation of what we decided to do with Carpool Gaming and Yumi Capri. And I think about it every day. I wished he could have been here to see all of this stuff, and I miss him so much.
Same.
Yeah.
Well said, man.
So, yeah. I love doing the show, and thank you to everyone who listens. Thank you to everyone who supports us. Thank you to everyone who, writes in questions every week, or hits us up in the Discord, or DMs us, or however you choose to engage with us. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for reaching out to us and being part of this incredible show and this incredible community. And we only hope to move forward from here, and I hope y'all will just come along with the ride with us, because we hope it'll be a good one. But I think that's going to do it for the show, my friend. I think I said my piece. But as we end every show, Sean plugs go.
You can find me on Twitter at Sean Capri. Of course, it's Sean like Connor. You Capri like the pants. Add me on your Xbox Live. It's not Xbox Live anymore. Add me as a friend on Xbox, I guess, so you can see when I actually finish Resident Evil 4.
Game Pass Core.
Oh my gosh.
Game Pass Core.
Not in my books. In my day, it was Xbox Live. Here's what I would like for people to do. Of course, in the comments below, also maybe in the Discord, or DM me your top 10 games for all of the consoles. We will be getting to the rest very soon, but I want to put this list together, man. Whether I get to these games or not, who knows? But I love hearing people talk passionately about the video games that they've come across as so special. So that's my big ask for people. Send me your top 10 list. Let's do this Robbie Bobby Miller list thing, the what it deserves, and I want to know your games. So
can we just put them in a big scrapbook, Sean? Can we scrapbook this project?
It's a good idea.
I think we need a scrapbook for this.
I like it. I think
because as for me, you can find me on the old Twitters at Ryan Turford. You can also find us on Twitter at Carpool Gaming, right here, youtube.com/Carpool Gaming. And of course, podcast services around the globe. For the 300th time, I'm Ryan Turford. That's Sean Capri, even though I pointed in the wrong direction. This has been the Xbox Drive episode 300, and we're out. Bye.
I can't believe we went for over 300 minutes. It's actually 315 minutes, and we had this whole countdown to episode 300. Ryan's like, there's only 4 weeks left. There's only 3 weeks left. There's only 2 weeks left. There's only 1 week left, and now episode 300 happened. I can't believe it's already over. I kind of want to do it all over again. Ryan stopped doing this whole thing. Who knows what we're going to do? Who knows if we can get to episode 600? 343 is coming. Bye.